Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Kids Are Cruel. Maxwell sat hunched on a park bench, hands cradling his head, while his dark eyes remained distant, lost in thought. The atmosphere around him was bittersweet, with families scattered across the park, laughter, and a clatter of picnic utensils filling the air. Children darted around, tossing frisbees and chasing each other, their joyous shouts echoing through the trees. Despite the vibrant scene, Maxwell remained detached, his gaze fixed on some distant point, oblivious to the lively activity around him. The reason for his anguish was the city he was in. It wasn't his city. He'd lived in the countryside since he was born, so Maxwell thought he'd been kidnapped or something. All he remembers is going to sleep after playing Titanfall 2. He was so excited about the servers being activated again that he spent the whole night playing. But when he woke up the next day, he thought he was hallucinating because somehow he ended up waking up in a futuristic metropolis the next day. He wouldn't be waiting around, so like any human being with more than enough curiosity to kill a cat, he walked around the city and talked to as many people as possible to find out where he was. At first, people said they were in Meridian Metroplex, which didn't help much because Maxwell had never heard of it. He thought it was a North American city, given the English language people used. When he asked for a smartphone to call his parents, the passerby gave him a funny rectangular device that looked like a Game Boy. It was then that reality hit him like a steamroller. Somehow, he ended up in the Borderlands universe. The final straw for his assumption was the Atlas soldiers he occasionally saw passing through the streets. Fortunately, he was in Promedia instead of Pandora, which was one less thing to worry about. But then why was Maxwell sad? In addition to Borderlands' high mortality rate, cosmic terrors, greedy corporations, and being far from home, the reason was nothing more and nothing less than the Bing. Maxwell closed his eyes and sighed. He had been ignoring this sound for some time, not because he didn't want to accept it, but because he was apprehensive about what it would be. Maxwell opens his eyes and looks at the floating blue screen. Request pending, waiting for user confirmation, yes/no, anything, even hentai systems. But don't put a damn robot in charge of my life. I'd rather throw myself off a bridge if that's the case. Maxwell crossed his fingers. He would accept anything. Hell, he was lowering himself to the hentai system. What was the point of going to another world, earning a system, just to be a slave? Without further hesitation, Maxwell swallows the lump in his throat and clicks yes. Confirmation received. Preparing the Titanfall system. Maxwell's mind paused for a moment, realizing what he had heard. Fuck yeah. Maxwell jumps up from the bench, his clenched hands raised in the air, disregarding the many strange looks he was receiving. Some mothers left the scene with their kids, terrified that a stranger had gotten so excited in a park full of children. Maxwell was so caught up in the excitement that he didn't pay any attention to anything, so he hummed the magic word of every system. Stats name, Maxwell Williams, Regeneration, 0, STR, 3, and 5, Dex, 4, INT, 7, Skills, none, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Credits, $50. I'm not going to lie, I thought it would be bigger, better that way anyway. Maxwell scratches his beard for a moment. Can you briefly explain the stats and criteria I'd have to meet to qualify for regeneration? Of course, the human average is 10, and the human peak is 50, Strength, STR, it represents your physical strength. This affects the general force of your blows and resistance to pushes and impacts. Additionally, it influences your maximum weight that can be carried, pushed, and lifted, with each point in STR granting an additional 3.5 kilograms of lifting capacity. However, lifting capacity is halved if only one hand is used, endurance, and it represents the toughness, health, and heart rate of your body. This affects resistance to fatigue, disease, and poisons. Additionally, it influences your injury's resistance to blunt, cutting, and piercing, as well as holding your breath for longer intervals, tolerating extreme hunger, unbearable thirst, and strong urges to sleep. Dexterity, Dex, it represents your body's reflexes, balance, and motor coordination. This affects your ability to move quickly, dodge attacks, and aim accurately. Additionally, it influences your proficiency with agile maneuvers and intricate tasks, such as piloting and Parker. Intelligence, INT, it represents your mental capacity to retain information and focus. This affects your capacity to resist mind manipulation, withstand psychological traumas, and enhance your understanding of academic topics. Additionally, it influences your proficiency in hacking, engineering, and other technical tasks. Regeneration, the maximum regeneration level is 10. It represents your authorization level for new items in the hangar. As the pilot progresses and reaches 50 points in all stats, you can choose to regenerate his body, reset your stats to 10, increase your attribute cap limited by 10, and get credits multiplied and attributes multiplied. You won't get amnesia when you perform regeneration, and your body will be rejuvenated, bringing your body back to its young age and increasing your longevity. My physique isn't even average? Well, sounds like the previous owner was a bit sedentary. Maxwell rubs his nose, a little embarrassed. Anyway, what can I do with credits? Credits are the currency used to exchange for hanger items. However, certain items are blocked until you reach the regeneration level required by the product. So it's like a shop. Maxwell clicks on the hanger tab, expanding it to a much larger screen. Weapons, gear, augments, robots, locked, medicine, locked, vehicles, locked, titans, locked, civilian, locked. Wow, hey. Maxwell felt his heart racing, the screen almost reaching the floor. The system was selling everything from the Titanfall universe, maybe even Apex Legends since it's set in the same universe. Maxwell sits back on the bench, exploring all the tabs. His eyes widened, and at other times he frowned, thinking about the possible applications. After an hour Maxwell stopped swiping the screen. He realized a few things. Blueprints are cheaper while buying the item already done is more expensive, something quite obvious, and all items after augmentations were locked, so no titans for now. Also, he could buy Loba's clothes. What? He was just seeing if he could buy something from Apex Legends. With all his questions answered, Maxwell concentrated on which items he should buy. The lists seemed endless, but Maxwell used the filters to find a few interesting things. Augments, rudimentary nanites MK1, small robots that help to heal wounds quickly. This version is magnetic. With a powerful magnet, it can tear nanites away from their body host. $30C, weapons, data knife, tactical knife used for combat and hacking. $10C, $40C, credits, $10. Maxwell had chosen these two things because they were the most cost-effective of all. There were several versions of nanites, some of which were so crazy that they could improve your body without training, change certain physical aspects, and replicate objects. The price was just as crazy, of course. So he took the weakest and cheapest version. As for data knife, he got the Titanfall 2 version. Not that there were many versions anyway. With 10 credits left, Maxwell wanted a firearm. He chose one of the sidearm weapons, which were light, small, and easy to hide. Apart from the fact that the cheapest one only cost 5 credits, this allowed him to buy magazines, which only cost 2 credits. Weapons, Re-45 Auto Pistol. The Re-45 is a fully automatic machine pistol with a magazine size of 20 rounds. $6C, weapons, Hammond P2011 out of 2016 out of 2020, the Hammond gun is a semi-automatic handgun with a magazine size of 12 rounds, P2011 out of 2016, or 14 rounds, P2020. $5C/$7C, weapons, B3 Wingman, The Wingman is a double-action revolver with 6 chambers. $8C, Maxwell chose the P2016, the Titanfall 2 version. The gun itself was the most balanced, catering for short and medium range with a good rate of fire and a decent magazine size, without diminishing its firepower. $5C, he also bought 2 magazines, making a total of 3, considering that the gun came with one already equipped. $4C, credits. $1C, Maxwell quickly put his knife, pistol, and magazines in his pockets. All that was left in his hand was a small syringe, the contents of which were black and seemed to move on their own. Maxwell injects the nanites into his body without hesitation. The pain of the needle piercing his flesh is soon superimposed on the nanites running like ants through his veins. When he withdrew the syringe, there was no time for blood to flow out and the nanites closed the small hole. He then notices the absence of people in the park and sees that it is already getting dark. Maxwell gets up and walks back into town. The green landscape of the park is replaced by streets crowded with cars and skyscrapers detailed with neons. Maxwell ponders as his lungs fill with the carbon dioxide emitted by the vehicles. He consoles himself by saying that he will increase his endurance stats. Because he was carrying a lot of dangerous things, Maxwell was walking in a rather strange way. People didn't mind too much, but children. "Look, Daddy, that man shit in his pants." A little girl across the street pointed at Maxwell as he pulled on his father's shirt. "TSK," Maxwell clicks his tongue. "Fucking annoying kids, didn't your parents teach you to respect others? I'm a man with a loaded gun here." Maxwell hurried up the pace for the child's safety. After a few minutes of walking through the city, he finds his lonely target. A Marcus vending machine. "I won't go gently into that, good night." Maxwell looks at his data knife with a mischievous grin. "Now, cutie, let's test you, shall we?" The data knife looked no different from any other blade, but looks can be deceiving. A button discreetly hidden in the handle revealed its unique feature, a blade interior similar to RAM. After making sure no one was around, Maxwell connected the blade to the machine. A holographic screen materialized on the handle, displaying the hack's success rate. 34%, 76%, 100%. Deciding not to be greedy, Maxwell withdraws an amount that Marcus wouldn't miss. Or so he hoped, given Marcus's reputation for ruthlessness, which even extended to pursuing refund checks sent in error. He quickly makes the machine release $2,100 bills, takes them all, and puts them in the pockets of his jeans. He knew he could make a lot of money selling the guns, but going around with various weapons would attract unwanted attention. Maxwell leaves the scene of the crime, adrenaline coursing through his veins, his heart pounding in his chest from the exhilaration of committing his first of many crimes. Comment and comment vote. Chapter 2, Pull the Trigger. Maxwell continued walking through the streets of the Metroplex until he finally stopped in front of a modest apartment. Slapping his shoes to get the dirt off, Maxwell pushed open the glass doors. The atmosphere inside was cool and cold. A young woman was reclining her head on her arms at the counter. When she saw the doors swing open, she stood up straight, an inviting smile growing on her face. "Welcome," she greeted cheerfully while fixing her hair. "How can I help you today?" "Say, ma'am. I'd like to know if there are any rooms available." Of course, of course." The young woman nods several times. She turns to check the available rooms on her computer. "Let me see here. Oh, 69th floor. A fully equipped kitchen, a cozy air-conditioned bedroom, a bathroom, and a balcony offering a view of the sunset. How much for a month?" "The monthly rent is $1,500. Meals are included?" "No, but there's a restaurant 2 blocks away." Maxwell turns his face to street. It's already very late and there may not be any other places open. He puts the money on the counter. "Well, at least it's on the 69th floor. I also need your ID card." "In my ID card?" "Yes, sure, I think I left it somewhere." Maxwell panics for a moment as he searches the pockets of his jeans. He only breathes a sigh of relief when he picks up a card with a photo of himself, or more precisely the former owner of the body. "Rest in peace, you little bastard." Maxwell says a quick prayer for the poor soul. Checking the information, the young woman hands over the card and hands him a key with the number 69 printed on it. "All right, have a good night." "For you too, ma'am." Maxwell Williams, date of birth August 3, 2820. He has the same name as me, but he's older. Looking on the bright side, it's better than going through puberty again. Maxwell looked at his ID while climbing the stairs. He discovered while walking around the metropolis that they were in the year 2854, which meant he was 34 years old. Being in a safe place, Maxwell finally concentrates on the headache he was feeling. He had been ignoring the visions and memories for a long time. There wasn't much to it, which explained the little pain he felt. The life of the old body was a humdrum routine, which boiled down to doing the basics to survive. Maxwell even questioned whether the body's former owner was a person or just an empty shell to be filled with his soul. Shaking his head, Maxwell put these thoughts to the back of his mind and entered what he would call home for the next month. After storing his weapons in a wardrobe, Maxwell takes a quick shower and falls to the bed, completely exhausted. The next day, yawning, Maxwell gets out of bed. He freezes for a moment at the unfamiliar surroundings, until memories of the previous day flood his mind. Shrugging, Maxwell goes into the bathroom to wash his face. A thief. No wait. It's me. Seeing his new appearance in the mirror, Maxwell can't help but feel strange. It was quite disconcerting to see himself with a new face. Was this how people who had plastic surgery felt? Not bad at all. With his hand on his chin and another in the sink, Maxwell turns his side left and right. His skin was a healthy tan, black hair was combed back with a neatly trimmed beard, framing his dark blue eyes. Maxwell's eyebrows jump and his hands go down to his pants and look at his attributes. I don't understand, how can reincarnators measure exactly their dicks with the naked eye? Is it some kind of skill that you gain after inspecting several dicks? I don't know, kind of gay. Maxwell gave up trying to guess the size of his cock. He had a belly to fill and plans to make. After tidying up, Maxwell goes downstairs, deciding to have a look at the restaurant near the apartment. When Maxwell got there, he chose a seat by the window and ordered a cup of coffee and pancakes for breakfast. Maxwell was lost in his thoughts as he occasionally sipped his coffee, some of his doubts popping up. System, I've seen that I don't have any skills, how can I get one? Skills are gained in two ways. Through missions focused on gaining this skill or through challenges in the quest board. The latter, however, gives you a predefined skill, quest board, I hope they're not absurd missions. Maxwell's mind spins, wondering which skill he should get first. Well, I'm in Borderlands, gaining a firearm skill would be the smart thing to do. I'm going to look for a shooting club when I'm done here. Verifying quest conditions. Condition met, generating quest, join a shooting club, receive instructions on how to handle a gun properly, hit 5 consecutive shots. Reward, trigger discipline plus $10C, no penalization? I think I'm falling in love. Maxwell breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system's lack of bullshit. But what would happen if I didn't? My goal is to make you the apex predator. Penalization is against my user terms. If you don't complete the mission you won't get the reward. The mission can remain incomplete for years without any penalization. But I must warn you about missions such as rescuing people, because if the target of the rescue dies, the mission counts as failed. Although there is no penalization from the system, the person referred to will still die through the fault of the user. That's reasonable, I can handle it. With a destination in mind, Maxwell doesn't rush but finishes his meal. He looks at the people rushing to work, the traffic, and the distant sounds of honking horns. If I hadn't known I was on another planet, I might have thought I was still on Earth. Maxwell could only sigh at how human beings remained the same, no matter what world they were in. These people live worrying about bills to pay, unaware of the ruins beneath their feet. Truly, ignorance is a blessing for the masses. The waitress goes to his table when she sees that he has finished and is getting up to leave. Maxwell took the opportunity to ask if there were any shooting clubs nearby. Yes, I know. There's a club near the hospital. The woman looks at Maxwell strangely. You could find this kind of information on Econet, you know. Oh. I lost mine. Thanks anyway, ma'am. Maxwell pays for his meal and leaves for the shooting club. I'm going to need an echo too. Maybe I'll need more money sooner than I expected. Maxwell just hoped that Marcus wouldn't notice that certain amounts were missing. Walking down the street, Maxwell passes a hospital and after a few minutes, he arrives at his destination. Even from outside, he could hear the occasional gunshot. The sound was rather muffled, but it was still noticeable. It was the first time he had been to such a place, so it took some time for Maxwell to be allowed in. With his documents and identity confirmed, and above all, with no criminal record, he was granted admission. Maxwell registered and paid the fee. As he had a gun, he wanted to go straight away, but his instructor warned him that he needed to use the training ammunition, for which his ammunition was not suitable at the moment. Join a shooting club. His instructor leads him into a room, Maxwell's eyes darting from side to side as he realizes the ridiculous amount of ammunition. There was not only Atlas ammunition but ammunition from all the other corporations. Hey, buddy, don't just stand there, what do you want? An old man was in charge of the place. Given his worn appearance, he was probably a man who had taken part in several gunfights. System, give me a hand here. Which ammunition is compatible with my P2016? The weapons provided by the system are compatible with the ammunition in this universe. Just understand that there are certain limits. Such as loading an energy weapon with physical ammunition or reloading an energy weapon using explosive ammunition, for example. Your P2016 is comparable with Dal and Vladif ammunition. But the same cannot be done with Milo and Torgu ammunition. I see. With the information provided, Maxwell buys a few boxes of training ammunition, 2 holsters, one for his P2016 and one for his data knife. With everything settled, Maxwell can finally shoot. He is taken to the shooting ranges. There were a few people present, and even a child was practicing there. Maxwell pulls his P2016 from its holster and waits for instructions. Alright, before we start, I need to teach you a few safety rules. But it seems you already know that, don't you? The instructor shakes his head as he observes Maxwell pointing the gun barrel downwards and keeping his finger away from the trigger. I know a few things. Although the sound was muffled by the earplugs, he could still hear his instructor. Good, now, let's start with your stance. Assume the standing shooting position for me. Feet shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent, and lean forward slightly. Good. Now, grip the gun firmly with both hands and extend your arms straight out in front of you. Excellent. You're in position. Take a deep breath, steady your aim, and when you're ready, gently squeeze the trigger. Give it a try. Maxwell holds his breath, and with his target in his sights, puts his finger on the trigger and pulls it. Bing, and he completely missed the target. Maxwell is not discouraged and tries again, pulling the trigger again when he recovers from the recoil. Bing, he misses again. I think I've got something wrong. Yeah, you're pulling the trigger. That sudden action is throwing off your aim. Try squeezing the trigger gently. The instructor doesn't lose patience. In fact, he expected something like this to happen. Receive instructions on how to handle a gun properly. Maxwell nods, gets into position, and holds his breath. His finger slowly squeezes until it reaches the breaking point. Bang, the bullet landed in the target's chest, and Maxwell only realized how focused he was when he was brought back to reality by a screen appearing in front of him. 1 out of 5, hit 5 consecutive shots. Maxwell is concentrating again. That's all it took for him to gain his ability. He focuses on hitting the target's torso to minimize the chance of missing. Bang bang, 3 out of 5, hit 5 consecutive shots. Maxwell took his time with each shot to recover from the gun's recoil. With his care taken, he managed to hit the remaining shots. Bang bang, hit 5 consecutive shots. Quest accomplished. Depositing rewards. You've received a skill, Trigger Discipline. Trigger Discipline. This skill represents mastery over all types of firearms. Trigger Discipline improves various aspects of the art of shooting, including iron grip. Maintaining a firm, stable grip on the weapon significantly reduces recoil and the possibility of making prolonged bursts without affecting the aim. Quicksilver. Reload your weapons quickly and efficiently, minimizing downtime and letting you quickly switch between different weapons. Eagle Eyes. Passively increases the maximum distance your eyes can see per level, plus $10C. No chance. Can I zoom in with my eyesight? Maxwell exclaimed in his mind as he felt he could control how far he could see. The zoom he could give didn't seem like much at the moment, but it was expected given the skill level. Let's see. Stats. Name, Maxwell Williams. Regeneration, 0, STR, 3, and 5. Dex, 4 greater than 5, INT, 7 greater than 9. Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.1, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Credits, 11 $. I've won some points. Well, that makes sense. I need focus and dexterity to shoot. Maxwell is brought back from his thoughts when his instructor catches his eye. No need to be too surprised, let's keep shooting. I still need to teach you how to reload your gun and refill your magazines with your ammunition. Sure, of course, pal. Maxwell wouldn't argue. He needed to shoot more to improve his skill. A few hours later. With continuous effort, Trigger Discipline has leveled up. Trigger Discipline LV1 greater than LV2. I feel sick. I need to get used to this happening. Maxwell complains as he feels his vision improving again, allowing him to look further. Maxwell put down his P2016. The barrel of the gun had visible smoke coming from the end of the barrel, and it was also rather hot. With his goal achieved, Maxwell can finally leave and go home. He would be visiting the shooting range more often to improve his skills as much as possible. Arriving at his room, Maxwell took a quick shower and ate a meal he had ordered. Afterward, he goes out onto the balcony to relax after a productive day. In his hand, he had a rectangular device known as an Echo, very familiar and present in all Borderlands games. Maxwell had bought one while he was on his way back. The Echo didn't cost much, it was practically the price of a smartphone on his old planet, and it also did everything a smartphone does: take photos, make video calls, and not least, play games. On the other hand, the accessories for the Echo were quite expensive. The popular storage deck, or just SD, worked like a video game inventory, allowing you to carry various items without worrying about weight. It was more convenient than a backpack. You can store your clothes, ammunition, non-perishable supplies, and even your car if the SD has enough space. It was everyone's dream, and Maxwell was no different. Maxwell ended his day watching the sunset before going to bed. He would be training his body tomorrow. Chapter 3, Training Day. Bip 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 an echo alarms, its annoying sound echoing through the room. Turning off the device, Maxwell gets up from his bed with a yawn. Looking around the room, Maxwell's face wrinkles and he falls into bed again. His eyes roam the ceiling, trying to remember where he was. Damn, that's weird as hell. Maxwell buries his face in the mattress and shouts. Maxwell lay there for a while longer before sighing. Things weren't going to go back to normal, he only realized that when he was no longer in his old world. The desire to have, and the boredom of possessing. Sitting on the bed, Maxwell patted his face. Let's start the day. Anyone who works in a bed is a prostitute. System, is there any difference in gaining points in physical attributes if I do calisthenics or hypertrophy? Maxwell asks as he rubs his face to get rid of some of the sleep in his eyes, still feeling the remnants of a groggy awakening. Yes, there is a difference. Calisthenics will have the highest point gain in STR and Dex, with a considerable gain in End. Hypertrophy has a significant gain, albeit smaller, in the same stats. The focus, however, is on muscle gain, which results in the greatest strength gain per point in STR. Let me see if I understand. When I reach my human peak, my strength would be 175 kilograms. If I remember well, a human could lift half a ton on Earth. So if I do hypertrophy, instead of gaining 3.5 strength by each point, I'll gain 4? I apologize for the lack of further explanation. But you got it right, some pilots for example can lift a ton with the help of stims specialized in muscle development. But I recommend against the use of such items as they remove some points from your End and slow down the rate of gain. I understand, I'll follow your advice. Is there anything else I should know? Don't let your STR be greater than your End, they can be equal, but never let STR be greater. If your strength is greater than your endurance, you could end up destroying your body. For example, if your stats are 50 STR and 20 End, you might be able to break through a wall, but you'll have lost your arm in the process. Be aware that your body is not the famous gamer body. The system has unleashed its body's potential, being able to reach human limits and even surpass them to a certain extent. If you stop training, eat too many foods that denigrate your health, or use toxic substances, you could lose stats points. Keep up a daily exercise routine and pay attention to your diet, and I don't need to mention staying away from drugs and cigarettes. Your running speed or agility depends on STR, and Dex. Your strength decides how far you can travel with each step, obviously determining your top speed. Your stamina decides how far you can go before you get tired. Your dexterity decides your balance, and control over how fast you want to go. For statistics nerds, 1 point in street and dex combined equals 1 AGA point, which is worth around 0.77 meters per second for each point. Now this is important information, I didn't realize there was a hidden AGA statistic. Thank you for your patience. With a clear goal, Maxwell takes a shower to wake up fully and eats a meal. And sets off for the day's training. I'll do calisthenics for now, then I'll focus on gaining more muscle. He trained for a few hours doing the calisthenic movements he remembered. With the help of nanites, his muscles returned to full strength within a few minutes of rest, allowing him to optimize and gain strength quickly. After doing a few push-ups and squats, Maxwell transitions into the frog stand position. His legs rise off the ground as he bends over and engages his core. Just as he prepares to transition into a handstand, he momentarily loses his balance. However, with composure, he quickly adjusts his body, preventing any potential injury in the process. Maxwell doesn't get discouraged and completes his routine with an L-sit, pushing his abdomen to its limit until he can no longer maintain the position. Finally, he collapses to the ground, his chest heaving rapidly as sweat pools beneath him, staining the ground beneath with his exertion. A tingling sensation began to appear in Maxwell's worn-out muscles, as the nanites began to repair every fiber of his limbs. As the process would take some time, Maxwell decided to accompany its growth. Name, Maxwell Williams Regeneration, 0, STR, 3 greater than 6, and 5 greater than 6, Dex, 5 greater than 7, INT, 9, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.2, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Credits, $11. I only want 1 point in End? Come on, that's too little. Maxwell couldn't believe that after several hours all he had gained was a measly point in endurance. The system's warning to him not to let STR exceed and weighed heavily on his mind. System, isn't there an easier way to increase End? Certainly, cardio is a great alternative for a quick increase in End and a small increase in STR and Dex. Let's try it out. Maxwell gets up when the nanites have finished fixing him. Leaving the apartment, he decides to go for a short run to see how far 6 of End could take him. After 30 seconds of running, Maxwell stopped, his body bent over while his hands were on his knees. End, 6 greater than 7, I. Huff forgot to. Huff warm up. Maxwell's sweaty face wrinkles as he feels his ribs ache. I Huff need a break. Maxwell drags his body onto a bench and the tingling begins to grow again in his body. After a few minutes, the nanites finished their work and Maxwell was ready for another round. He doesn't make the same mistake and starts slowly, his walk lasting only a few minutes before the feeling of tiredness sets in. And as if he knew it, his nanites start to work, allowing Maxwell to continue. End, 7 greater than 8, realizing he wasn't getting tired after several minutes of walking, Maxwell increased his speed. Although he had the feeling that he was getting tired, the nanites' recovery seemed to outstrip the rate at which he got tired. End, 8 greater than 10, keeping up his running pace, Maxwell realized that his endurance seemed infinite. Have I just found a glitch? Maxwell said incredulously. He had run so far that he had reached the other side of town. Rumble, I think that's a no. Maxwell felt his stomach ache. After running so much he was getting hungry, and his mouth was dry, begging for a drink of water. Fortunately, he had spotted a snack bar across the street. His tired countenance disappears when his nose is attacked by the smell of food in the air. Maxwell hurries into the establishment and finds a place to sit. Raising his hand anxiously, Maxwell caught the waitress's eye. Feeling relaxed only when his order was on its way. Relaxing in his seat, Maxwell finally realized that a few people were sitting behind him, his ears perking up as he listened to the subject of the conversation. Brian, my friend, how are things going in the army? It could be better, but I have nothing to complain about. Yes, I can see, you're quite pale. It's the Commandant Steele's fault, she initiated a military enlistment campaign, and it's been hectic ever since. Which planet this time? I heard some rumors saying it would be on Eden 5. I wish it was Eden 5, but that woman decided to go to Pandora. Really? You're so here's your request. The waitress interrupted, startling Maxwell, who was quite focused on the conversation. Thanks, ma'am. Maxwell ate silently, his head spinning with the implications of the small talk. He hadn't paid much attention to the news, but now he at least knew that he was probably at the beginning of Borderlands 1. Fortunately, I'm at the beginning. The early Borderlands franchise doesn't have many notable villains. No Jack or the twins. Just remembering the twins put him in a sour mood. He was going to do the universe a favor when he got strong because he recognized that although the twins were a pair of idiots, they were still sirens and could kill him with just a touch. Hence Jack was avoidable, he didn't need more enemies. As someone who knew a bit about the lore of Borderlands, the real enemies were those who acted in the shadows. He was curious, do the Guardians, the Watcher and the Seer know of his presence? System, can I be influenced by Seer? I vaguely remember that he could manipulate the people of the universe, except the sirens. It depends, the more INT points you have, the harder it is for you not to notice your change in attitude, making it impossible to manipulate you. However, the system advises you to have a siren on your side. When you perform regeneration, your stats reset to 10, which makes you vulnerable. Continence plans are always welcome. But I think I'm safe until I do something big that puts me in the spotlight. Finishing his meal, Maxwell opens his wallet to pay his bill. There was only one note left, and not ironically he had seen a mosquito come out of his wallet. It would be a good start to solving the financial problem. It looks like Marcus will have a few more reasons to want him dead. A few weeks later, Maxwell's life fell into a quiet routine, sometimes he even forgot he was in the world of Borderlands. The franchise was related to everything but tranquility. He could attribute this to being on a planet ruled by a corporation with a firm hand. Atlas was no different from other corporations, but fortunately, it was concerned with maintaining order and peace on its planet. Name, Maxwell Williams. Regeneration, 0, STR, 13, and 22, Dex, 15, INT, 11, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV, 5, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Credits, $11. His efforts in these weeks have been just as great as in the early days. But as his stats increased, the pace of progression slowed. It was nothing new for someone used to games. The difficulty of reaching the next level was something very common in the Borderlands franchise. Maxwell was currently getting ready to leave, then grabbed his P2016 and left the apartment. He made his way to the shooting club. The people there had taught him many useful things that went beyond shooting. Like the tips from his teachers, telling him to polish and lubricate his gun, would prevent the gun from being damaged and lessen the chance of it jamming. Speaking of jamming, Maxwell realized how annoying it was and how the games he played never emphasized something so crucial. If a gun goes off in the middle of a gunfight, getting hurt would be the least of the problems. The local gunsmith, however, praised how good his P2016 was. The gun rarely jammed. The man had asked where he had gotten such a good piece. Corporations usually sold weapons for profit, so the weapons were of poor quality on purpose. Titanfall's weapons, on the other hand, were made in the middle of a war scenario, so quality was of the utmost importance. Maxwell said it was an inheritance his father had left him, making the man stop trying to buy his gun. But it made him realize that maybe he could do something bigger with his system. However, there was the problem of getting his idea off the ground. The gears in Maxwell's head start turning at full throttle. Maxwell was thinking profusely about this. It was an opportunity. It had been a while since he thought of creating his own company and army, and with his system, it wouldn't be impossible to become the IMC in Borderlands. But, starting a company from scratch would take a long time. The smartest option would be to buy one that already exists. Isn't it eggless that we'll see its value fall when General Knox dies? There's also S&S munitions, which ends up falling into the hands of the bandits in Pandora. Nah, I'm still going to need a lot of money to buy a corporation. Maxwell was almost to the gun club when he stopped in the middle of the road as if lightning had struck him. Wait, maybe it's not impossible, Maxwell mutters to himself as if he had just discovered an alternative. I can't believe I'm going to do this. How much does a ticket to Pandora cost? Maxwell had stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, his eyes then returning to the large Atlas enlistment logos. I remember that Steele's departure for Pandora was announced. Her division will probably need more capable people and I need a ride. Chapter 4, Welcome to Pandora. At an outdoor training camp, a group of soldiers were lined up in order. Among them, one man stood out not only for his physical build but also for his expression. Maxwell had managed to enlist in the Atlas army. It wasn't difficult for him, or maybe the people in charge of the tests made it easier. Not that Maxwell minded, he just wanted a free ticket to Pandora. He laughed internally, who would be daft enough to go to Pandora willingly? But he was confident that he could get a lot of money on Pandora. No wonder the planet was always full of mercenaries hungry for an easy buck. Maxwell can't continue his train of thought when all the soldiers move into an attention position, and of course, he does the same when he sees an officer coming. Congratulations on making it into the 3rd Starborn Brigade's D Company. But don't get excited, our incursion into Pandora will require you to be in impeccable physical and mental condition. You will spend the next 10 weeks in rigorous training at one of our bases in Pandora. All set? Then line up and follow me. A woman appeared on the scene and called out to everyone. She was holding a digital clipboard, probably the one responsible for organizing the troops. They were taken to the ship's hangar where they stopped before a rather large ship. Sitting in his seat on the ship, Maxwell tensed as he heard the roar of the ship's engines. He watched as the horizon slowly receded, the ground becoming more and more distant. Countdown to hyperspace entry in 3, 2, 1. The ship's pilot's voice warns. Fortunately for everyone, Pandora and Prometheus weren't that far apart, and after a few seconds, the ship came out of hyperspace. Maxwell looked out of the ship's window as they approached Pandora. The planet was dry, with few bodies of water, which was obvious from this distance. The ship began to heat up, causing sweat to drip from Maxwell's forehead. He was a little queasy. The experience of traveling through space was incredible, although it was quite nervous. He knew he had to get used to the sensation, as he would be traveling between planets in the future. Everyone on the ship then stands up as they feel the ship land on the ground. The ship's rear door opens, letting in a cold gale. As he leaves the ship, Maxwell covers his face because of the bright light. Narrowing his eyes, Maxwell sees what looks like radio towers, with the buildings covered in snow. A light bulb seems to switch on above his head when he remembers a place he visited in the first game. Crimson Enclave. Not bad, Maxwell mutters a little breathless because the air is so thin, as Crimson Enclave was located on top of a mountain in the Salt Flats territory. The place would have been safe until the vault was opened. He would have deserted Atlas before the events took place. For the time being, he would be enjoying his stay. Once they were organized, they were taken to their quarters in Crimson Fastness. The place was inside the mountain. It looked like a labyrinth, so it wasn't difficult to get lost. Entering the dormitory, Maxwell was not surprised to see several beds lined up. Although he had never been in the army, he knew a few things. Single rooms were only for important, high-status individuals. Maxwell was then taken to the refectory, where the food was decent. He was expecting something more disgusting given his location on Pandora. The game always gave the impression that cookery was non-existent on the planet. At the end of the day, they are put to bed early. Tomorrow they will be starting their 10-week training program. The next day, a loud alarm woke Maxwell. His eyes were groggy, and he wasn't used to waking up so early. Getting up, he prepares himself and goes to the designated place. They were taken to Crimson Enclave to practice physical exercises, which was the main focus of the first week, preparing them for the following weeks. The week went relatively smoothly for Maxwell. He gained a few points from the exercises, although not a lot. Unfortunately, things wouldn't be so smooth in the following weeks. Good morning, recruits. This week we'll be starting your CQC training. We'll start with something more lethal. To create suspicion, the instructor pulls a knife out of nowhere. The man keeps a low posture while holding the knife with a reverse grip. I'll be teaching you how to handle a weapon that has accompanied humans for millennia. And this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. The knife was made to be felt, not seen. Maxwell's eyes widen. He could have sworn the man was unarmed. Try to find a place on your body that is easily accessible and hidden. Having the element of surprise on your side is always advisable. Most people always think that only guns are a danger to them. The man struck a few blows with the knife, his movements quick and decisive. I was one of those people until I got into a street fight with a guy. As the fight went on and the adrenaline flowed through my blood, everything was fine, until I knocked the guy out and realized there was a knife stuck in my stomach. After that day I always carried a knife with me, and this is where the second lesson lies. The man then lifted his shirt, showing several scars on his body, some of which were dangerously close to his heart. Nobody wins a knife fight. The loser bleeds lying in the street, the winner bleeds lying on a hospital bed. Unless you have a shield to protect you, you'll always end up getting cut, whether you're a complete beginner or a veteran. Sir, so in which scenario should I get into a knife fight? One of the recruits asks, not understanding the instructor's point. Great question. That's the neat part, you don't. That's where guns are used. Just don't let your enemy with a knife get close. I tell you, veterans can stab you more than a dozen times before you've squeezed the trigger. Maxwell swallows the lump stuck in his throat. He didn't know knives were that scary. Now that I've given my thoughts, let's start with the basics. The instructor speaks with a smile as if he hadn't frightened all the recruits. He takes them to a table full of knives. There were also some small stones near each knife. First, you need to know how to sharpen your knife. An unsharpened knife is useless and can get you killed when you need it. Approaching the table, Maxwell picks up a knife along with a whetstone. They were all the same, so it made no difference. When everyone was equipped, the instructor began to show them how to sharpen the blade correctly. After a few minutes, everyone finishes sharpening their weapons, and the instructor focuses on helping some of the recruits who haven't done it properly, helping until the edge of the blade is decent by his standards. Maxwell didn't need any help, he'd done it first. It would be a shame for him, with his high dex and INT stats and the help of an instructor, not to be able to sharpen a blade. The man himself nods at the sight of Maxwell's blade, a fine piece of work for a beginner. Well, I think it's time we tested the blades. The man whistles, causing two soldiers to appear holding a psycho on the spot. The lunatic himself was wriggling to free himself from the clutches of his captors. The recruits retreat in fright, not expecting the sudden arrival of a savage, most of whom had never seen a psycho until now. On the other hand, Maxwell was calm. Just a psycho? The cannon fodder accompanying the skags. To be honest, he was even a little curious about the psycho. It was interesting to see an enemy from the game in real life. The psycho seemed much more intimidated in real life, as well as smelling very bad. Come on, don't be shy, let's see if your knife at least breaks the skin, he. A sinister smile grows on the instructor. He looks at everyone, wondering who would dare to be the first. Murmurs grew among the recruits and they pushed a young man forward. He was visibly shaking. He wanted to turn round and refuse, but when his eyes locked with the instructor's he knew there was no way back. Reluctantly he approaches, his two hands gripping the knife so tightly that his knuckles turn white. With one thrust he lunges at the psycho, who was writhing, trying to avoid his fate. Puka! The psycho shakes and screams like an animal being slaughtered, his movements further aggravating the puncture in his chest and causing him even more pain. The two soldiers seemed to be having trouble holding the psycho, but this didn't last long as the movements slowed to a complete stop. The young recruit steps back, his hands shaking, soaked in blood. He couldn't stand it any longer and vomited the contents of his stomach. Did he just kill the psycho? I said just to test the knife, did I not make myself clear? Although his words were harsh, the instructor shook his head, not really caring. There were too many prisoners anyway. Take that baby to the infirmary and bring in another prisoner. Some soldiers appear and carelessly grab the young man by the legs and arms. The recruits watch the scene in silence. Next, the instructor then points at Maxwell. He had seen that the man was not shaken by the appearance of the psycho earlier. Maxwell can only curse softly. He doesn't take long and approaches. Maxwell uses the knife to make a few superficial cuts. The blade cuts through the psycho's skin easily, finding no obstruction. The instructor nods, an acceptable result. Now, stab him. Maxwell freezes for a moment. Gritting his teeth he grips the knife in a reverse grip and without hesitation lowers the knife into the psycho's arm. Gurk. A grunt came out of the psycho's mouth, this one tougher than the other. The flesh being torn all the way to the base of the knife, the muscle contractions, the sticky feeling of the blood. He could feel it all. It was as if the knife had become a part of his body and he could feel everything that happened to it. Maxwell feels a little queasy at the sensation but resists the urge to vomit. Slowly withdrawing the knife, a torrent of blood began to leak out, making the scene more and more disgusting for Maxwell. His face turned pale, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. "Good job, soldier. Return to your position. You can keep the knife and sharpening stone for further training." The instructor patted Maxwell on the shoulder before calling the next person. "Now, next." Maxwell nods and returns to his seat without saying anything. He stayed there until the last recruit had been tested. Some fainted and others passed, albeit with traumatized psyches. The psycho was still the one Maxwell had attacked. He had several cuts and punctures, and some bones could be seen. The psycho sighed with relief when he realized that it was over and that he was still alive. Unfortunately, Atlas doesn't pay medical bills for bandits. The instructor pulls out his knife and with one swift movement sticks the knife into the psycho's ear hole and removes the blade without a speck of blood. The psycho's body spasms before falling to the ground dead, blood and brain matter coming out of his ear. "That's all for today, you're dismissed." Chapter 5, I studied the blade. Waking up the next day, Maxwell felt a little better. He gets out of bed and realizes that he was the last to wake up, as everyone else is already up. "PSSS hey, dude." Hearing someone whispering to him, Maxwell looks around. He then realized that it was one of the soldiers sleeping next to him. "Say pal, you don't look so good." "Don't I look good? Then tell me who is." "Nobody could sleep after what happened yesterday and you just lay in bed and slept." With two black bags around his eyes, the soldier looks at Maxwell in disbelief. "Hey, enough chat, recruits, your training has just begun. Anyone late will be eating skag meat for dinner." Maxwell just shrugged, leaving the bedroom when he had finished getting ready. Maxwell was talking to the system as he made his way to the training center. He intended to have a mission related to his current training, as he wanted to gain another skill and credits. He needed to accumulate as many credits as possible to realize his humble plan. However, he didn't make the mission easy, as this influenced the amount of credits he could receive. Generating quest. Complete 50 knife throws successfully at a distance of 10 feet, take part in all the knife classes of the week, defeat someone with a knife. Reward, Blade Mastery plus $20C. Maxwell can't help but think how many points he'd be earning with a multiplier, his determination to level up skyrocketing. The reward in credits was high because if he missed a single lesson, the mission was given as a failure. The other two were relatively easy to complete, the first being more tedious and the third a hassle to find someone to do a little sparring, but nothing impossible. After finishing today's knife lesson, which focused on the utilitarian use of knives in survival, Maxwell goes to an isolated location with the knife he had received from the army. He was carrying a sandbag on his back because there were no trees in Pandora, which annoyed Maxwell. After all, trees would be good objects for knife throwing practice. Shaking his head, he pushes these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind and focuses on his goal. Removing his knife from the holster concealed beneath his armpit, Maxwell holds the knife by the blade and prepares to throw it. Swoosh! The knife spins a few times in the air before hitting the target. Unfortunately, it was the handle that ended up hitting it, so it doesn't count as a hit in the quest. After a few more attempts, Maxwell becomes frustrated with the inconvenience of having to retrieve his knife every time. Looking at the screen, he sees his progress. 3 out of 50. Complete 50 knife throws successfully at a distance of 10 feet. Too slow. I'd rather speed it up somehow. Maxwell scratches his beard for a moment. A figurative light bulb switches on above his head. Maxwell remembers that there were sets of knives being sold through the system. Opening the hanger, he scrolls down a list to the weapons section, when he comes to a section that makes him pause for a moment. Weapons, Hopestusk/M7A1 kunai, a set of 3 black kunai. Perfect weight and balance for throwing. The blade can never lose its sharpness for as long as its battery lasts. $5C, heirlooms were weapons exclusive to certain characters in Apex Legends, some of which were cool, others useful, and a minority a joke. Maxwell laughs at the thought of being able to buy an heirloom for a mere 5 credits. He wasn't a fan of Apex Legends, but he knew that getting an heirloom cost hundreds of dollars. He just wanted to see the look on people's faces when he had a fortune in credits and bought all the heirlooms. He didn't rush out to buy a weapon, but went back to looking for more options, concentrating on something cheap that met his needs. At first, he wanted to buy the throwing knives that Pulse Blade pilots use, but the weapon was not only used for stabbing but also recognition, as it could reveal hidden enemies through obstacles. The price matched its usability, plus he would need to wear a pilot's helmet because the enemies were revealed on the helmet's interface. Weapons, Pulse Blade, Scout kunai with a leaf-shaped blade and a handle with a ring on the pommel. It can be used for piercing, throwing, or even anchoring. The pulse blade also provides a brief sonar pulse that detects enemies. $15C, Weapons, Kunai ARC-X, Electric Edge Kunai with a leaf-shaped blade and a handle with a ring on the pommel. It can be used for piercing, throwing, or even anchoring. With its adjustable power, it can be used to stun infantry troops and blind titans at low power and to dismember and puncture them when working at high voltage. $10C, Weapons, Kunai Hexed, Explosive Kunai with a leaf-shaped blade and a handle with a ring on the pommel. It can be used for piercing, throwing, or even anchoring. In addition to its uses as a kunai, when activated this blade explodes after multiple rotations when it doesn't hit any targets. High explosion on contact, impalement. $3C, Weapons, Shuriken Firestar, Incendiary throwing star that creates thermite on impact. It will stick to surfaces. $3C, Maxwell wanted to buy an ARC kunai, but for 10 credits he would only get a single kunai. Firestar and Kunai Hexed were cheap because they were destroyed once activated. Not wanting to waste any more time, he would keep the Wrath Kunais. It was temporary, as he would exchange them for a pulse when he had more credits and a pilot's helmet. $5C, Maxwell picks up the 3 kunai before they hit the ground. He balances one on his finger, testing the weight distribution. The kunai were black, 7 inches long, with a 4-hole diamond design in the middle of the blade, a real work of art. Stopping to inspect his new weapon, Maxwell ties a line to the kunais and returns to his goal, throwing all 3 kunais and pulling them back. He repeated this process for several minutes, and his chance of success increased with each attempt. Maxwell stopped only to see a screen appear in front of him. Quest, X, complete 50 knife throws successfully at a distance of 10 feet, take part in all the knife classes of the week, defeat someone with a knife. Seeing the time on his echo, Maxwell collects his kunais. He hurriedly made his way to the cafeteria before he was too late. A few days later. The following days were filled with more advanced teachings on the art of using a blade. An entire day, 24 hours, not an entire day cycle, was devoted to the most important concepts of footwork, where to avoid striking so that the blade doesn't get stuck in the opponent's body, and how to use the knife in everyday situations on hostile planets, such as survival, cutting branches to make fire, preparing food and improvising shelter. Having consumed the sweet nectar of knowledge and immersed themselves in the more archaic wisdom of their ancestors, it was time for the practical lesson. Sparring Maxwell had been waiting for this moment all week, as this was the only goal left to earn his precious credits. Despite the Pandora sun at its peak, the icy atmosphere of the Crimson Enclave remained constant, snowflakes dusting every surface. In a secluded spot, the recruits formed a simple circle, with the participants facing each other in the center of the wheel. The fluffy snow covering the ground would soon bear witness to the spattering of blood from the combatants. Maxwell stood with his arms crossed as he watched the recruits rush in, watching their movements intently, hoping to gain an advantage over his fellow trainees. The instructor's presence was primarily to intervene in any potential altercations, a common occurrence among both newcomers and veterans. Maxwell's turn soon came when someone went to the middle of the ring and held out his hand to him, making a provocative gesture with his fingers for him to come closer. Maxwell grinned and said nothing as he picked up his knife in a reverse grip. The knives they'd been given for sparring weren't completely blunt, but as most of them were grown men in their prime, cutting someone would only take a little more effort. They positioned themselves, lowering their center of gravity and keeping their legs slightly bent, their stances keeping their bodies as far away from each other as possible, but their knives as close to their opponents as possible. The rules are simple: the first one to cut his opponent 3 times wins. Only hands, arms, and shoulders can be hit. If you continue to fight after the winner has been announced, I'll kick you out of the army. Go ahead. With the signal given, Maxwell begins to move, his hands always flowing, not allowing his opponent to predict his movements. This doesn't last long as his opponent loses patience and lunges forward with aggressive stabbings. Maxwell is forced to back off slowly, but not without attacking. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, but throws his stab at random intervals, making his opponent more cautious and slowing down his attacks. This proves to be a mistake as Maxwell suddenly lunges at his opponent. The light spray of blood stains the already stained snow. Stepping back, Maxwell raises his knife, a red trail glistening on the surface of the blade. His opponent seems unconcerned by the large gash in his upper right hand, but a playful smile appears on his face. Maxwell frowns but soon understands when he feels a warm and viscous run down his left elbow. Pushing the tingling sensation to the back of his mind, Maxwell regains his concentration and leaves his wound to the care of the nanites. Stepping back into his opponent's personal space, Maxwell is undeterred by the cut. Something inside him seemed to be unlocked when he felt the first blow, removing his remaining shyness and allowing him to enter the fight without fear of injury. The instructor seemed to have noticed Maxwell's change in attitude, shaking his head when he saw that the winner had already been decided. Some might argue that all that sparring with blades in a controlled environment wasn't the same as a real close combat situation. But the point of sparring was not to give recruits real experience, that was something that could only be gained in real conflicts and fights. After all, you'd only lose a knife fight once in such a scenario. The goal was to instill in the recruits a fearlessness of injury. The first to succumb to fear had already lost the battle. As the fight intensified, Maxwell saw an opportune moment and launched himself again. His opponent knew this would happen and prepared to counter. What he didn't expect, however, was Maxwell's refusal to retreat, even when his shoulder was pierced and the blade tore into his flesh. Then his opponent realized that Maxwell's blade was approaching. He tried to dodge, but Maxwell's great footwork pinned him, the blade grazing his forearm before plunging into his bicep. Grrr. A grunt of pain bursts from the man's clenched lips as he feels Maxwell withdraw the blade, and he does the same, though more roughly, frustrated at having been defeated. Maxwell grits his teeth, a low animalistic growl rising from his throat at the audacity of the idiot, but he makes no move. Maxwell returns to his seat and is given gauze to cover his wounds, but refuses the metabolism shots as he doesn't know if they will affect his stats. Finally calming down, Maxwell could feel his breath coming in gasps and his heart beating quite fast. The adrenaline from the fight was starting to wear off and the pain hit him like a truck. As Maxwell wrapped the gauze around his wounds, he reflected on the intense fight that had just taken place. He realized that he had found a new confidence in himself, a confidence that could only be gained by facing the fear of being hurt. Even with the cuts and bruises, he knew that as long as he wasn't killed immediately, the nanites would find a way to fix him. Finishing bandaging up, a screen appears in front of Maxwell, something he was expecting. X. Complete 50 knife throws successfully at a distance of 10 feet. X. Take part in all the knife classes of the week. X. Defeat someone with a knife. Quest accomplished. Depositing rewards. You've received a skill, Blade Mastery. Blade Mastery. This skill represents mastery over all types of blades and edged weapons. Blade Mastery improves various aspects of the art of the blade, including sharpening. Its sharpness lasts longer, allowing you to use your blades for longer. Quality is defined by your level. Throwing. Throws throwables further and more accurately. Butcher. Your blows using blades hardly get stuck, in addition to keeping your blade clean for longer, plus $20C. Maxwell doesn't soften, his performance has caught the eye. It seemed that his nanites had a lot of work to do. Chapter 6, the first mission after these gains, the following weeks were less intense. Maxwell was taught some basics about the army, including survival techniques, terrain reconnaissance, trap location, communication protocols, and more. One day was even dedicated to familiarizing the recruits with Pandora's native species and their vulnerabilities, instructing them on when to retreat and when to eliminate threats. The funniest thing was seeing the bandits being put together with the planet's fauna. Atlas only saw them as wild animals. The final week culminated in military knowledge and firearms training. For Maxwell, it felt like more of the same, resulting in minimal gains aside from a few extra levels in trigger discipline. However, amidst this practical training, the indoctrination from Atlas continued unabated. Maxwell paid little heed. It was all about patriotism and the threat of severe punishment for deserters, nothing new in the corporate world of Borderlands. 10 weeks later, all the recruits met in a briefing room at the military base to receive their orders before leaving. Maxwell was sitting in the darkest corner of the briefing room, with a rigid posture and frowning eyebrows. His eyes were fixed on the knife he was twirling, each twist of the blade an attempt to dissipate the nervous energy boiling up inside him. The fan in the ceiling rotated monotonously, casting a shadow from the cold light of the spotlight on the ceiling. The creaking sound of the fan was the only sound apart from the whispered murmurs of the restless recruits and the occasional cough. The room suddenly fell silent. Maxwell could have sworn that even the squeaking of the fan had stopped. A tall man in a uniform full of insignia and medals enters the room. Everyone stood up and saluted, to which the officer merely nodded in response. He went to the center of the room, where a holographic screen showed Old Haven. Recruits. His eyes traveled around the room, assessing each face with penetrating intensity. Our task is of the utmost importance. We must retake Old Haven and establish a secure presence in the region. Pay attention, any lack of care can lead to your death and that of your mates. We have all the advantages on our side, but it's always good to have backup plans. As the officer spoke, he pointed to the holographic screen, which showed a detailed blueprint of Old Haven, identifying possible routes and areas of interest. He then points to Old Haven's sewage system. If the bandits show too much resistance, we'll send a squad to invade through the sewers, sabotage their defenses, contaminate their water, and poison their food. Sir, where does this sewage go? I see that it seems to be connected to another location. A soldier raises his hand, pointing out that the sewage system seems to be connected to another location. It's nothing relevant. The sewer is connected to a site that had been used by a corporation. Get ready, we're leaving in 5 hours, concluded the officer, his voice echoing in the room. No more questions? Okay, that concludes it. Dismissed. Stowing his knife in his holster, Maxwell gets up and goes to pack his things. He had received basic equipment from the Atlas Army after completing his training. Reaching his bed, he pulls a rucksack from under his bed. He takes out a red helmet, his infantry uniform that came with a standard bulletproof vest, a classic piece of Atlas equipment of level 1. Putting on his helmet, Maxwell felt the air become cleaner. The helmets came with an air filter, although it took a while to get used to the reduction in your field of vision. When he put on his uniform he felt warmer, but he would soon know that it would be hell when he was no longer in his salt flats. Duly dressed, he picked up an assault rifle strapped to the side of his rucksack, along with 5 full magazines and 10 boxes of Atlas ammunition resembling 5.62 by 45. He loads the gun with 1 magazine and locks it, storing the rest of the magazines in his pockets. He kept his boxes of ammo for his weaponry in his Echo, along with a canteen of water, and 5 MREs he had received for the mission. Although Echo's inventories didn't delay the time for food to spoil or keep water cold, it still kept her supplies safe. Then it would be good to keep them in his inventory. P-2016, knives, ammo, flashlight, food and water. I think I'm forgetting something. With 4 of his 6 Echo slots already filled, Maxwell does one last check, finally realizing what was missing. Oh. The shield, how I'd almost forgotten. Maxwell rummages through his rucksack and pulls out a small device that he plugs into his Echo before strapping it around his waist. A force field covers Maxwell's body like a thin layer. It was a simple shield. It could withstand 1 to 2 shots depending on the caliber. It took 7 seconds to fully recharge and it had a lifespan of 100 recharges before it became waste. Typical cannon fodder equipment, but better than nothing. Alright, I'm ready. Letting out a sigh, Maxwell makes his way to Crimson Fastness. He stopped in front of the Lancer they were using to get to Old Haven. It was a terrain vehicle as ships would attract unwanted attention. Lancers are heavily armored military vehicles with heavy weaponry, requiring 4 operators to use all the vehicle's weapons. Their tires were gigantic, perfect for the rough and unfavorable terrain. Arriving at the back, Maxwell waits for the back to be opened. He sees that there are already some people inside. The eyes of those present followed Maxwell as he chose a seat. The silence didn't last long when what Maxwell assumed to be the leader in his level 3 gear introduced himself. I thought the newcomer had chickened out. I'm King, and I'll be leading the Tango squad. You may be new to the team, but I expect to count on you to pull your weight and follow orders. You understood, Pon? Yes, sir. Maxwell nodded. Great. King pointed to the soldier next to him, who, like everyone else present, was wearing level 2 Atlas equipment. The only difference, however, was that there was a doctor's symbol on his uniform. This is the bishop. Treat this guy like your father. He'll not only treat your physical wounds, but your mind as well. How are you, young man? Don't be shy if you need someone to vent to. The first kill is always the scariest. Bishop gave a thumbs up, even though his voice was muffled by his helmet, his voice calm and gentle. I'm okay, sir, thank you for your concern. Maxwell gave a thumbs up back. King pointed at the soldier with arms crossed. The man, in particular, stood out from the crowd because he was the tallest, and his muscular body was noticeable through his uniform. This is Rook. He's our weapons specialist and logistics expert. Rook's your man. Any issues with your gear, or any modifications you need? Rook, with a subtle Russian accent, adds, if you want to outlive the other pawns, let Rook give your pea-shooter a makeover, buddy, gesturing toward Maxwell's holstered P-2016. Maxwell's eyebrow raises at the unexpected accent, but he quickly recalls the Australian accents of Elpis's inhabitants. Maybe another time before he can respond, the other soldier interjects with a jest. Come on Rook, you're married but you keep asking to take a look at every man's gun. I don't know mate, you're with gun cocking noises. Shut up Knight, and Rook, put away that anti-materiel rifle. King rubbed his forehead. Everything was going so well until Knight opened his mouth. Rook grumbles quietly but still puts his rifle back in his Echo case. Sighing, King points to the last soldier present. And last but not least, sighing, King announces, gesturing towards the final soldier. Meet Knight. He's our eyes and ears on the field, our sniper and reconnaissance officer. Yeah, that's me, Knight chimes in, his tone dripping with swagger. I'm the guy you call when you need a little extra flair on the battlefield. Sniper by trade, recon by choice, and all-around badass by nature. Between you and me, Rook leans towards Maxwell and whispers in his distinctive Russian accent. He can barely hit the broadside of a barn, much less when he is aiming for the John. Hey! Knight barked in offense. The entire squadron had heard Rook's mockery. Maxwell can't resist, and a slight snicker escapes from his nose. The squadron he's in is rather odd. Shut up, we've got everyone. We're leaving. King receives a message from his echo and signals the Lancer driver to leave. A dozen Lancers leave the Crimson Fastness Gate through the Salt Flats to Old Haven. Maxwell is distracted as he looks through the tiny window of the vehicle, watching the beasts on wheels kick up a trail of dust. His eyes turn to the floating blue screen. Name, Maxwell Williams Regeneration, 0, STR, 29, End, 37, Dex, 30, INT, 18, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.7, Blade Mastery LV.3, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Credits, $26. Maxwell is brought back from his stupor when he feels the vehicle slow down and his heart unconsciously starts racing. Checking the chamber of his gun one last time, Maxwell joins his squad as they exit the vehicle when the back door opens. A few hundred meters away Maxwell could see his target. Some thugs were patrolling the area, oblivious to the fact that they were being attacked. Thanks to the dune terrain, allowed them to hide among the natural waves that served as trenches. Maxwell narrowed his eyes, his vision of the horizon distorted by the intense heat, his temperature beginning to rise the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. Hey Pawn, help me out here. Rook pulls a S&S heavy machine gun from his echo, the weapon raising a cloud of dust as it falls to the sandy ground. Maxwell and Rook take the gun and position it in a strategic place. Maxwell grunts softly as he feels the weight of the gun, the veins in his arm showing from the effort. Finishing positioning the weapon, Maxwell returns to his squad. He notices Knight's absence but attributes it to the man having found a position to assist. All units must move away from the main gate, bombing on the way. Maxwell receives a message from an officer on his echo, and it doesn't take long for a group of Lancers to rain down missiles on the gate. Boom! Maxwell ducked down. Even from a distance he could feel the tremors and the deafening noise. Rising from his position, he sees the rubble of what used to be a gate, various pieces of flesh, and severed limbs all over the place. Old Haven buzzes with the screams of bandits and psychos. Maxwell instinctively ducks when he hears a machine gun roaring at the psychos advancing against them. The bandits were not as insane as the psychos and mounted a resistance, knowing that they would be lost if the Atlas army invaded. Maxwell couldn't stay hidden for long when he was ordered to advance over the cover of the suppressive fire. Maxwell was not alone in his advance, there were other soldiers in level 1 armor. Arriving at the entrance, Maxwell threw himself against the wall, finally realizing he was breathing heavily. Maxwell wanted to take a look, but he ducked his head just in time to avoid a burst of gunfire from the bandits. His face paled as he almost lost his head. Throwing flashbang. Amid the confused gunfire, Maxwell heard someone scream. He looked up and a projectile flew over his head. The next instant an explosion was heard with a loud flash. Maxwell's brain was trying to reason out what was happening, but his body moved on instinct as he saw an opportunity to kill his enemies. Leaning his upper body out of the cover, Maxwell began firing at everything that moved on the other side. He returned to cover and threw the empty magazine on the ground, reloading the next one and firing. The Atlas soldiers advance, entering the entrance as they see the enemy defenses vulnerable. Maxwell follows close behind but throws himself against a nearby wall as more bandits appear. His move was made without hesitation, with those who weren't quick enough being shot without pity, their shields torn to shreds. Maxwell's hands began to tremble with nervousness as he could feel the vibrations of the bullets hitting the wall against his back. It felt like he was in a massage chair. He saw an Atlas soldier next to him. He was lying down and trembling, a pool of yellow liquid beneath him. Maxwell didn't judge the poor man going through shell shock. He could feel his bladder on edge after almost dying several times. Bending down, he picks up a grenade from the man's waistband. The man is startled and begins to scream, but Maxwell doesn't care as he feels time running out. Removing the pin from the grenade, Maxwell waits a few seconds before throwing it, shouts echoing from the bandits before being silenced by the explosion. Leaning in slightly to assess the damage, Maxwell jumps in fright when the soldier behind him shuts up abruptly. Turning around swiftly, he draws his P2016 from his waistband. This proves to be a mistake when he finds a psycho leaping from the Atlas soldier to him with a buzz axe. Maxwell tries to shoot but due to the limited space, the psycho manages to jump on Maxwell and knock him down, his buzz axe descending on the man's head. The shield reflects the blow. He tries to aim for the psycho's head but the psycho punches him in the face, causing him to miss his shot. Maxwell feels his head spin as he is punched in the head, but he regains his senses when he feels an axe coming down on his torso, a scream of pain coming from his throat. Fortunately, his N stats were high enough for it not to have been a fatal blow. The pain seemed to have reminded him of the basics of CQC. The psycho violently pulls his buzz axe into Maxwell's chest, blood following the movement of the axe. The psycho wanted to strike another blow, but suddenly felt his body go lethargic. That was the last thing the psycho did before falling on his side, a data knife stuck in his throat. Maxwell removes the corpse from above him, and he reclines on the wall. His head lowers to see his bloodied bulletproof vest. He looks around, his vision is blurred but he can still see King and Rook approaching. Feeling relieved, he passes out. Chapter 7, Wait. Is it a canon event? Stretching out his body, Maxwell wakes up with a pained groan. His eyes were blurred as his mind remembered the previous events. Did I die? Ugh. Maxwell groans as he feels his chest ache slightly, looking down to see his torso bandaged with bandages. He tries to get up but a hand pushes him back onto the bed. Turning his face upwards, Maxwell sees a white-haired man standing next to him. Easy there, pawn, that psycho beat the shit out of you. Maxwell hears the familiar soft voice. He looks intently at the man who looks no older than him. Bishop? Yes. Can I have some water? It hurts to talk. Of course. Bishop hands over his canteen of water. Maxwell eagerly sips the crystal-clear contents. How long have I been unconscious? Feeling refreshed, Maxwell sits down with Bishop's help. A few hours. Even though I injected you with MA, pretty impressive for someone who's had 3 broken ribs, I'd say. Looks like the nanites weren't idle. Maxwell thinks as his hand returns to his chest. Although there was a slight pain, the worst was over. How are you feeling? Bishop asks about Maxwell's actions. I'm okay, I guess I mean, mentally. Traumatized. And how was it? I could smell what that psycho had eaten for breakfast, simple as that. That's not it. So what? What was it like to kill for the first time? That's what I mean. I don't know, I didn't have the luxury of whinging when neither side stopped shooting. Of course, you didn't even see who you were killing. But the psycho seems to have left his mark on your memory, doesn't he? Yeah. Sigh. Rising from his chair, Bishop hands the data knife and P2016 to Maxwell, along with his echo. I wanted to give you more time to rest, but things are very hectic here in Old Haven. Some are repairing the gate, others are collecting the equipment and disposing of the corpses. Our squadron was requested by the lieutenant a few minutes ago. The information about our mission was given to King and he needs everyone together. Maxwell lowers his head in defeat. There was no rest for the wicked, was there? Grabbing his things, Maxwell gets dressed and meets King with Bishop. Maxwell looked from side to side on his short walk through Old Haven. He was trying to identify the places he was in the game, which was a difficult task because Old Haven in real life was several times larger than the one in the game. Stopping in front of a tent, Bishop gestures for Maxwell to enter. The squadron was all gathered there, with King busy revising a holographic map. Watching the movement, King took his eyes off the screen as he saw the arrival of the last members. Rook was reviewing the weapons and Knight seemed to be relaxing. Maxwell took a look at everyone, as he was without his helmet. King looked the oldest of them all, his gray hair showed his age and there were several scars on his wrinkled face. Rook had short blonde hair, but the lack of a piece of his right ear caught Maxwell's eye. Otherwise, he looked like a middle-aged man, probably older than Maxwell himself. And surprising Maxwell, Knight was quite young, perhaps in his 20s, his messy red hair giving him a rather wild and youthful aura. Ahem. King makes a noise with his throat to get everyone's attention. He expands the holographic map so that everyone can see it. I wanted to be drinking a cold beer right now, but something came up. Delta Squad has been sent to investigate the sewers for possible routes and hiding places that the bandits could be using, but it's been more than 4 hours since the last report was sent. The last report was made here. King pointed out the location on the map. Maxwell recognized it as the tunnels leading to an old corporate site, although he had never heard of such a place in the game. Our mission is to find them and bring them back, so get ready, we'll be leaving soon. After King's words, the squad quickly goes into action. They check their weapons and equipment, making sure they are in perfect working order. Rook takes a Scorpio turret from the armory and Maxwell is fascinated to see the classic Borderlands turret for the first time. While admiring the ballistic machinery, Bishop changes his bandages for new ones. In a few minutes, they are ready for the mission. King leads the way, followed by Maxwell and the other squad members. They head towards the entrance to the sewers, which causes Maxwell to have a feeling of déjà vu, but the man can't say for sure what it is. The sewers of Old Haven were a labyrinth of darkness and dampness. The air was heavy and damp, laden with the acrid smell of mold and rotting debris. The constant echo of dripping water echoed through the narrow passages, creating a sense of claustrophobia around the squad. Maxwell holstered his rifle and pulled out his P2016 and a flashlight in his other left hand, placing his left hand under his right to support the pistol. The dim light cut through the darkness and revealed a few meters before them, a few rats scurrying in fright at the sudden illumination. Every step they took resounded on the damp stone floor, creating a sound that echoed throughout the tunnels. King led the way cautiously, his gun in hand as he scanned every corner for any sign of danger. He checked the map on his echo again and realized that they were already close to the location. Putting his echo away, King looked ahead to see a large iron gate wrapped with several yellow bands signaling danger. Carefully, the squad approaches the large iron gate. Maxwell notices a small gap left in the gate, just big enough for them to pass through. With a silent gesture, King signals for the squadron to move on. One by one, the squad members cross the gap. However, with his imposing stature, Rook struggles to get through the narrow opening, while the other squad members try to help him. King, realizing that time is of the essence, orders everyone to pull together to try to lift the gate. With a joint effort, they push and pull with all their might, but the gate remains immovable, resisting their efforts. Damn, this shit is rusty. Did anyone bring a sledgehammer? Knight complains breathlessly. Let's face it, Knight, who would bring a sledgehammer? I bet Rook takes one with him. Pawn, you don't know what crazy weapons he's already taken from that echo. Rook shakes his head in exasperation. You can move on, I'll stay here and see if there's an alternative passage. Bishop seemed worried about leaving his friend behind. He looked at King, with Knight and Pawn doing the same. King seemed unperturbed by the situation, even with so many eyes on him. After a few seconds of silence, with only the muffled breaths of their helmets echoing through the tunnel, King speaks up. We can't afford to waste any more time. Rook, do what you can to find another way and install the Scorpio turret so you can have cover to escape. The rest of us will continue ahead. Keep in touch via echo, orders King, his voice authoritative but calm. Bishop seemed reluctant but didn't argue and followed orders. As they ventured into the tunnels, Maxwell's concern grew as he saw the walls covered in blood, at first just a few drops, but then it looked as if someone had decided to give the walls a new coat of paint. Suddenly, Maxwell shone a little light ahead and came across the lifeless body. Maxwell's face wrinkled in disgust as he sees the state of the body, but he resists the lump in his stomach and inspects the corpse. It was difficult to notice because of the torn uniform, but Maxwell realized it was a member of Delta Squad. Give me some space, Pawn, let me see some things. Bishop gently pushes Maxwell away. The man turns his body over and inspects the wounds. He freezes midway at the strangeness of the injuries. What the? Why did you stop? Did you find anything? Knight can't bear the sudden silence and asks anxiously. Bites. Was he eaten alive? Look, several parts are missing. Bishop tears off and removes the rest of the uniform, allowing everyone to see clearly. Damn, was that Skag's work? Psycho are insane but they know how to use weapons. The sight sent shivers down Maxwell's spine. Bishop shakes his head in denial. No, those aren't Skag bites, it was a human being who Bishop didn't finish his sentence when he was interrupted by the distant sound of gunfire, followed by an anguished cry that echoed through the tunnels. Maxwell's heart skipped a beat as he exchanged glances with the others, who seemed just as shocked as he was. Without hesitation, King orders the group back to check the source of the sounds. As they approach, Maxwell raises his flashlight to light the way ahead, only to be greeted with a sight that would bring him many sleepless nights. On the ground, someone was standing over Rook's body, which was thrashing and writhing, his voice muffled as if he were drowning. Hey, you motherfucker, get off my soldier! King bellows angrily upon witnessing his comrade under attack. His scream seemed to have attracted the attention of the person. What the fuck? Knight mutters, his finger trembling on the trigger as he takes in the creature's grotesque visage. The perpetrator raises its head from Rook's neck, a chunk of flesh clenched between its teeth. Its appearance was ghastly, green, swollen skin oozing with pus, empty eyes fixated on them in a silly but virulent way, proving his point with a grotesque crunch. It gnaws on the torn flesh, creating a sinister noise, blood splattering onto the floor in a macabre display. The shock and horror paralyze Maxwell, Knight, and Bishop for a moment, but King, being the most experienced, reacts quickly. He draws his gun and fires at the monster. The damn thing had managed to lift the gate a little and was already trying to catch up with them in the meantime. Bang bang bang, the abomination falls to the ground dead with 3 shots to its head, brain matter, and blood slowly seeping out of the bullet holes. A distant howl echoes through the sewers, followed by the sound of rapidly approaching scratches and groans. The sound of gunfire seemed to have attracted attention. Rook. Bishop screams and runs towards the fallen Rook, but is stopped by King, who grabs his arm as he hears more enemies approaching. Bishop could only see Rook stretching out his trembling hands towards them, like a silent cry for help. Maxwell seemed to have frozen in time. He felt his heart go cold at the sight of one of the things he least expected to see in the Borderlands universe. A zombie? No way, don't tell me that's canon. Maxwell screams in his mind, remembering a certain DLC from the first Borderlands game. Pawn move. Maxwell is brought back to reality with a slap from King. He shakes his head and realizes that a horde of zombies has closed the passage out of the sewers. Bishop seizes the opportunity as he is released from King's grip and rushes over to Rook. He grabs both his arms and starts dragging the man's heavy body back. Bishop, you idiot, You want to kill yourself? King shouts, feeling the situation getting out of control. Soldiers, cover fire, be careful not to shoot Bishop. King punctuates his words by cocking his assault rifle, unleashing controlled bursts. Maxwell pulls his rifle from his back and does the same. He doesn't worry about aiming as the place is closed and the targets are piled up. His shots will hit someone. He only concentrated on not hitting Bishop, who had already managed to get Rook's body through the gate. Trigger discipline LV.9 greater than 10, trigger discipline LV.10 greater than 11, trigger discipline LV.11 greater than 12. The dark tunnel erupted with a deafening barrage of gunfire, each shot dropping zombies like flies, only for more to take their place. Maxwell silently praised Bishop's resilience, marveling at how the man managed to maintain his composure amidst the hail of bullets whizzing dangerously close to his head. Click click click, damn it. Maxwell cursed under his breath as he realized his gun was empty. He swiftly reached for another magazine, only to find that he had emptied them all. Without missing a beat, he pulls out his P2016 and continues firing, his finger madly squeezing the trigger. Back OFF. Seeing that Bishop had managed to bring Rook back, King pulls out a grenade and throws it at the gate. The explosion causes the fragile structure to collapse along with the gate, preventing the zombies from reaching them and closing the only passage they knew back to Old Haven. Huff huff huff. Maxwell slumps against the nearest wall, after firing non-stop, his hands aching like a bitch. He struggles to catch his breath, the taste of cold sweat hanging from his lips. He wasn't tired, but he ended up hyperventilating, making his head dizzy with the absurd amounts of oxygen breathed in a short space of time. Rook, don't close your eyes, stay with me. Bishop took off Rook's helmet and kept one hand firmly pressed against Rook's neck to prevent further bleeding, while the other hand grabbed some metabolism accelerators to close the wound. Rook didn't answer anything, his body had stopped moving from the moment he began to be dragged. He's dead, Bishop, I know. He doesn't have a pulse anymore. Bishop stands up, he steps back a little, his hands holding his head in disbelief. The man was so shocked that he didn't even realize he was only a few meters away from falling into a tunnel that seemed to have no floor. Maxwell looks at the lifeless body of Rook, who only a few minutes ago was alive and moving. His head falls, thinking of a way to escape this nightmare. Grow in? Maxwell thought he heard a low grumble. Rook? How are you alive? Did the insta-health work? Maxwell's eyes widen and he jumps up to see Rook standing there, slowly walking towards Bishop. Bishop, stay away, he's become one of them. King and Knight didn't understand the situation, but Maxwell understood the gravity of the situation and advanced against the zombified Rook, lunging at him with his data knife. Realizing that he wouldn't make it in time, Maxwell quickly throws his data knife at the zombified Rook, aiming for the creature's head. Rook's body falls on top of Bishop, causing the man to crawl into the tunnel behind him. Maxwell runs to try and catch him but ends up falling along with him because of the slippery floor. The fall is disorientating, the wind rushing past Maxwell's ears as he falls into the darkness. He tries to grab onto something, anything, to stop the descent, but the walls of the tunnel are slippery and smooth, offering no grip. He then pulls a kunai from his echo, slamming it into the wall and slowing his descent. The last thing Maxwell heard was a loud thud, feeling the cold of the water before he lost consciousness and sank, leaving him at the mercy of the darkness. Chapter 8, The Residents Are Evil. Maxwell slowly regains consciousness, his mind still shrouded in fog as he tries to understand what has happened. The distant sound of waves crashing on the beach echoes in his ears, mixed with the icy wind that cuts through his clothes. His body is tense and trembling, not from fear, but from the intense cold that wraps around him like an icy blanket. Opening his eyes, Maxwell is greeted by a desolate landscape. The ocean's vastness stretches as far as the eye can see, under a gray sky that promises more storms. The dark sandy beach stretches out in front of him, punctuated by familiar houses built in the shallows. What the hell, where I am? Cough cough. With an effort, Maxwell stands up, his legs still shaky and weak. Maxwell feels a bitter taste in his mouth as he tries to get his bearings, followed by a violent cough that makes him spit out salt water. His lips are dry and cut, and his tongue runs over his parched lips in search of relief. Wasn't I in a sewer? So this water. I hope the sea has diluted it. Maxwell picks up his canteen of water and soothes his chapped lips. He turns round to take a look at the rest of the beach and stops abruptly, using your willpower not to let your canteen fall out of your hands. A shiver runs down his spine, not just from the penetrating cold, but from the familiar sight of trees. Trees? Pandora doesn't have a single tree, unless... Special quest detected, please, no. Just no. Generating quest, for heaven's sake, don't play with my heart. Quest, escape from Zombie Island, kill Dr. Ned, optional, destroy or sell the experiments carried out on the island to Atlas or Jacobs, optional, don't get bitten for your entire stay on the island, optional, reward, $100 plus? Plus? Plus, ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough. Maxwell's laughter is interrupted by a fit of coughing, each hack racking his body as if he's trying to expel the fear that has lodged itself deep in his chest. I'm so fucked. Groan. Drawing out his P2016, Maxwell pointed to where he had heard the sound, his hand still shaking, diminishing his accuracy. You. Aren't you dead yet? Maxwell was surprised to see the zombified Rook a few meters away from him. The zombie seemed to have a problem walking, as it was slowly dragging itself somewhere. Maxwell followed its lead, his eyes widening as he saw the zombie's goal. Die already. Maxwell was about to squeeze the trigger, but stopped when he considered that the noise might attract more zombies, or worse, those werewolf enemies. Where's Cat? Grabbing his data knife, Maxwell approaches Rook from behind and plunges the knife into his skull. With a twist of the handle he ensures that the man never gets up again. He pushes harder to get the blade out, taking a bit of Rook's brain with him. Something disgusting, but these visions have become commonplace since he arrived in Pandora. What he didn't expect was for a blue screen to appear shortly afterward, bringing him some good news in the ocean of figurative and little shit he was facing. You've met the requirements of a challenge. I don't remember looking at that. Maxwell remembered the system commenting on this, but he didn't pay any attention because he could assume that he would need to be stronger to fulfill the challenges. Synthetic Nightmare, kill 50 out of 100 out of 250 enemies, X, amped weapons. I've killed 50 people, but I think I only killed a dozen people in the Conquest of Old Haven, so where do these other numbers come from? The system doesn't get the maths wrong. You killed exactly 13 people in Old Haven and 36 zombies in the sewers. You stole a few kills from your mates. I didn't realize you counted the zombies too, since they were already, dead. With the explanations given, do you want to implant the amped weapons in your body? Augments, amped weapons. Amped weapon enhances plasma-charged weapons, increasing their power and effectiveness in combat. Visually, the weapons take on a distinctive golden hue when activated, indicating their amplified power. Wait, is that going to be implanted in my body? I thought it would be like in Titanfall where I just press a little card and my gun goes into steroids. This isn't a game, pilot. But yes, there are burn cards if you prefer, but you may end up losing them, and the implants stay in your body. Amped weapons will be installed for free by the system in your dominant hand. Do you want to proceed? Of course, just gimme the chrome. Alright, just a little prick and you'll be good to go. Arg. Maxwell closes his eyes, he screams as the pain begins to spread through his hand. And just as it came, the pain faded quickly, leaving Maxwell embarrassed. Fortunately, no one had seen. Alright, now where's my lollipop, doctor? Maxwell looked closely at his right hand as he removed the glove, revealing a series of metal segments embedded in his palm. The tiny circuits extended like intricate black lines, converging at all the joints of his fingers. He firmly grasped his P2016, focusing on his hand. A warm sensation began to pulse through his hand once more, but this time without the searing pain. Within seconds, his P2016 gleamed with a golden sheen, small golden sparks occasionally dancing across the pistol's surface. Knowing that using the knife wouldn't cause noise, Maxwell approached a tree and prepared to strike, the veins in his arms bulging with explosive force. Shoo! His hand moved so quickly that a sound like wind cutting through the air occurred. The blade hit the wood, but instead of stopping upon hitting the hard surface, it continued to advance. Maxwell's eyes widened as the tree succumbed to the force of gravity and fell with a thud to the ground. Then turning his gaze back to his hand, he noticed a bit of smoke emanating, along with some orange lights flashing over the segments. His implant could perform a few more devastating strikes like that before going into cool down. Maxwell finally snaps out of his reverie upon hearing a choking sound, startled to remember what he had set out to do after dealing with Rook. Bishop. Maxwell's voice carries urgency as he hurries over to the fallen soldier, his footsteps crunching on the sandy beach. Hey, hang in there, buddy. Sorry, man. I spaced on you. Maxwell scratches his head, unable to resist the system's temptations. Maxwell quickly checks Bishop's pulse and heartbeat, his brow furrowing in concern as he assesses the soldier's condition. He notices signs of labored breathing and a rattling cough, indicative of fluid in the lungs, a clear indication of near drowning. He had the same symptoms when he woke up on the beach, but unlike Bishop, he had his nanites to expel the water from his lungs. We need to get you breathing properly, Maxwell mutters to himself, his mind racing for a solution. If I remember my first aid training correctly. He pauses, searching his memory for the appropriate response. Then, realization dawns. I need to clear your airway and help you cough up any water. Maxwell declares resigned to his fate. Time to perform CPR. Here we go. Maxwell removes Bishop's helmet, looking at the pale face, and the wet white hair on the man's forehead. Maxwell forced his brain to see a beautiful woman in front of him. At least the situation would become a little more bearable. After completing 30 compressions, Maxwell leans back slightly, tilting Bishop's head back to open the airway. Pinching Bishop's nose shut, he takes a deep breath and places his mouth over Bishop's, delivering 2 rescue breaths, each lasting about 1 second and causing the chest to rise visibly. Cough cough. Bishop stirs. A ragged cough escapes his lips as he gasps for air, his chest heaving with the effort. Slowly, his eyelids flutter open. Maxwell helps Bishop to sit down. The man begins to cough more violently, water and some things that Maxwell didn't want to know what they were. Max? What a relief. Bishop's hand retreated from the holster at the sight of one of his own, his action purely instinctive, nothing malicious. Where are we? How long have I been passed out? And our squadron, how are they? Take it easy, we're on a zombie-infested island, we've probably been carried here by the ocean waves. I have no idea how many hours have passed since the incident in the sewers. As for our squadron, I haven't yet tried to contact them via echo. Zombies. Have you ever named these creatures? Bishop raises an eyebrow, the zombie topic reminding him of a person. Max. What happened to Rook? Was it real? Did he? Maxwell doesn't answer anything, he just turns his face to where Rook's carcass is. Bishop's cloudy eyes were fixed on Rook, his completely white eyes conveying no emotion, only the desolation of a fallen soldier in combat. He stands up silently, the cold winds off the beach ruffling his platinum hair. Bishop kneels down and picks up Rook's dog tag before taking up his rifle and using it as an improvised shovel to dig a grave for Rook. Groan. Damn it, you can't even give me a minute to bury my friend. Bishop's words dripped with poison. The normally calm man looked like a wounded beast, his face contorted with anger and pain was something new for Maxwell. Maxwell raises his hand and makes a silent gesture signaling for him to continue digging. He pulls out his data knife in a reverse grip and walks over to the invading zombie. Maxwell didn't want to get into a CQC with a zombie whose only injury would be his death sentence. The man himself felt uncomfortable attacking, as he felt he would be grabbed and possibly scratched. It didn't help that the zombie had his hands outstretched, while it was clenching his teeth. He knew he could end the confrontation with a single amplified blow, but he wondered how he would deal with zombies without his implant. Resolving to take things more calmly, he stepped back, not letting the zombie get too close but close enough for his attacks to reach the zombie's hands. Maxwell clenches his hand and cuts off the zombie's fingers, his knife cutting off 1 or 2 fingers with each blow. He does this until he leaves the zombie with no fingers. He could have attacked to rip off the zombie's hand entirely, but he feared having his knife stuck. The zombie, now defenseless, could only attack Maxwell with its mouth, something the man wouldn't let it do, and with a decisive blow he struck the zombie's eye, putting force into it and causing the knife to sink in. Maxwell ignored the zombie's arms around his body and spun the knife, liquefying the monster's brain, which fell limp to the ground. Blade Mastery LV.3 greater than 4, name, Maxwell Williams Regeneration, 0, STR, 31, End, 39, Dex, 34, INT, 25, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.13, Blade Mastery LV.4, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Credits, $26 with a moment to breathe. Maxwell thought about the confrontation he had just had. He was particularly alarmed by the zombie's supernatural strength. He currently had 31 strength, which summed up to 108 kilograms of strength, and yet he felt suffocated by the strength of a rotting corpse. It was a good idea to cut off his fingers before finishing, but the confrontation lasted too long. If he was fighting a horde he'd be eaten alive when he got tired from the effort. Maxwell would be investing in suppressors for crowd confrontations, but he would need a safe place first to do the installation. Giving a farewell salute to Rook, Maxwell, and Bishop headed deeper into the island. Chapter 9, Running. Can they run? In the dense woods, Maxwell and Bishop walked in silence, their footsteps muffled by the dry leaves beneath their feet. The air was damp and laden with the familiar smell of decay. Maxwell was irritated by the occasional thorny plant and the mud on his boots, which only made him want to leave the island immediately. "Did you manage to call King?" asked Maxwell, his hand swatting away an annoying swarm of mosquitoes. "No sign so far. Maybe we're out of luck and they're still in the sewers, which makes it difficult to contact them." Bishop spoke as he drank water from his canteen, his brow furrowing as he felt the water halfway down. "And the Old Haven's base? It's not possible that with all the technology Atlas has they can't pick up our distress signal. The signal is reaching the mainland, but no one in Old Haven is responding. Fuck. A bunch of incompetents. It seems that the rumor of nepotism at the top wasn't true. They put a bunch of kids in charge of an army, and I fucking hate kids. Calm down, Max. If our superiors hear this, being expelled will be one of your least problems." Bishop advises his comrade in arms but doesn't deny what Maxwell said about Atlas. Although it's the largest corporation of all because it pioneered the hunt for the vaults, it suffers from a common case of corruption among its ranks. After their brief conversation, the two returned to their mission of finding shelter. They were already a few hours away from the beach and intended to go deeper into the island hoping to find information and answers. Their steps stopped when they noticed lights some distance away. The dirt track actually led us to a settlement. But it was a good idea not to walk along the path. I saw some hordes of those zombies, as you call them. He pointed to a small complex of small houses. As they were on an elevation it was possible to see what was inside the walls. I hope we're lucky there. We need a safe place to rest and assess our supplies. Maxwell's eyes assessed the scene more clearly, his triggered discipline now allowing him to see much further. This allowed him to see threats from very far away, which helped him to stay out of the zombies' range of perception. Bishop looked around, his eyes alert for any movement. What if the village is also infested? Then we'll have to improvise. Maxwell clenched his fist. But we can't keep wandering around the island without a foothold. Our food may last a week, but our water won't. We're two grown men, our consumption will force us to drink seawater within 2 days if we drink our water in small sips. Maxwell was desperate to find a place that was just like the one in the game. That way he could locate himself and find a way off the island, which could currently only be by water, but without knowing the location of the arid Badlands continent, he would be doomed to wander aimlessly by sea. Bishop nods. Yes, our main concern is the water, but without ammunition, we won't be able to do much either. I'm at best mediocre in hand-to-hand combat. Rook's turret has a munitions manufacturing function. We just need to secure the perimeter and then we can use Rook's heavy equipment. Can Scorpion turrets do that? Maxwell didn't know much about this equipment. It was Roland's ability in Borderlands 1, but he played more Lilith at the time, so his ignorance of the turret's capabilities was justifiable. Yes, they can be modified several times. How much ammunition do you have left? Let me see on my Echo. Maxwell quickly checks his Echo's screen, his brow furrowing when he sees an X4 symbol on the box icon with a pistol print. I have 4 boxes of ammunition for my pistol. I used up my rifle ammunition in the sewer. No problem, Rook carries plenty of ammunition for emergency situations. Max, why haven't you taken the ammunition from Rook's Echo yet? Bishop asks strangely, not understanding Maxwell's lack of action. I'm waiting for you to give me Rook's Echo. Maxwell replies, a bad feeling growing in his core. Max. Please don't play games with me. You took Rook's Echo, didn't you? I thought you did when you buried Rook's body. No fucking way. X2 what do we do, go back or go down to the settlement? Bishop asks, his voice carrying a bit of anxiety. Negative, we've lost a lot of time just getting here. His nerves had been tested to the limit over the last few hours, and it didn't help to have to listen to the incessant moans and grunts of the zombies being carried by the wind. I've seen 13 targets inside the settlement. If we can close the place down we can have a secure base. But first, let's sort things out as quietly as possible. Punctuating his speech, Maxwell takes a silencer out of his Echo. He had bought one when Bishop wasn't looking and kept it in his Echo. Miscellaneous, Vincent Din. Pieces 3, partial noise and flash suppression for submachine guns and pistols. Intended for anti-personnel ammunition. $4C, credits, $22. Inside the helmet, Bishop's eyes went wide. Damn it Max, why do you have a fucking silencer inside your Echo? Bishop asked incredulously. When I joined the Atlas army I wanted to be part of the Lancer assassin squad, so I train with knives and stealth. Maxwell easily lies through his teeth. But the Lancer assassins only recruit women, Max, what would you do in a place like that? That's the point, Bishop, they only recruit women. Can you imagine working in a place full of hot women? Maxwell was telling the truth here. He had seen the Lancer assassins once and finally understood why all the Omega assassins were identical in the game. Atlas used genetic engineering technology on the recruits, making them look like the first Omega assassin and have the same fencing and gymnastics skills. A good choice, considering that they were the most lethal enemies in the first game. They were fast, always avoiding the player's aim and used plasma katanas that tore through shields and flesh with ease. Ah! Bishop exclaimed in bewilderment, not expecting to see such a perverted side to the enigmatic Maxwell. You know, it's a good point, but let's not lose focus here. Here, take it. Finishing installing the silencer, Maxwell placed his P2016 in Bishop's hands, along with the magazines he had. How are you going to fight? Knives. I'm not that good with them, but it's a good opportunity to practice my throwing. Maxwell takes his kunai out of his Echo. He doesn't connect the plasma edges as it would make Bishop suspicious as to how he got such advanced equipment. Right, I'll cover you if some of them grab you. Bishop nods with resolution as he cocks his pistol. His jovial demeanor is replaced by a cold, bloodthirsty soldier in seconds. Maxwell advances first, climbing down from the hill he was standing on. In his hand he carries his trusty data knife which is covered in dried blood. He walks crouched among the foliage, cursing quietly at the black and red color scheme Atlas had chosen for his soldiers' uniforms. Arriving at the settlement, Maxwell climbs over the entrance wall. Finally getting a good look inside the place, his memory associating it with the first town the player visited when he started the DLC. Finally some good news, I'll just need to find and connect defense towers to have a secure base. Maxwell then signaled Bishop to come closer, he needed someone to cover his back. Bishop nods and runs to his location, taking advantage of the momentum he climbs the wall. Permission to shoot? Not yet, I want to close the gate first. Maxwell punctuates his speech by descending, he tries his best not to make a sound as he lands. The man then rushes to the iron gates and starts pushing the heavy gates, which took some effort because they were rusty. Grown zombies at the entrance turn when they hear the groaning sound from the gate and begin to walk slowly toward Maxwell with their hands outstretched. Maxwell's heart began to race. He was in a very vulnerable position, and if any zombies grabbed him and Bishop missed his shot, he would be dragged into the horde and eaten alive. A shiver went up Maxwell's spine just imagining the scene. Being in a risky situation, Maxwell's body releases a heavy charge of adrenaline, enough to close the gate in the blink of an eye. Once the gate is locked, Maxwell takes a few steps back. His timing couldn't be better, when the zombies arrive and start trying to reach him through the gaps in the gate's iron bars. Damn it, I'm going to kill that bastard Ned like it's my main mission. Maxwell mutters between gasping breaths. Now let's take care of the internal threat. A sinister smile grows on Maxwell's face. Turning, he signals for Bishop to approach. Maxwell began a silent slaughter, he always attacked from behind the zombies, even if it meant going around a house or building. Blade Mastery LV.4 greater than 5. Everything was going well until he moved on to his next target, a psycho zombie. Maxwell easily identified him by the mask with the vault symbol, while all the others were dressed as sawmill workers. Maxwell didn't care much and just threw his kunai at the zombified psycho's head, and as expected the zombie fell to the ground. Approaching to retrieve his kunai, Maxwell is startled to see Psycho get up again and start running towards him. That's right, the fucking zombie started running towards Maxwell like a fucking Olympic runner. The man's pupils dilated and he felt his bladder loosen. His hand unconsciously went to his holster, but there was no gun. In such a situation, a decision was quickly made in Maxwell's head. He ran. He ran at his limit, he used so much force in his legs that every step he took brought up dirt. Bishop, help. Maxwell threw away the stealthy approach. Internally he was cursing his stupidity at having forgotten that zombified piscos could run. Bishop, who was standing a few meters away, was shocked by the comical scene of an Atlas soldier being chased by a psycho with a kunai stuck in his head. Seeing the two approaching, Bishop raised his P2016 and without hesitation pulled the trigger as the psycho came into view. A dry gunshot sound was followed by the heavy thud of the rotting carcass falling to the ground. Maxwell's legs gave way, his body was limp after receiving so many adrenaline rushes in a single day. Groan tack what a badass, he got up after taking a 10mm to the head. Thanks, Bishop, I ended up panicking. Let me collect my kunai and we can continue. Maxwell ignored the lethargy in his limbs and walked over to Psycho's still body. Pulling out the kunai violently, Maxwell spins the weapon on his index finger a few times. After the incident with the runner, the following targets were quieter but left Maxwell alert to the variety of enemies he might encounter on the island. Finding a two-story house, Maxwell made a temporary base on the second floor and destroyed the stairs. He didn't trust sleeping on the second floor because all the houses in town were made of wood, and Maxwell didn't doubt that the zombies could break into the house with the encouragement of a meal. To get down and up they used ropes made from the clothes of the zombies they had killed. Finally feeling safe, Maxwell built a fire while Bishop prepared 2 MREs. Settling down, Maxwell removed his helmet. His appearance was sad, his hair was sweaty and messy, and his eyes had 2 black bags. Hey, Bish, you know what, I think it's about time you told me your name. It's getting weird to call you that. Sorry, I didn't hear you right. Your name? Or did the mothers of the Tango Squad members decide to name their children after board pieces? Oh, my name is Benjamin. I'll be 27 in November. Benjamin. That's a nice name. I didn't know Atlas recruited children, did I mention I hate children? Hee, I joined when I was 20. At the time there weren't so many raids and my job was more as a nurse. Here, a meal with pasta, meat, vegetables, and chocolate for dessert. Chocolate? No kidding. Hand it over. After finishing his meal, Maxwell lay down on the mattress he had taken from downstairs. Good night, Ben. Tomorrow we're going to Rook's body and we're going to look around the beach. I think I saw a building there. Good night, Max. Chapter 10, If It Moves. Waking up for the 9th time, Maxwell gave up on sleeping. His uniform was soaked with sweat and his hand unconsciously went to his neck. It turned out that he could no longer sleep without protecting his neck and collarbone with his hand, which for some reason was the part that zombies most like to bite. Getting up, Maxwell walks past the sleeping Benjamin. The poor man was holding the P2016 tightly even though he was asleep, his brow furrowed and covered in sweat. It's not easy for anyone. I'm going to get us out of here alive, one way or another. Moving forward, his footsteps made the wood of the floor creak, but he didn't worry about the wood breaking, because even if he fell to the 2nd floor, there were no zombies inside the town. Looking outside, Maxwell realized that it was dusk and that they should start their tasks. Maxwell checked his echo. He had enough food for a week, but his water canteen was reaching critical levels. He licked his cracked lips and couldn't resist taking a sip. Feeling refreshed, he sits down on the floor and begins to clean his data knife and his kunai. Blade Mastery LV.6 greater than 7, can cleaning my knives also upgrade my skills? Maxwell felt relieved with every increase, even the smallest, in his skills, which meant an increase in the percentage of getting off the island alive. His knife skills have proved very useful in situations where using firearms is unfeasible. Knives don't run out of ammunition, they are as lethal as a firearm when used well. In addition, they are light and small, which allows you to make several consecutive blows without getting tired, and they are not difficult to maintain. Bam bam. Maxwell stood up when he heard a muffled noise. It sounded like something hitting a wall. Jumping down from the 2nd floor, Maxwell makes his way to where the noise was coming from, his now clean data knife held firmly in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that the houses are made of wooden planks, Maxwell makes a hole in the wall with his knife and looks through the hole. He is surprised to see a familiar robotic figure. A claptrap unit. I'd forgotten there was one in Jacob's Cove. Maxwell mutters. Og. A zombie that opens doors. The claptrap screams in terror as it suddenly sees the door open. Immediately feeling regret when he heard the robot's annoying screams, Maxwell finally understood why Jack had chosen to destroy the entire claptrap production line. These robots were supposed to be used in domestic and business services, but to make them with such a high-pitched voice and clumsy programming, for heaven's sake. He'd be doing the galaxy a favor and selling Titanfall MRVN when he gets his corporation established. Marvins were clearly better than claptraps and were quiet and cute with their emotes. I'm not a zombie. Now, you can choose between collaborating and saving us time, or I'll need to use less pleasant methods to get what I want. He punctuates his words with his fingers deftly twirling his data knife. Oh, you mean you're not a zombie? Wow, that changes everything. But, look, I'm programmed to obey human beings, so I guess I'll have to cooperate. But, you could be a very convincing zombie, you know. Ha ha ha, please don't kill me. Nah, too easy. I'm still going to make someone play Russian roulette with a wingman. Maxwell looked somewhat disappointed. He's becoming more open to the use of violence, or as a certain psychopath once said, I'm tuning into humanity. Anyway, let's get down to business. How can I get off this island without going by sea? There are tunnels that lead to the mainland, and there's also a fast travel station if you follow the path behind the city. Those are the only ways off the island unless you have a ship. Fast travel. Is it operational? I'm not sure, my job is just to look after this residential area. Well, it was. I'll have to check, that's the easiest and safest way out of here. Maxwell mutters to himself, cheering up as he sees a light at the end of the tunnel. With a possible way off the island, taking care of the side missions was now best. Returning his focus to the claptrap, Maxwell asks. What is Dr. Ned's current location? I just want to talk to him. How do you know about Dr. Ned? That information about his employment on the island is restricted. ZEI. Without saying a word, Maxwell scrapes the tip of his data knife across the chassis of the claptrap, sparks flying from the friction caused. I've sent the coordinates to your echo. That's better, but I need to make sure you don't warn my target about my presence. Wait. What are you going to like a blur? Maxwell's knife comes into contact with the unsuspecting claptrap who didn't expect to suffer any aggression. 2%, 69%, 100%. Go to fast travel and check on the situation, and also check which locations he can take. Send the information to my echo. Removing his data knife, Maxwell orders. Claptrap doesn't argue back and follows orders, leaving Maxwell's presence and heading for his goal. Ah, how hard it is to be me, having to take matters into my own hands. TSK. Maxwell asks as he sees the claptrap move away. He believes that the zombies wouldn't attack the robot because it is made of iron. Kill Dr. Ned and collect the virus data. Who will pay me more, Altas or Jacobs? He would leave that for later. For now, he had to go and call Benjamin. He made his way to the house, stopping by the second-floor window. Without a second thought, Maxwell took a step backward, his muscles tensing. With one swift movement, he leaped towards the window, his hand reaching out to grasp the sill. His fingers closed around the frame and, with a strong tug, he stood up, his body propelling itself through the open window. Approaching the still sleeping figure, Maxwell crouches down. "Hey, Ben. Wake up," Maxwell nudged him gently, shaking him awake. No. Bishop woke up startled, almost shooting Maxwell as he thought some zombie had broken into the house. "Calm down, it's me, Maxwell, don't go into shell shock now buddy." Maxwell raises his hands. "We need to move. Rook's body is on the beach, and he's not going to be dug up by himself. I think." Benjamin blinked, with a confused expression, before realizing it. "Right, let's go," he replied, pushing himself off the ground. "Will we need to follow the same route as the forest?" asked Benjamin as he climbed down the window using the ropes. He wasn't a monster like Maxwell. "Nah, I've got another idea," Maxwell said as he approached the gate, which was still full of zombies that hadn't given up on eating them. The gate looked slightly crooked, it seemed that it wasn't smart to trust it so much. "Give me my P2016. "What are you going to do?" "Strategize." Maxwell takes his pistol back and removes the silencer. Aiming at the zombies at the gate, he doesn't hesitate at any moment. Bang 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 bang. "What the fuck Max, what are you doing?" Benjamin felt his heart sink as he heard the crack of gunfire. Had Maxwell lost his mind? He was practically drawing the attention of every zombie on the island. The gate was strong, but it couldn't withstand a huge horde. Benjamin tries to take the P2016 back, but Maxwell doesn't even try to stop him. He's already done what he wants. Moving forward, he opens the city gates and steps back to check the turrets. With dead eyes, Benjamin followed him. With everything ready, Maxwell sat down a few meters away from the gate, waiting for the guests, who didn't take long, even though they were slowly walking. The turrets began to fire a hail of bullets, the deafening sound echoing in the twilight. The first victims were the zombie runners, who advanced at speed but were quickly shot down. The bullets were of such a strong caliber that they pierced 2 or 3 zombies, causing them to fall one after the other without offering any resistance. "Ma ha 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 ha." Maxwell burst out laughing as he saw the effectiveness of the turrets in action, feeling all the frustration and tension built up over more than 48 hours disperse. This wasn't a game, there was blood and corpses that could move at any moment, and being in a state of constant alert drained every drop of sanity Maxwell had. He was even on alert against the damn sound of mosquitoes. So you could imagine how he felt when he saw his greatest threat piling up in front of the gate, forming a grotesque barricade. Then the slower zombies, former Jacob's workers, began to appear. Their movements were dragged and clumsy, each step a visible effort. They wore worn and dirty work clothes, now covered in mud and dried blood. The turrets made no distinction, and the bullets continued to fly, piercing the rotting bodies of the zombified workers. Maxwell stood up, feeling the adrenaline rush through his veins. It was time to go to the beach. The path was probably much safer. "Come on, Ben, we need to go now," he said, addressing Benjamin, who was still stunned by the scene of destruction. Benjamin nodded, although he was still visibly shaken, a smile unconsciously growing on his face. "You really don't do things by halves, do you?" he muttered, following Maxwell. Seeing the zombie-free entrance, Maxwell and Benjamin ran towards the beach. The sound of turrets echoed in the distance occasionally, a clear reminder that some zombies were still arriving late. Arriving at the beach, Rook's body lay exactly where Maxwell had left it, half buried in the sand, the sea probably having washed away much of the sand. Working together, they quickly dug up Rook's body and started going through his belongings, looking for anything that might be useful for their escape from the zombie-infested island. Chapter 11, Fluorescent Adolescent. With Rook's body dug up and placed back on the sand, Maxwell quickly removed the echo from the corpse's belt and activated it. The screen flashed with a bluish light before displaying the stored items. Meanwhile, Benjamin, still breathing heavily from the effort, approached to observe. "Let's see what we've got here," Maxwell muttered, his fingers working deftly to navigate the files. Meanwhile, Benjamin put Rook's body back in his tomb. "Welcome back, Alexander. Wait a moment until your items are categorized. 1. Scorpion Turret X12, AR-490 Glorious Havoc X13, 7.62 by 3920 Round Box X104, 9 by 1950 Round Box X35, MRE X5. Glorious Havoc." Maxwell's eyes slowly drifted down, checking each item on the list before returning to the beginning, fixating on the icon of a gun with a fire symbol. Meanwhile, Benjamin seemed lost in memories of the man using the gun. "This is Rook's favorite weapon, a Fire Element Atlas HMG. A capacity of 72 shots, you'll need a lot of strength to hold that gun." Benjamin comments, his eyes going unfocused. Fire? Now that Maxwell thought about it, the Geneva Convention was a joke in Borderlands since almost every corporation creates and sells incendiary and toxic weapons, not to mention the countless heinous acts that are and will be committed by corporations. It's no secret how Dahl treated his prisoners of war, forcing them to engage in dangerous mining operations on Pandora and leaving them to rot on the planet after failing to receive generous returns. Not to mention Hater. Hyperion would be following behind as he continues his excavations for iridium and the vault, and not stopping there, Hyperion carries out countless tests on the inhabitants of Pandora using iridium. All this with the intention of awakening an ancient Iridian weapon to commit a huge genocide on Pandora. Then there was Jacobs. Zombie Island was just the beginning of the countless biological experiments carried out by Jacobs. Even though the company was focused on making weapons with wooden finishes, that didn't stop Jacobs from trying to enter other fields. Jacobs' next victim would be Gehenna, and Maxwell was looking forward to visiting the planet soon. Max? Benjamin shook Maxwell's shoulder as he saw the man lost in thought while looking at Havoc. It's nothing, just thinking about war crimes. What did you say? I said we need to go and find a man called Dr. Ned. To get information about a claptrap unit, this man was responsible for the island's medical care. Right, but we'd better take a look at the Scorpion. There's not much 10mm ammo left, and I have to be honest, it's a bad idea to rely on a gun that uses a caliber that's not as common as 10mm. The P2016 is just a stand-in. I was going to swap it for a revolver and an SMG, but I ran out of money at the time. Maxwell had plans to buy a B3 or Elite Wingman, both of which would destroy anything meaty in one shot, and a car as his primary, second favorite Titanfall weapon. Removing the Scorpion turret from its echo, the machine raises a cloud of sand as it falls to the ground after being fully destructed. Bam! The design was quite simple. A thick iron rod supported the entire unit, which consisted of a machine gun with a laser sight. It could operate in automatic or manual mode. It could receive attachments such as shields, ammunition replenishment, and a first aid station. The Scorpion came with an SD that stored all the resources needed to make ammunition, as well as bandages and some metabolism syringes for emergencies. Maxwell just wanted to use the Scorpion's forging functions, and with Benjamin's help, he made the machine produce more ammunition for his P2016 and rifles. The machine produced a little noise during manufacture, but there were no zombies in the vicinity. Having obtained a decent amount of ammunition, Benjamin filled the magazines of his rifle and handed the P2016 over to Maxwell. Are you really going to use Rook's gun? No disrespect to you, Max, but Rook was a mountain of muscle and you're skinny in comparison. Asks Benjamin when Maxwell doesn't pick up his rifle. It's my best choice. A fire gun will be a great help against the zombies. Maxwell knew that a weapon with a fire element caused more damage against the flesh. The effectiveness would be worth the effort. Turning his attention to checking the coordinates given by the claptrap on his echo, he would be paying a visit to Dr. Ned before leaving the island. After a tiring walk along the sands of the beach to the east, they finally reached the docks. The site was desolate, abandoned boats and house structures submerged in the seawater. The infirmary was unmistakable, marked by the holographic badge in the shape of a cross that floated above the roof. Built of gray bricks adorned with green moss, the structure rested on the surface of the sea, supported by thick wooden logs. A rustic wooden bridge connected the cliffs of the beach to its welcoming entrance. The windows gave off an inviting orange glow and the chimney exhaled clouds of black smoke, signaling the presence of residents. Dr. Ned's Bleeding Heart Infirmary. Better off read than undead. Benjamin read the large sign, which was resting on a thick log that was lost in the depths of the sea. The last part caught Benjamin's attention. Had the infection been spreading for so long on the island? It seemed that Jacobs kept things well under wraps, hoping to sweep things under the carpet afterward. After all, an incident like this could jeopardize the value of his shares. Experiments using humans were commonplace, but that didn't mean that investors liked them, as they could be the next guinea pigs, a not at all pleasant thought. Then, do you see that? Maxwell asked in a whisper, pointing to the sky. Benjamin looked up, his expression hardening. Rats, he said, recognizing the creatures. They're fast and attack in swarms. We need to be careful. Better to cross the area without attracting too much attention. We have no cover. I'm surprised we haven't been noticed yet. Besides, we've already made a mess back there. It's wrong, but we're going to do it anyway because I love a bit of trouble. Maxwell says as he pulls Havoc out of Rook's echo and starts filling the gun's magazine. You're getting too confident, Max. It seems that the Pandora air is finally driving you crazy. And it was you who messed things up back there. We could have followed the forest path, but you want to insist on acting like a teenager. But I am a teenager. Maxwell wasn't lying, he was 20 before he was reincarnated. You're not. I've seen your ID, Max. My soul is. Pffhaha. Maxwell can't resist and ends up laughing. Benjamin would never understand what he was saying. Benjamin just rolls his eyes, not expecting his companion to have a Peter Pan syndrome. If I'm attacked by one of these, does the secondary mission of not getting bitten count as a failure? Maxwell thinks, watching the zombified racks with his magnified vision. The creatures, once inhabitants of Pandora's skies, were now transformed into grotesque monsters, with chunks of rotting flesh dangling from their wings. There were 3 at the entrance to the infirmary, busy devouring a rotting corpse. Most were busy flying above the building. Finishing the tedious task of putting 72 bullets into the magazine, Maxwell cocked the gun and aimed. His level in trigger discipline couldn't help much with the weight of the gun, which made his aim wobble a bit, but that only meant missing a few shots. Maxwell holds his breath. Benjamin does the same as he notices his companion's preparation and raises his Atlas rifle, praying inwardly that all the racks are dead before they empty their magazines. BRRT, oh shit. Hot. 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 Maxwell's cry of surprise was completely drowned out. He had expected such a vicious recoil from the gun, but what he certainly hadn't expected was the intense heat when he fired. Benjamin didn't let up and fired controlled bursts at the racks on the ground, easily dispatching them and turning his attention to the racks that began flying towards them. Tick BRRT. Benjamin calmly made the change of runners, taking advantage of the suppression fire created by Maxwell's incessant bursts. He was inwardly impressed by Maxwell's strength to keep firing for so long. In a matter of seconds, the racks were decimated without being able to cause any damage, a complete massacre. After firing several bursts, the barrel of the glorious havoc glowed an intense crimson red, signaling the extreme heat generated by a fire element weapon. A snake of white smoke rose languidly from the end of the barrel. I'm starting to like the smell of gunpowder in the air after a gunfight. Maxwell inhales deeply with a tired smile. But that smell of burnt flesh is new to me. You're starting to go mad. You're going to have to go through some psychiatric swabs when we get out of here. Benjamin comments, following Maxwell towards the infirmary, his shoulders slumped. Yeah, and it's not even a year since I entered this soldiering life. I should retire. How about starting a career as a singer? Maxwell turns, casting a questioning glance at Benjamin. What do you think? As they walk side by side, Benjamin replies with a resigned tone. Whatever, if singing makes you feel better, then I recommend it. Right, ahem, do the bad thing, take off your wedding ring, shut up, what kind of fucking song are you singing, Max? Jealous of my fucking tuneful voice? Dude, I sing like an angel. You really? Never mind, let's focus here. Silence falls for a moment before Benjamin adds. And as a doctor, I strongly advise against a singing career. Oof. Maxwell replies with a feigned expression of pain. Stopping in front of the door, Benjamin notices a piece of paper pinned up with the message, back in, never, minutes. What luck, the doctor isn't here. Let's check, on 3, you and I will kick the door in. 1. 2. Or we could just knock on the door and see if anyone answers. Let's not scare the civilians. Knock knock, I don't think there's anyone. Knock boo. Maxwell didn't know what happened the next moment. One moment he was banging on the door and the next his body had been thrown through the air onto the beach, his body rolling in the sand until it lost speed. A trail of blood had been left all along the way. A feeling of sleep came over Maxwell, his eyes beginning to close. Not this time, bitch. Biting his tongue, Maxwell felt his consciousness return. His trembling body began to rise, a strong tingling sensation. Chapter 12, The Abominable Creature, Warning. Shields down, warning. Shields down, warning. Shields down. Ignoring the warning messages from his echo, Maxwell felt his head throbbing as he clutched the wound, a warm stream of blood snaking down his face. It drew a bright red line across his forehead, covering his left eye, making depth perception difficult. With a tremendous effort, he stood up, his limbs protesting with a dull ache that echoed through his weakened body. He turned his gaze to the entrance of the infirmary, or rather what was left of it. The structure lay in ruins, its once gray walls now covered in red, splattered with blood and viscera in a grotesque mural of the aftermath of the explosion. Maxwell's breath failed him as he watched the scene, an icy fear seeping into his heart. Ben. He muttered, the name stuck in his throat as he imagined his mate caught in the explosion. With each heavy step toward the infirmary, his eyes traveled wildly over every inch of the scene. The sea in front of him was a chaotic tangle of debris and gentle waves caused by the explosion. And then he saw Benjamin, floating among the wreckage. He seemed conscious as he was clinging to a board. Maxwell's advance came to an abrupt halt as an imposing shadow emerged from the twisted wreckage of the infirmary entrance. His blood ran cold at the sight of the colossal figure, a monster he knew all too well. Frankenstein. He cursed softly, recognition shining in his eyes. This was one of the opponents he had hoped never to confront. Standing over 2 meters tall, Tankenstein was a terrifying sight. His gray body was poorly stitched together in several places. Even its mouth was sealed by crude stitches, silencing any attempt at human speech. Instead, it emitted low, guttural grunts. Its eyes, devoid of iris or pupil, were milky spheres that regarded the world with inhuman coldness. A massive bolt ran through his head from one side to the other. He wore only the torn remains of trousers that had seen better days, and a solitary boot adorned one foot while the other remained grotesquely exposed. His naked torso was marked by wounds caused by the thick iron chains that adorned it. The chains creaked and twitched with the monster's every move as if even they struggled to contain the brute strength Tankenstein possessed. The monstrosity seemed to have heard his whisper, and with supernatural force, it ripped a yellow barrel from his back. The monster's veins pulsed and leaped fiercely, standing out against his gray skin as he pulled his arm back, preparing to throw the projectile. Maxwell's hair stood on end, remembering the explosion that had happened a few moments ago. His shield had absorbed most of the impact and was now exhausted. If he took a direct hit, it would be the end of him. Whoosh! The sound of the barrel tearing through the air was the only noise in the room, and it flew straight at Maxwell, his eyes widening as the smell of death flooded his senses. But instead of retreating, he advanced as he realized the trajectory. With an agile leap, he launched himself upwards, spinning his body in the air. Time seemed to drag on, each second stretching into eternity as he watched the barrel whiz by beneath him, so close he could touch it. As he landed, Maxwell rolled along the ground, dissipating the force of his fall. But he took advantage of it to get to his feet, and his movements were well executed thanks to his high level of dexterity. Boom! The barrel's resounding explosion echoed across the beach, a violent shockwave that threw stone and sand in all directions. Maxwell felt the impact reverberate in his bones as a gale of debris whipped his hair and obscured his vision. Tankenstein, realizing that his attack had failed, let out a menacing grunt. With heavy footsteps that made the earth tremble, the monster advanced toward Maxwell, determined to finish what he had started. In a moment of rising panic, Maxwell's hands frantically searched his body for his trusty weapon, Glorious Havoc. His heart sank as the reality hit him like a punch in the gut. The previous explosion had knocked the weapon out of his grasp. Abandoning his search for Glorious Havoc, his hands instinctively moved to the trusty P2016 at his waist. With the weapon in hand, he quickly positioned himself, aiming with lethal precision. Bang 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 bang! Maxwell focused on Tankenstein's head. The shots cut through the air, sinking in and getting stuck in the monster's face. The sound of the shots was a rhythmic counterpoint to the monster's heavy march. Bang bang click click! The sound of gunfire ceased abruptly, replaced by the telltale click of an empty magazine. Without wasting a second, Maxwell ejected the magazine, not bothering to put it away as he dropped it in the sand. With practiced movements, he inserted a new one, his finger a blur as he squeezed the trigger. The Tankenstein, furious at the shots that were like irritating stings in his face, accelerated his advance. With a guttural roar, he raised his gigantic fist and launched it towards Maxwell with crushing force. Maxwell, anticipating the telegraphed attack, rolled to the side at the last moment. Tankenstein's fist hit the ground where Maxwell had been standing seconds ago, the force of the impact creating a crater and throwing sand and debris into the air. Taking advantage of the opening, Maxwell, still kneeling from the roll, resumed firing without hesitation. The bullets penetrated Tankenstein's back, each one sinking into the monster's gray, stitched flesh. Roar! Damn it, I'm only provoking more anger in him. Maxwell realized, as the P2016 in his hand shook. The projectiles barely penetrated Tankenstein's thick skin, seeming more to irritate him than to hurt him. Whoosh! With a sudden movement, Tankenstein spun around, his massive arm slicing through the air behind Maxwell. Anticipating the blow, Maxwell crouched down, feeling the wind of the arm pass over his head. He tried to back away, but a gigantic hand grabbed his foot. Oh shit! As if he were a toy in the hands of a child, Tankenstein spun Maxwell round in the air and flung him away. Then Maxwell collided with the log supporting the infirmary sign with such force that the wood cracked and broke under the impact. His body didn't stop there, it continued flying until it hit the infirmary's brick wall with a sickening thud, where it finally came to a halt. Ah-rgh. Cough cough cough! The air was expelled from Maxwell's lungs in a violent cough. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he spat out blood and a piece of something. He fervently hoped it wasn't anything vital. Maxwell's conscience heaved, fighting against the darkness that threatened to engulf him. His eyes blinked stubbornly, he knew he wouldn't wake up again if he closed them. An intense itch invaded his body, the nanites were working desperately to repair it, but it would take time. When he felt a cold twinge, Maxwell's sleepy eyes widened. Lowering his head, he saw a syringe piercing his chest. Focusing on his gaze, he recognized Benjamin beside him. Was I long? Benjamin emerged, panting, his uniform stained with the bright red of blood. "Look what I found at the bottom of the water." Benjamin places Glorious Havoc next to Maxwell, who immediately recognizes it. His body acts instinctively when he sees his only hope of getting out of the confrontation alive, and he grabs it firmly, cocking it and aiming, where Tankenstein was already diving. Ha 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 ha. Throwing away all discipline, Maxwell pulls the trigger and holds it tight, his maniacal laughter quickly being silenced by the roar of gunfire. BBRRT Glorious Havoc spat out bullet casings in a frenzy, which fell to the ground like rain. The powerful projectiles tore Tankenstein apart, quickly dismantling the abomination into an unrecognizable mass of burnt flesh. Tick tick tick, the gun emptied, but Maxwell's finger remained frozen on the trigger. Benjamin intervened, removing the gun from Maxwell's trembling hands. "You know, that thing died in the first few shots," Benjamin sighed, standing up with an effort and limping towards the infirmary in search of medical supplies. Maxwell leaned his head against the cold, damp wall, indifferent to the moss that clung to his hair. He closed his eyes briefly, feeling the nanites working efficiently in his body. "I just wanted to make sure," muttered Maxwell, more to himself than to anyone else. "Hey, Max, I found an echo recorder," Benjamin announced as he returned, some bandages covering his body. In his hand was a device that resembled an echo. Echo recorders are portable audio recording devices with various controls visible on the unit. They have a more compact design than an echo. In the game, they served lore and mission delivery purposes. "Should be, Uchiha." Maxwell stood up quickly but froze as his spine ached like a bitch. Breathing deeply, Maxwell speaks between painful breaths, a suspicion forming in his mind about Ned's whereabouts. It must be some recording that Dr. Ned left. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Switch it on." Pressing the button to start the recording, they both fall silent when Dr. Ned's supposedly static-laden voice sounds from the device. "I think someone must have arrived on the island. Yesterday I could have sworn I saw some figures on the beach, and today I woke up startled by the sounds of gunfire. It's not the first time I've heard these sounds. I remember the turrets left in the workers' apartment complex to defend the place. I'll be heading back to my house at Hallow's End, as I'm afraid these new visitors won't be prudent and could disrupt my plans." The recording stopped abruptly, leaving the serene sound of the sea waves. "Let's go to Hallow's End." "Why do you want to go after this Dr. Ned, Max? We almost died here and we don't even know if this Ned knows how to get out of here. Maybe he's in the same situation as us. We already have a way out." Claptrap said there was a fast travel on the island. I sent him to check it was working. "Fast travel? What are you talking about?" "The fast travel network on Pandora was disabled by the bandit Mad Mel. Atlas was going to send soldiers to re-establish the connections later." Benjamin's eyebrows jumped, and his friend was hiding information. "If you knew there was a way out, why do you still want to go after Ned?" Maxwell's face wrinkled, he had forgotten that point. Maxwell gives up wanting to keep secrets and speaks his mind. "I'll be honest with you, Ben. I want samples of the virus. I have plans to sell them to some company." "Are you mad? Can you imagine a virus like that loose in the Metroplex?" Benjamin's incredulity quickly turned to fury and he punched Maxwell in the face. End. 42 greater than 43, Maxwell remained motionless, accepting the blow as a deserved judgment. Deep down he knew he was being selfish and greedy. He could still destroy the samples and complete the second mission, but he wouldn't make any money from it. "If it's money you need, I can lend it to you. You don't have to risk your life for it." He shook his hand with a grimace. Punching Maxwell was like hitting concrete. "No need, I'll have to stick to my original plan." Maxwell tried not to laugh at Benjamin. His status was finally reaching the limit, but it would be foolish to increase his G in such a hostile environment. "It'll be more work, but it'll earn me a quick buck, maybe even a hot girlfriend. Now, let's go to Hallow's End." "Max." Wow, don't hit me." Maxwell raised his hands in surrender. "Let's destroy the samples and talk to Ned. We need to make sure no one uses the virus and find another way out of here." Benjamin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Come on, Ben. Do you really think I'd do something so insane?" "Yes," Benjamin replied dryly. "Changing your mind that quickly is suspicious." "Oof." Maxwell dramatically clutches his heart. "Betrayal. I thought we were brothers. I was already including you in my plan for galactic domination." "Galactic domination?" Question mark. "Nah, my bad, I meant galactic karaoke supremacy. Let's go after Ned, you're starting to get delirious." "Good idea." Chapter 13, Doctor's Appointment. Maxwell and Benjamin, still panting from the recent skirmish, hurried away from the infirmary, where the sounds of battle had attracted a horde of zombies. They headed back towards the town, seeking refuge and recovery from their injuries. Thanks to the still functioning turrets, which kept the undead at bay, they were able to get a moment's rest. After a quick medical assessment to make sure they were fit to go on, the pair resumed their mission, to find Dr. Ned, destroy the virus samples, and get off the island. Before going any further, Maxwell made a call to Claptrap. Claptrap, I need the exact coordinates of Dr. Ned's house in Hallow's End. Also, how's fast travel? Master. I was beginning to think you'd been devoured by hungry zombies. I'm sending you the coordinates now, Claptrap's familiar voice echoed from the other side. As for fast travel, I still can't get there. I'm having some problems with stairs, typical. Maxwell rolls his eyes. Find a way to get there, whatever it takes, he ordered, before ending the call. They knew that the road to Hallow's End would be full of zombies, but with heavy weaponry, they could take their chances. Maxwell carried glorious havoc and shot at anything that moved, while Benjamin kept a constant watch on his back. They made their way to Hallow's End with surprising ease, although their pulse quickened at every rare appearance of zombie variants, such as the Defilers, whose sticky goo vomit threatened to trap them in their place, and the dreaded suicide zombies who pursued relentlessly with their explosive barrels. After passing through a dark, damp cave, Maxwell and Benjamin emerged at Hallow's End, even more secluded in the bowels of the island. The swampy environment welcomed them with murky water that reached up to their shins, making every step difficult in the soft mud. Voracious mosquitoes and insects buzzed incessantly, a constant reminder of the island's lesser dangers. The colossal trees stood majestic, so wide that it would take a group of 15 people to fully embrace their imposing trunks. Grown Maxwell felt his heart freeze as he realized that something was wrong. A cold, clammy hand grabbed his leg under the murky water. He struggled, trying to free himself, but the grip was relentless. The muffled grunting intensified, and bubbles appeared on the surface of the swamp. The cold, clammy hand that gripped him lost its strength when Maxwell, in one swift movement, drew his gun and fired. The shot echoed through the swamp, and the hand crumbled to pieces, releasing its grip. Maxwell breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how many zombies he had killed, but it seemed that the system had understood his doubts and had brought him good news. You've reached a new milestone, 100 enemies killed, synthetic nightmare, kill 50 out of 100 out of 250 enemies, X, amped weapons, X, most wanted list, new system function, most wanted list, earn credits, skills, or hanger items when your subordinate kills a target on the list, currently wanted, name, Dr. Ned, age, 41, sex, male, height, 5'7", crimes, homicide, illegal experimentation, bioterrorism, poison distribution reward, $60C plus random reward, max, are you alright? Benjamin asks, worried by Maxwell's repeating lack of action. It's nothing, he didn't even scratch my shield. Awakening from his stupor, Maxwell is brought back to reality. The system's new function would be helping him get credits faster, his anticipation rising about the final reward. I think we're almost there, look. Benjamin pointed to a house suspended from a large tree. After passing over a bridge and facing some resistance from the former residents, they arrived at a place surrounded by high concrete walls. An iron cage rose to the top of the tree, serving as a base for the lift. Maxwell approached the echo record camera, the dark lens staring at him. He pressed the button, and the device hummed to life. Dr. Ned's voice sounded. Sweet, you made it all the way here alive. I'll get the lift down, but it'll probably take a bit to hand crank the bastard all the way to ya. Probably wanna shoot any of those skull munchers that turtle in. We thank you, we just want to talk. The lift stairs began to turn, descending with a loud creak, creating a sound that reverberated through the tree. The zombies, attracted by the noise, began to swarm around the house. Hey, Ben, what are you waiting for? Climb these iron bars, Scorpion will deal with the zombies. Maxwell pulls Scorpion out of his second echo before starting to climb the lift's iron base. Benjamin snapped out of his daze, turning his back on the huge horde of zombies that had emerged from a nearby cave. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't climb, which gave them a chance to defend themselves. The Scorpion turret fired incessantly, while Maxwell held his glorious havoc, ready to act when necessary. When the Tankenstein appeared, threatening to destroy the Scorpion, Benjamin held Maxwell back while he concentrated his shots, preventing the monster from launching an explosive barrel. Finally, the lift has finished descending, and Maxwell and Benjamin jump out of the iron bars. Picking up the Scorpion, they climbed into the lift, escaping the throng of undead. The sound of the echo echoed, and Maxwell swore he heard a dismissive TSK. Maxwell and Benjamin waited a few seconds until they reached the top, which was strange, as going up should have taken longer than coming down. Dr. Ned's treehouse revealed itself, a makeshift construction, balanced on the highest branches. The air was full of the smell of aged wood and resin, a characteristic that was also present in Jacob's weapons. We'd better put our weapons away, we don't want to scare you, warns Benjamin. Sure, whatever. Maxwell puts the havoc away in his echo, but his hand pats his waist, feeling a slight relief. Benjamin turned the door handle, revealing the interior. The room was gloomy, not because of the poor lighting, but because there were bloodstains everywhere, rubbish and mess littered the floor. There was a hospital bed in the corner, next to a medical vending machine. As they entered, they saw Dr. Ned sitting in a swivel chair with his back to them. A bottle of beer rested in his hand as he muttered things to himself, loud enough for anyone to hear. I probably went about this all wrong way. I'm a doctor, I make people better. I just wanted everyone to be okay. As if he had finally noticed the presence of visitors, Ned swiveled around in his chair, looking at them. I made the zombies. I was, bang 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 bang. Benjamin stared in astonishment, alternating his gaze between Maxwell firing and Ned's body lying lifeless on the ground. A hole in his head and his torso riddled with bullets. His eyes slowly lost light with each shot he received. What? Don't look at me like that, you heard what he said. And you weren't that far behind me, Maxwell says when he sees Benjamin looking questioningly at him, finally realizing that he's already holding a gun too. Ned's body began to twitch, his eyes rolling back in a frenzy. Maxwell didn't wait for the doctor to enter his second form and pulled out his glorious havoc, firing as soon as it had finished digesting. BRRT Dr. Ned's body doesn't give up so easily and begins to grow over the constant attacks, but eventually, his flesh begins to fail, unable to flourish beyond its fleeting form. Target eliminated, depositing rewards, plus $60C. The random reward was decided as a skill related to the target shot down. Mithridatism Constitution LV.1, Mithridatism Constitution, is that sarin in my coffee? Immune adaptability, has a highly adaptable immune system, capable of eventually developing immunity against diseases and poisons affecting the body. The higher the level, the faster your body becomes immune to pathogens and toxins. Sweet. I haven't checked my status in a while. I think my first regeneration is just around the corner. Name, Maxwell Williams. Regeneration, 0, STR, 32, End, 43, Dex, 36, INT, 28, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.15, Blade Mastery LV.7, Mithridatism Constitution LV.1, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Most Wanted List, Credits, $82. Not much of an increase, but I think I'll be able to change when I get back to the Badlands. Benjamin massages his temples, looking at the rest of the people who might have some information about getting off the island. Max, I hope you can swim. Are you sure? Maybe we'll be attacked by shark zombies, hee hee hee. Maxwell joked, replying with a wry smile. Fortunately, Benjamin didn't seem so mad about Ned's death. Let's search the place, I'm sure we'll find some information about the virus. They turned the place upside down in search of any documents, books, or notes. It took some time, but they finally found something relevant. Hey Max, I think I found what we wanted. Benjamin's voice had returned to its characteristic calm tone. Benjamin found a dusty diary hidden in a rotten wooden drawer. The yellowed pages revealed meticulous notes, handwritten in faded ink. The title on the first page read, Record of Experiments. Read it, let's see what we can find out. Taking the bottle of beer from Ned's hand, Maxwell sat down in the chair, making himself comfortable as he took a few sips. Mithridatism Constitution LV.1 greater than 2, nodding, Benjamin's fingers turned the leather cover, his eyes roaming over the paper, while his mouth transmitted the information to Maxwell. Day 1. Today, I received an assignment from the Jacobs, one of whose members approached me about needing my services on Pandora, on an island that had recently started sawmill operations. I thought at first that I would just be there to take care of some unfortunate worker who ended up suffering dismemberment, but he whispered something about a virus that Jacobs had recently been researching, promising to bring immortality. Bullshit, but the pay was too good to turn down. Day 3. I've finally arrived on Pandora. The planet hasn't changed a bit in all these years. I wonder if my brother is still living in Firestone, or has finally realized that living in Pandora has no future. Day 5. I was introduced to my place of work, and I have nothing to complain about. It was an infirmary on the docks, near the apartment complex. Day 19. I was required at the general hospital. Some idiot had lost his little finger to a saw. I had to pass a beautiful beach, heading to the eastern end of the island, and passing through a natural cave. Very interesting how the water managed to do such damage to the rocks. Day 32. It looks like the effects of the virus are finally starting to show, which is good. It was almost contaminating the water too. Yesterday I walked the corridors of the general hospital, observing the patients in their beds. Some were moaning in pain, others were catatonic. I don't know if this was the Jacobs' intention, but if creating a virus resistant to all conventional treatments was the idea, then they've hit the nail on the head. Day 40. Things went south very quickly. I thought the virus had been a failure, as the only results were mutations, cellular degeneration, and death. All a long way from the promised immortality, until, well, someone saying that a corpse had disappeared from a hospital bed, and oh boy. No one was prepared for the subsequent shit. Day 42. The island has fallen into pandemonium. I don't know what's going on because I've locked myself in a house built into a tree, but the screams and occasional gunshots told me everything I needed to know. Some survivors shouted at me to lower the lift, but I refused. More people meant more food and water consumption. Day 62. Thoughts of suicide invaded my mind. My fear of being eaten alive was greater than blowing my brains out. Fortunately, Jacob sent his soldiers, but to my disappointment, they didn't come to my rescue. I ended up being taken voluntarily to the general hospital again, in order to create an antidote or at least an immunizing vaccine. Day 69. After several days without a proper night's sleep, I discovered a solution: the skags. Disgusting creatures. Getting bitten by this thing would be worse than sleeping with a disease-ridden prostitute, but the funny thing was that these creatures never died of disease. I asked them to get some for me and my deductions proved correct when one of the skags was bitten by a zombie. The zombie died of infection. Day 80. I managed to create my first version of the vaccine. The volunteer was called Hank Rice. He had a funny hat. He said it was his daughter who made it. Day 81. I guess Hank won't have to pay alimony anymore. He turned into a bloody Hull Skagman and killed the Jacob soldiers. A good thing. I was getting annoyed with their subtle threats against me. Anyway, I'm on ladder 0 again. Day 106. I managed to create a new vaccine. I used the data acquired with the skag samples and I used some samples collected from the zombies. There are no other survivors on the island, so the test subject will be me. Wish me luck. Day 170. I've finally woken up from my coma, which is a good sign. It looks like my vaccine worked. I've noticed an increase in my appetite but nothing harmful. In fact, I feel much more alive and energized. Day 171. I'm immortal. Haha. Benjamin turned the last page, sighing heavily. The notes are finished. General Hospital, that's where we're going. Chapter 14, that's a goodbye. We've arrived. I thought the beach would be infested after the mess we made with Tankenstein. Maxwell comments after arriving on the other side of the small cave. Perhaps that's why the island was called Jacob's Cove. The caves here seem to lead everywhere on the island. Be honest, Max. There was a pretty big horde back there. Yes, but only now have I noticed that our walking speed is faster than theirs. I can't believe we just ignored them and they mostly gave up chasing us. Maxwell looked back, a laugh escaping his lips. Of course, there were the running psychos, but they were a temporary nuisance before they were killed. There was also a group of racks at the entrance to the cave, but they were eliminated in the blink of an eye. Grown a lone zombie, still determined in its pursuit, announces its presence. Maxwell, seeing the zombie almost 10 feet away, had his last 2 brain cells activated. Pretending to stumble dramatically and fall exaggeratedly to the ground, Maxwell stretches out his hands to Benjamin. Oh no, Ben. Don't leave me behind. Benjamin rolls his eyes. Max was scared to death when he arrived on the island, but now he seemed to be enjoying himself as if he were taking a holiday. Ben. Go without me, I'll hold them off while you escape. Goodbye, my friend. Sigh, we're already here. Benjamin pointed to the silhouette of the hospital at the top of the hill. A dirt road led through a cemetery, something extraordinary, as it was the only way to the entrance of the general hospital. Oh, cool. Maxwell gets up from the floor, patting his clothes to remove the sand and dust that has stuck to his uniform. His hand then goes into one of his pockets, a cold metallic gleam being reflected by the light. Swoosh, puka kunai flies out and hits the remaining zombie exactly in the head. You really like these things, don't you? Benjamin comments as Maxwell takes his kunai back. My dream is to become a space cowboy ninja. Well, at least he's having fun, better than being depressed, I guess. Benjamin shakes his head with a wry smile. Maxwell smiles, twirling his kunai before putting it away, a habit he's picked up. Let's keep going. The hospital is just round the corner. They followed the dirt road, mud clinging to their boots, or they hoped it was mud. The cemetery that bordered the path was strangely silent, the old tombstones covered in moss and the dry trees swaying gently in the salty beach breeze. Unfortunately, the peace didn't last long as sounds of moaning and dragging feet began to emerge around them. It seemed they had been found. Zombies began to emerge from their tombstones, their patients and doctors' clothes making their identities clear. Among them, some psycho zombies were advancing at high speed, their eyes glowing with frenzied madness. Benjamin raised his rifle, his eyes fixed on the approaching enemies. Let's end this quickly. Wait a minute. Maxwell lowers Benjamin's rifle, his hand going back into his pocket. Swoosh, puke puke puke, blade mastery LV7 greater than 8, 3 kunais cut through the wind, passing through the masks and sinking into the psychos' heads. Let's get going. They can't reach us, Maxwell suggested, starting to walk towards the hospital, stopping only to retrieve his hopes' dusks. Shoot only when they get too close or a corridor appears. As they advanced through the cemetery, the slow zombies continued to chase them, but at a safe distance. Maxwell and Benjamin kept a steady pace, only firing when some defiler and suicide zombies appeared to speed up their heart rates. After climbing the concrete stairs, they arrived at the hospital's iron gate. They noticed something strange. The zombies following them began to back away as if they were afraid of something inside the hospital. "That's new," Benjamin commented, watching the zombies hesitate and retreat. "I wonder what's scaring them." "I'm not anxious to find out," Maxwell replied, pushing the iron gate that creaked stubbornly before finally giving way with a kick. Where's Cag? He must have noticed us by now." Maxwell's eyes traveled around the hospital, trying to locate the threat. He walks to the center of the site, his havoc already in his hands, just in case of an ambush. "I don't think there's anyone here." Even as he said this, Benjamin didn't let his guard down and moved towards the door. Maxwell's attention turned to the rubbish bin next to the building, a bottle containing a sample of the Cag virus he would be destroying as well, as it might be needed to fulfill his secondary mission. Pushing the door open slowly, Benjamin could feel the rotting wood resisting his thrust, while the hoarse, high-pitched creak echoed down the silent corridor. He paused for a moment, wondering if the noise would attract the attention of any creatures lurking in the shadows of the abandoned hospital. Maxwell switched on his torch with a soft click, illuminating the path ahead. The beam of light reached the end of the corridor, revealing dusty floors, cobwebbed walls, and fungus growing everywhere. Sensing no immediate threat at the entrance, they proceeded cautiously. The pungent smell of mold and decay soon filled their senses. The only source of light was the dim natural light of Elpis, which came in through the broken windows. The main corridor stretched ahead, with consulting room doors open on either side, which only increased the anxiety of being attacked from the flanks. Maxwell stopped advancing when he felt his boot crush something, moving his torch down to see a skeleton wearing a military uniform that he didn't immediately recognize. Inspecting more carefully, he sees the Jacob's logo, and after searching through all the pockets he finds an echo, and using his data knife secretly, he bypasses the locking system, accessing the device without needing the password. Searching through the files, he finds some audio reporting on the progress of the squadron's mission. He skips most of them, as they are useless at the moment, and finally finds something useful after a while of searching. Benjamin approaches to provide cover, taking the opportunity to listen better to the audio. Report from Sergeant Kellen, Jacob's squadron. Probably been weeks since insertion. As expected, the aerial approach was impossible due to the constant storms and the dense treetops. We opted for sea transport. The boat we used to get to the island is hidden on the docks, covered with clothes. I've marked the spot with yellow paint to make it easier to locate when we leave." There was a pause, followed by a heavy sigh. "Our progress has been slow. The vegetation and rough terrain make it difficult to advance, and zombies are everywhere. We've lost a few men, but we keep moving forward. We need to make sure that the samples, an antidote, and all the witnesses to the events on the island are cleared." End of report. The recording ends with more static and the sound of the wind dying down. "Well, it looks like we've found our way out of here, I hope," Maxwell mutters, stowing the echo in his pocket after seeing some weapons stored in the SD. "It looks legit, but what about the samples?" "Let's keep looking," Benjamin suggested. Maxwell paused for a moment, considering his options. He was getting fed up with the island and wanted to get to the mainland before Noxx arrived on Pandora. "I've got a better idea. Let's destroy the hospital completely. Some of those vials must have something highly flammable in them." Without delay, Maxwell starts shooting all the vials and syringes with havoc, until an explosion occurs and a fire breaks out. They both leave the hospital and see the fire spreading rapidly. Woo-oo. A bestial howl resounded through the cemetery, and using the last remnants of their wits, the zombies retreated on hearing the monster that made no distinction between ally and enemy. Heavy footsteps sounded on the roof of the hospital, and soon the beast that lived in the hospital appeared wearing a cool hat. It was Hank Rice, the first Cag. His mouth opened in a grotesque way as he used his claws to climb down the hospital's scorched walls. "What the fuck?" Benjamin asks incredulously. "How many more abominations could this island have?" "Just run," Maxwell shouts, shooting Hank to buy time. "Brt fuck," Maxwell curses, not expecting the charger to run out at such a delicate moment. Stowing havoc in his echo, Maxwell rolls to the side in time to dodge the Cag that launched itself at his position, ignoring the warnings of his depleted shield and the sudden pain in his arm. Hank howls in pain as he feels the bullets burning his flesh, his pain not lasting long as his healing factor pushes the bullets out, leaving only irritation and the pure, genuine desire to rip the cheeky little man's body apart. His claw dripping shy drops of blood. "Mithridatism constitution LV.2 greater than 3, Feeling great malice being directed at him, Maxwell runs towards the horde of zombies, who try to grab him, but with dexterity he jumps up and starts running over them, using his shoulders and head as a support point. Not needing to use such tricks, Hank just runs over everything in front of him like a train, crushing and pushing all the zombies in his way. Benjamin looked embarrassed. He had been ignored by Hank, who continued his relentless pursuit of Maxwell. Wereskag seemed to know how to hold a grudge, so he refrained from attacking the monster and made his way out of the hospital before the zombies got any more crowded. Maxwell was running at his limit, his figure only a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye he was back on the beach. Looking back, his blood ran cold at the sight of Hank still chasing him. Mithridatism constitution LV.3 greater than 4, cursing his eagerness to complete all the secondary objectives, Maxwell could only do his best to get out of yet another life or death situation. Picking up his P2016, Maxwell didn't hesitate and the weapon began to glow a golden hue, small beams leaping from the weapon. Bang bang bang. Unsurprisingly, his bullets pierced the wereskag's flesh and didn't stop there, but passed through Hank's body and stopped only after passing through 2 trees. Hank howled in pain. The beast paused for a moment in its pursuit, writhing in pain as it tried to cover the hole in its head, leaking blood and gray matter. But then a red aura appeared around the wereskag's body. Maxwell knew he was using an ability that every wereskag had. When a wereskag came close to death, it went into a frenzy, healing itself completely and becoming more lethal, with its claws growing and becoming sharper, as well as being able to jump further. Removing his glove, Maxwell saw that his amp was cooling down. The previous 3 shots had used up all the implant's power. Mithridatism constitution LV.4 greater than 5, left with few options at every turn. Maxwell's mind spun with an alternative. It would be impossible to escape from the island with Hank chasing them. Who's to say that a wereskag couldn't swim? Maxwell didn't want to test that hypothesis. Anyway, back to the confrontation. One thing Maxwell noticed while shooting the wereskag was the creature's unconscious movements, which prevented the bullets from hitting its hat, even if it meant receiving hot bleed. If he wasn't mistaken, that hat was given to Hank by his daughter before he became a wereskag. It was an object of great attachment. Slightly raising his pistol, Maxwell squeezed the trigger slowly, not caring about the frantic onslaught Hank was making against him. Bang! The projectile flies towards Hank's head, who, on seeing the deadly little object, raises his head, preventing it from hitting his precious hat. Swoosh! But what he didn't expect was a blade that blended into the night, reflecting Elpis light in its finish. Puke! Grrrr. Hank chokes, before turning into a hoarse roar, like a cry at the sight of his beloved hat being pierced and carried away from his head. Maxwell felt his hair stand on end as he heard the heartbreaking scream. Mithridatism constitution LV.5 greater than 6, the wereskag desperately chases after the last remnants of his old life, kneeling down and picking up the hat as carefully as his claws will allow. He tries to remove the kunai stuck in the hat but only ruins the object even more. Hank lets out a disconsolate howl, completely oblivious to his surroundings. A fatal mistake that would not be forgiven. -$3. Shuusha kunai approaches the head of the distracted wereskag, who feels a bad premonition. But it was too late and he felt his mind go blank after hearing an explosion. Boom. Bam! Hank's body fell to the ground like a limp bundle, agonized on the sandy beach, his hand reaching for his hat, his eyes dull with tears and dried blood. Maxwell slowly approached, his P2016 ready for any movement. Noticing no action, he deduced that Hank had finally died. Bang 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 bang, just in case. Nothing personal, Hank. Max. Are you alright? Benjamin stops, staring at the scene in front of him in amazement. Damn, are you just a recruit? Come on, your stay on the island is over, Ben. Maxwell didn't explain anything to Benjamin, his style of combat was more improvised. Turning around, he made his way to the docks, which weren't that far away after the mad chase. Benjamin entered the boat after locating and removing the clothes covering it. He turned around, not understanding why Maxwell was still standing in front of the boat. Why did he stop? If you're worried about Knight and King, the best option is to get reinforcements, we have to be quick. Maxwell shakes his head in denial. He lifts his arm, his suit has a long tear, and blood stains all over it. The nanites had already closed the wound. Mithridatism constitution LV.6 greater than 7, Benjamin stands looking at the wound, easily recognizing it as a deep scratch. His knees get wet as he finally realizes what has happened. Temporary, skagthropy. Skagthropy is a highly contagious disease that affects humans, turning them into skag-like creatures. Skagthropy is transmitted through bites and deep scratches from an infected skag. Infection can also be caused by exposure to infected body fluids. Bites are 100% infectious, lacerations 25%, and scratches 7%. That's goodbye, mate. I'll see if I can find Knight and King, or at least their bodies, he. Maxwell untied the boat from the quay, leaving it ready to go. It was an honor to fight alongside you, Max. Benjamin saluted Maxwell, tears starting to roll, before reluctantly leaving. Oh, I almost forgot, here. Maxwell threw something shiny. Benjamin picked up a pendant. It was Rook's dog tag. The ship slowly disappeared over the horizon, the rising sun slowly bringing light after several days of night, a Pandorian day. Grown Maxwell turned round as he heard the sound of approaching zombies, a feral grin growing on his face. There was no reason to hold back any longer. Fools, do you really think I'm stuck here with you? Maxwell looked calmly at the advancing zombies as he reloaded his P2016. Engaging the weapon, he holds it in his right hand while his left clutches his gold-glittering data knife. You're the one stuck here with me. Chapter 15, Curing the Infection. One bullet at a time. Crouching down, Maxwell held the P2016 firmly in his right hand and the data knife in his left, copying Snake's famous CQC stance. Bang 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 bang. Maxwell aims at the zombies' legs to disable their advance. Click click. The gun ran out of bullets. With precise movements, Maxwell reloaded quickly and resumed his attack, focusing on the monster's knees. The zombies were piling up on the docks, their heavy bodies pressing against the decayed wood, which groaned and crackled under their increasing weight, about to give way. -$3. Maxwell's P2016 clicked empty again. He stowed his gun in his holster and pulled an explosive kunai from his belt with one swift movement. Without hesitation, he launched the kunai towards the horde of more than 50 zombies. Boo! Maxwell threw himself away just as the kunai detonated. The explosion shook the air, throwing Maxwell into the sea. His body sank into the cold darkness, the pressure of the water enveloping him. Splash! Cough cough. Rising to the surface, Maxwell spits the water out of his mouth. His face wrinkles at the taste. Looking down at the docks, Maxwell sees the damage done. The water had turned red and there were pieces of limbs and organs. Maxwell swam with effort, each stroke bringing him closer to the shore. The previous explosion had torn his organs apart. Exhausted, he emerged from the water and headed for his temporary base. It was then that the system's screen flashed in the corner of his vision. You've reached a new milestone, 250 enemies killed. Oh! Oh! Maxwell's laughter rang out, hoarse and uncontrolled. He felt that things were going to change drastically or he was going to go mad for good. Synthetic nightmare, kill 50 out of 100 out of 250 enemies, X, amped weapons, X, most wanted list, X, assassin's instinct, they made me a killing machine. Who am I to argue with programming? Calamity sensitized, unable to feel panic, fear, or psychological trauma. Bloodlust, your mere presence can evoke fear and horror in others. Eye contact amplifies the effects, diminishing perception, and inducing illusions in weak-willed beings. Smell of blood, highlight and view enemies low on health even through walls. You get excited when you smell the blood of your prey, temporarily increasing your dex. The increase is proportional to the skill level. He was going mad, and the island was going to accompany him in this madness. Huff huff huff. The wereskag advanced desperately across the soft sand of the beach, his breathing an irregular, panting rhythm. His red hair was erect, and he cast frantic glances backward, trying to throw off his pursuer. He stopped abruptly in front of a large rock formation. With claws trembling with exhaustion, he tried to climb the rocks, but his efforts were in vain. Open wounds left a trail of blood along the way, his strength fading fast. Come on, Red Jack. Are you going to keep running or are you going to act like a real predator? You can run all you want, but you can't hide. Red Jack turned around, his sharp white fangs glistening under the dripping saliva. A low, continuous growl emanated from his throat, a last warning to be left alone. But his attacker only laughed, a dry, cruel laugh. A contemptuous smile spread across his face, amused by the scene. You're just a cute little puppet. Maxwell slowly approached the creature several heads taller than him, without any weapon in his hands. Its blue eyes were opaque, without any sparkle, like a deep sea without any ripples. Red Jack's body began to tremble visibly, his savage instincts kicking in for survival, heavy charges of adrenaline coursing through his blood. His body acts on its own, pushing Maxwell forward recklessly. HMPF. Maxwell's legs tensed in an explosion of strength, his body becoming a blur. Red Jack's body freezes as he feels a sinister bloodlust, his eyes scanning his surroundings in search of Maxwell. Crack! Red Jack feels a pair of hands touch his neck from behind and hears a sickening sound of bones breaking before his vision suddenly twists. With his head turned, Red Jack's eyes meet Maxwell's. The two beasts stared at each other silently, waiting to see what action the other would take. A crimson aura began to emerge from Red Jack's body, which was slowly starting to regenerate. Maxwell didn't wait for Red Jack's body to go into berserk mode. He flexed his arms, his hands like iron lathes piercing the hard flesh. With a tremendous effort, he ripped off the head along with the wereskag's backbone. The familiar screen of his system appeared shortly after the death of the last wereskag. Maxwell received this mission shortly after Benjamin's departure. X. Kill Whiskey Wesley. X. Kill Bigfoot. X. Kill Red Jack. X. Kill Jackie O'Callahan. Quest the pack is completed. Depositing rewards, plus 85C. X1 Samson Truck 1.6. X1 Cloak. A rare smile grew on Maxwell's face. The gray life on the island and the constant confrontation with abominations had made him forget that his facial muscles could make such a contraction. He expanded the items he had received and nodded with satisfaction. It had been worth all the effort hunting for the island's wereskags. Vehicle, Quadra Samson. Samsons are assault truck vehicles with 6 wheels and space for 3 people. It comes equipped with a pilot sentry. The sentry turret serves as a stationary anti-infantry machine gun capable of mowing down foes with ease. Augment, Cloak, allows pilots to appear nearly invisible to enemies for 9 seconds. Maxwell closed the screen with a thought, putting off redeeming the rewards. He planned to use them only when he was back in the Badlands. After all, what was the point of having a vehicle on Dead Island? He could save up for Catch-A-Ride and then ditch his truck in the Badlands if there was a Catch-A-Ride on Dead Island, of course. 2 weeks had already passed, but taking into account that Pandora needed 90 hours to go completely around the sun, Maxwell had already been on Dead Island for over a month. He had killed thousands of zombies, which made encounters with the undead quite rare on the island these days. Disregarding the nights that delayed his development, Maxwell became a wereskag without a conscience. Fortunately, his immune system managed to suppress the virus. Now, he only turned into a wereskag on full moon nights. Not everything was a loss. In his wereskag form, he spent long nights going on killing sprees, which allowed him to upgrade his assassin's instinct and clear a large part of the island, leaving only the tunnels that connected the island to the mainland. His new ability was crucial to his progress, allowing him to have peaceful nights of sleep, even with the constant noise of screaming and moaning zombies. In the first few weeks, he suffered from intense nightmares that affected his combat effectiveness. Now, those nightmares are a thing of the past. The skill came from Apex Legends Revenant, but it was more detailed than in the game. Maxwell thought that the system adjusted the skill to something more useful in real life. He had evolved his skills and attributes a lot. Maxwell was almost ready to perform his first regeneration. Name, Maxwell Williams, Regeneration, 0, STR, 50, End, 50, Dex, 50, INT, 39, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.22, Blade Mastery LV. 48, Mithridatism Constitution LV.10, Assassin's Instinct LV.57, Temporary, Skagtropy, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Most Wanted List, Credits, $76. His knife skills have evolved significantly in the meantime, mainly due to the scarcity of ammunition. While bullets were rare, a knife never ran out of ammunition. The Scorpion broke after so much use, and the vending machines were empty. So Maxwell saved his ammunition for more important targets and used his kunai and data knife against normal zombies. He was lucky to find the zombified king and knight on the island. The poor bastards made it that far, but they didn't last long, according to the recordings Maxwell heard on his echoes. He buried them along with Rook, after taking their dog tags and equipment. There were a few MREs left in his supplies, something much more valuable than ammunition, given his situation. Every bit of food he found took his mind off the need to eat zombie meat. Maxwell also improvised a fishing rod and tried his luck at sea. Claptrap returned in the meantime, after checking fast travel. Unsurprisingly for Maxwell, it was inoperative. The network on Pandora had been shut down by a clan of bandits led by Mad Mel. Maxwell didn't worry too much, because in the game it was the main mission to kill Mad Mel. He knew that the Vault Hunters would turn on the fast travel network on Pandora, allowing him to leave the island in the blink of an eye. Focused on the new challenges that arose after the conclusion of the synthetic nightmare, he was prepared for whatever came. Phantom Shell, kill 25 out of 50 out of 100 enemies without being seen. 1, 2, 3. Free Bird, cover 250 out of 520 out of 975 kilometers running. 1, 2, 3. Ninja Warrior, while wall running, cover 1 out of 3 out of 5 kilometers. 1, 2, 3. Technophobe, breach 25 out of 50 out of 100 technological devices. 1, 2, 3. Maxwell was faced with so many options that he didn't know where to start. Fortunately, some of them were already being completed without him having to concentrate on them. Suddenly, a vortex began to form above the island. Maxwell looked up at the sky, initially thinking that a storm was approaching. His doubt quickly dissipated when Claptrap ran towards him, his high-pitched voice ringing out and hurting Maxwell's ears. "Master! The network has been restored. The fast travel system is online," shouted the claptrap unit, stumbling as it spoke. Maxwell's opaque eyes fixed on the bluish whirlpool. The energy emanating from the machine seemed almost palpable. With a sigh, Maxwell made his way towards the fast travel point, taking one last look at the places that had become part of his routine, the two-story house where he slept and the docks where he fished, the graves of his companions. "I think the day of my departure has arrived," he muttered to himself. "I hope Jacobs doesn't come and claim the island. Zombies aside, it's a beautiful island, and the only place on Pandora with trees. A luxury, if you ask me." He took one last look at the island before turning to fast travel. "The Vault Hunters must already be facing Atlas, and I'm not on their side." Maxwell began to remove his military clothes, throwing them on the floor while standing in his underwear. "Today, I defected from Atlas." As he spoke, his hands navigated through the hangar of his system to the section where they sold clothes. Gear, grapple pilot suit, Jack Cooper model, a high-quality military suit, helmet, and jump kit is included. $40C, and Reborn as a pilot. Chapter 16, back to the Badlands. Inside a building that was not very busy, a man with tired, unfocused eyes was sitting on a bench. He almost fell out of his seat when a sudden blue glow illuminated the space, and a man materialized right in front of him. "Damn, is fast travel working again?" The man tapped his chest a few times, trying to calm his racing heart. He looked at the newcomer, confused by the unfamiliar outfit, unlike any corporate uniform he had ever seen. "Hey, have you seen my gun?" The man doesn't let the opportunity pass and asks the new face. The few people around seemed to know the man, some rolled their eyes, sighed, or just cursed quietly. "Ugh, I feel sick." Maxwell rubbed his stomach as he fought a slight dizziness. Recovering, he gave the stranger a brief glance before leaving the building. Outside, the visor of his helmet blinked, adjusting to the intense brightness of the city. As advanced communication systems and environmental sensors began their readings, he lifted his head to read the giant sign, "Welcome to T-Bone Junction, so it's real. I'm back in the Badlands," Maxwell muttered, letting out a sigh. He didn't know if the filters in his helmet were top quality or if the time on Dead Island had made the air on Pandora seem several times cleaner. Speaking of which, he was still getting used to his new equipment. His pilot's helmet has more technology than his old one given to him by Atlas, and it wouldn't be a lie to say that it was the most expensive part of the suit. Equipped with a HUD display, it provides real-time information such as health status, real-time feedback on implant cooling time and condition, a tactical map with compass, advanced interchangeable radio communication systems, and environmental sensors such as night and thermal vision providing tactical advantage. All this technology is protected by an impact and bullet-resistant structure, with internal layers designed to absorb shocks and explosions. On its back, its jump kit emitted a slight hum as its thrusters adjusted. The recharging system is powered by movement thanks to its alternator and ambient energy with small solar plates. Maxwell was eager to test his jetpack. Now he could do double jumps. It seemed silly, but it made it clear to him that he was very close to officially becoming a pilot. His tactical vest, light but extremely resistant, adjusted to his movements. It didn't even feel like it was there because it was so comfortable. Several pockets stored ammunition, grenades, and first aid kits, while adjustable holsters kept his P2016 and data knife within quick reach. Maxwell flexed his fingers in the Kevlar-reinforced gloves, appreciating the protection against cuts and impacts and the non-slip surface that improved weapon handling. He walked through the busy streets, and with every step, Maxwell's boots, with their cushioning systems, avoided making too much noise. He just didn't understand why people seemed so frightened by his presence that they avoided walking on the sidewalk where he was. "Oh damn. I forgot to control my bloodlust." Realizing what was wrong, Maxwell reduced the intensity of his bloodlust but didn't deactivate it completely. Some people seemed quite interested in his equipment, so it wasn't a bad idea to make it clear that he was a dog that just barks but doesn't bite. Maxwell felt the presence of others around him, but not the same constant threat as in Dead Island. Here, he could move with relative freedom, although he kept his instincts sharp. "What should I do first?" Maxwell ponders, his foot tapping rhythmically on the sidewalk. His eyes then turned to the screen of his system, seeing that the main mission of Zombie Island had been completed. "I think I'd better find a good place to collect my rewards." Maxwell heads to the outskirts of the city, to a parking lot with few vehicles. He sends out a heavy pulse of his bloodlust to drive away anyone who might be in the area, and after checking the perimeter he turns his attention to the system. X. Escape from Zombie Island. X. Kill Dr. Ned. Optional. X. Sell the experiments carried out on the island to Atlas or Jacobs or destroy it. Optional. X. Don't get bitten for your entire stay on the island. Optional. Main quest Zombie Island is completed. Depositing rewards, plus $100C, 1x smuggled stimulant, 5x MRVN, 1x spyglass, stim huh? I just hope I don't get addicted to it. I read somewhere that some pilots were addicted to this drug and ended up dying of an overdose. Maxwell looks at the next reward and shakes his head, satisfied. 5 Marvins? Looks like the system is finally being generous with me. No fucking way, spyglass. Maxwell's eyes widen, touching the items for more detail. That thing costs over 60 credits, and I can't even buy that thing with my regeneration level. Augment, smuggled stimulant, assault stimulant implant, a season advanced implant installed in the adrenal glands. Unlike single-use stimulants, STIM, which are applied via disposable syringes, assist stores and synthesizes adrenaline directly from the pilot's body. The helmet's HUD display provides real-time feedback on adrenaline levels. Robots, MRVN/Marvine, MK. 3 mobile robotic versatile entity, also known simply as Marvines, are mechanical workers assigned to manufacturing and other routine tasks, such as cleaning, carrying loads and other manual labor. Their machine learning allows them to be used for more versatile purposes, such as training opponents for combat, performing first aid, or piloting vehicles. The basic models, however, cannot communicate beyond emojis. Robots, spyglass units handle logistics, navigation, deployment, and communication. They are built on a modified Spectre chassis. However, due to its more advanced AI in logic and tactical decisions, providing intelligence and information to troops on the battlefield, it allows it to lead squads and infantry units. Several robots materialized in the parking lot. The Marvins looked confused, but Spyglass quickly understood their situation. At your service, Admiral. Spyglass salutes respectfully, his cold robotic voice showing no emotion. In the background, the Marvines, seeing Spyglass' sudden action, silently try to imitate his saluting movements sloppily. Admiral huh? I haven't created my space navy yet, but we can set some parameters, Maxwell points out to Spyglass. You've been promoted to Rear Admiral, don't let me down. Thank you, sir, it's an honor. But I'd like to know who your Vice Admiral is. I haven't recruited yet, she's an AI and is currently in Elpis, but that's a conversation for later. I see. What are your orders, sir? Relax Spyglass, give me a minute and I'll clarify our situation. Maxwell waves his hand. Of course, sir. Maxwell turned his attention to the system screen to pick up the rewards for the mission. The pack, the vehicle would help him with his current plans. Plus $85, 1x Samson, 1x cloak. Ducking his head, Maxwell realized that a key had appeared in his hand. Pressing the button to unlock the car, he heard the noise and saw the flashing lights of the vehicle in front of him. Opening the driver's door, Maxwell let his body relax in the leather seat and inspected the interior. Hydraulic steering, 6x4, 6 gears, radio, air conditioning, and electric windows. He nods, satisfied with his vehicle. Maxwell asks the system to install the implants he had won. Do you want to implant the Ascend cloak augmentations in your body? The system charges $10C for the installation of both. Do it. Maxwell wouldn't be stingy, and with his confirmation, he felt all his skin and viscera ache. He knew that cloak was installed just under the skin of the pilots. It was a painful surgery, but something very redundant for men of war, the apex of soldiering. Letting out a pained sigh, Maxwell gestured for Spyglass to get into the car. He would be testing his new cybernetics in a more private space. He hands Spyglass an echo when he enters Samson, before beginning to explain what it was for. Pay attention, this is an echo device that is connected to the EchoNet, use it to collect the information you need. However, don't connect yourself to Echo, I think the network has been compromised by a certain siren, she can control technology that is on the same network as her. Without saying a word, Spyglass turned his attention to Echo, his robotic fingers rapidly typing with surgical precision and speed. He collected basic information, such as what planet he was on, the calendar, geopolitics, and influential figures. Spyglass nods. In less than a minute he already knew the basics of what was going on in Pandora. What are our objectives, sir? Maxwell closes his eyes, organizing his thoughts. Currently the Vault Hunters are after the last piece of the Vault Key, but I have information that Tanis, the researcher into everything related to the Eridians, will forcefully betray them because of Steel, who will arrest Tanis soon after in Crimson Fastness. Maxwell opens his eyes, turning his face to Spyglass. I want to rescue the researcher, she's important to my plans. Not only that but claim the base where she's being held for me. There's also the EchoNet server, full of juicy information. I don't think I need to explain how important this mission is. Spyglass remained quiet, processing rapidly in search of information about Tanis. He didn't wait for his superior to request it, it was his duty to gather information and provide intelligence. But first, I'm going to Marcus, I need money, and I'm full of echoes packed with weapons. Maxwell started Samson's engine. His piloting skills were a little rusty, but nothing that would prevent him from driving. Spyglass knew from EchoNet that Marcus was a very wealthy and influential merchant, his business network extending beyond Pandora to several planets. Brake parking in front of Marcus' store, Maxwell opens the door of his Samson, before turning to Spyglass. "Stay here, and don't let the Marvins hang around town." Maxwell points at the Marvin sitting in Samson's truck bed. They were quiet the whole trip. "If anyone tries anything funny, call me immediately." Maxwell hands over his P-2016 to Spyglass. He would be buying a new secondary weapon. "Copy that." Spyglass agrees, picking up the pistol before sending the orders to the Marvines. He goes on alert against any suspicious individuals. With everything done, Maxwell goes to the entrance of the store, hoping that Marcus hasn't somehow found out who stole his vending machines in Promedia. It's been a few months, but the man idolizes his money like a god. Maxwell makes his way to the counter, where he is greeted by Marcus, to no one's surprise. The shopkeeper in question had already spotted Maxwell since his arrival at the front of the store. His eyes seemed to calculate all his equipment, deducing that he was some kind of solo mercenary. "Greetings, my friend. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Name's Marcus. In case you haven't noticed the giant sign at the entrance." Marcus points upwards. "Sell, buy, trade. We'll do anything, just don't expect your money back." "Maxwell, just call me Max. I want to sell guns." Maxwell was brief. He didn't want to spend too much time talking. A dozen echoes fell on the counter, making the sound of metal hitting wood. Well, what have we here?" Marcus's eyes swept over the echoes before returning to Maxwell. "Are you going to sell the devices too?" $2,000 each. "Of course, but without the SDs." Maxwell lets out a snort, finding Marcus' attempt comical. He, a shrewd man, I like that." Marcus didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. Making money and cheating was commonplace in business, and only the inexperienced complained. But Marcus only mocked these people before taking every penny from them. Anyone who didn't know the rules shouldn't try to play. Taking one of the echoes, Marcus briefly inspected the inventory. He repeated this process on all the devices. Maxwell's fingers tapped the wood periodically, patiently waiting for Marcus to finish. He could have sold in the automatic machines, but they only received guns, and he didn't want to go around carrying a dozen echoes. 200,000 Marcus gave his price, hoping for some negotiation. But fortunately for him, Maxwell didn't have the patience to get a few dollars more in a heated argument. 70% in my Echo wallet, the rest I want in physical cash. Maxwell didn't like having everything in his digital wallet with a certain siren connected to EchoNet. Wallet, $140,613. As soon as he received confirmation that the money had been transferred to his account, Maxwell picked up the wad of dollar bills, held tightly by a rubber band. He stashed the physical money in his vest pockets. It was a pleasure doing business. Come again. Marcus laughed happily. He had gotten a good find, Jacob's guns. He just wondered where Maxwell had got them. Returning to his Samson, Maxwell made his way to T-Bone's apartments, wanting to sleep before testing his cybernetics and jump kit. Chapter 17, combining hunger with a desire to eat. In the lower parts of T-Bone Junction, Maxwell was warming up for a small run. The platforms below the main town were supported by rusty and precarious structures, forming a tangle of walkways and makeshift houses. There, in the deepest layers, lived the poorest, in an area suspended over a chasm that led straight into the Badlands Desert. "Sir, do you think this is a smart idea? There are better places to test your jump kit," Spyglass' voice echoed over the communicator, his image appearing in the top corner of Maxwell's display. "I'm afraid the environmental conditions are unfavorable. The wind is against you. There's a 38% chance of you falling." "Falling is not the problem. Tell me what the chances are of me dying in this race?" Spyglass hesitated. 0.001%, he replied in an instant. "The equipment is new, but there's always a margin of error in my calculations." Sir? STR, 50 greater than 65, and 50 greater than 65, Dex, 50 greater than 65, Yawoo. Maxwell shouted, releasing a 50% adrenaline charge. He felt his body pushing its limits, every muscle fiber electrified, his mind racing to ridiculous levels. The speed was such that he left after images of himself, like an accelerated blur in the air. Without hesitation, Maxwell launched himself from the edge of the platform, his body feeling like it was flying. The wind roared around him, buffeting the suit and trying to destabilize it. Gravity quickly began to pull him down, and the Badlands desert floor was fast approaching. STR, 59, and 59, Dex, 59. In the middle of the fall, Maxwell activated the jump kit's thrusters. A blast of energy came out of the back of the suit, creating an opposing force that launched him upwards again. The impact of the explosion coursed through his body, forcing his muscles to absorb the shock, but he maintained control. He adjusted the angle of his body in the air, heading for the nearest wall. For many, the idea of running on such a steep surface would be sheer insanity, something straight out of the tales of ninjas and wizards. Who in their right mind would try to run on a wall literally perpendicular to the ground? But with Titan Falls technology, it was possible. This wasn't magic, but pure science. Arriving at his destination, the impact against the wall was absorbed by the boot's cushioning system. Maxwell began to run. It was a little uncomfortable for his spine, but he couldn't allow himself to lose momentum. His jump kit responded immediately when his feet touched the wall, adjusting the thrusters, delinking one, and leaving only the side opposite the wall to create an opposing force. STR, 54, and 54, Dex, 54. Maxwell jumped from wall to wall. He had probably covered almost a third of the city, but he wouldn't stop until he had completed his goal. Ninja Warrior, while wall running, cover 1 out of 3 out of 5 kilometers. X, Grappler, Gear, Grappler. The grapple is great for getting to hard-to-reach places quickly. It can also be used to pull enemies closer. With the system screen flashing, Maxwell knew his race was over. Retrieving his reward, a glove materializes, and before gravity takes his new equipment away, Maxwell grabs it and attaches it to his wrist. Raising his arm, his visor calculates the trajectory, and with his destination in mind, he releases the hook, which flies into T-Bone's upper body, catching on a building before pulling his body up. Woo fuck! Maxwell shouted as he was quickly pulled up by the hook. He was so fast that he ended up exceeding the height of the building, going beyond the point where the cable should have stopped him. Huh? It must have been the wind, commented someone on the balcony of the building when he felt a strong gust. Looking around and seeing nothing, he shook his head in confusion. From high above, Maxwell had an impressive view of T-Bone Junction. His gaze fixed on the vast expanse of sand that made up the Badlands, and he wondered in which direction Dead Island lay. The city below seemed tiny, and the sight gave him a sense of freedom and power. STR, 50, and 50, Dex, 50, his contemplative moment was interrupted when gravity finally pulled his body down. Instead of resisting, Maxwell plunged into the fall, accelerating toward the ground. As the city floor rapidly approached, his jump kit released a powerful stream of energy, slowing his descent and allowing for a smooth, controlled landing. Satisfied, sir? Spyglass's voice sounded through the communicator. Despite his cold, robotic intonation, Maxwell could have sworn there was a hint of reprimand. Almost, Maxwell replied, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically, a mischievous smile forming inside his helmet. Now I want to test my cloak. Quick, find me the nearest women's restroom. I don't think that will be possible, sir, Spyglass replied, his voice remaining as neutral as ever. I'm just going to have a look, I swear I won't touch anything, Maxwell insisted, trying to hold back his laughter. That's not it, Spyglass continued, this time in more detail. The Vault Hunters killed the Archive and invaded Old Haven. The latest news I've been able to gather indicates that they were heading for the Salt Flats. Everything is happening as you said. What? So fast? Maxwell's eyes widened in surprise. There's no time to lose. I need to get to Crimson Fastness as quickly as possible. I'm on my way to pick you up, sir, replied Spyglass, and without wasting any time he switched onto Samson and headed for Maxwell's location, Break, in Fastness Crimson. 2 Crimson Lance soldiers were patrolling the fortress prison, exchanging small talk to pass the time. The place was silent, except for the occasional sound of a creaking metal door and the constant hum of the ventilation system. The older soldier, a burly man with gray hair and an expression hardened by experience, while his younger colleague, with a clean face and attentive eyes, fiddled with an echo. Damn man, those 4 Vault Hunters are a real problem, commented the younger soldier, trying to sound nonchalant. I can't believe they'd screw over an HG in Old Haven. Now they fuck up with the Echonet. The older soldier snorted, crossing his arms. Those amateurs don't stand a chance against the Crimson Lance. With Steel in charge, they eventually. But did you see that red-haired woman? What a hottie chick. The young soldier giggled but received no response from his friend. Come on, man, don't be gay. The younger soldier frowned, not understanding his friend's silence. Confused, the soldier slowly turned around to see what had captured his colleague's attention. To his horror, he saw that a shadowy figure stood behind the old soldier, one gloved hand pressed firmly against his mouth, while the other twisted his neck in a silent, lethal arm wrench. The older soldier struggled to free himself, but in a matter of seconds, his body sagged and he was gently laid on the ground by the mysterious attacker. The younger soldier tried to reach his weapon with trembling hands, but before he could reach his weapon, a shadow advanced towards him. A pair of firm hands grabbed his throat with relentless force. He tried to scream, but only a muffled sound came out of his mouth. His feet left the ground as his assailant lifted him effortlessly. The soldier's vision began to darken, bright spots dancing in his eyes as he struggled uselessly. I need to learn a CQC skill, using brute force alone seems too amateurish. One mutters from the shadows. His attacker releases his grip, letting it fall to the ground before disappearing like smoke. Suddenly the two soldiers' bodies began to be dragged by an invisible force into a dark, hidden place. The invisible figure seemed to have been attracted by a female voice in one of the cells, his footsteps hurrying towards it. Fools, they confiscated all my belongings, but they didn't take my echo. Beginner's mistake, Tannis laughs to herself, proud of her incredible genius. Even with EchoNet turned off, I can still send my location to the Vault Hunters via radio frequency. I wouldn't put too much faith in that option, Dr. Patricia Tannis, a disembodied voice sounded through the prison. Tannis' heart almost leaped into her throat, not expecting to find anyone there. Like a ghost, a man emerged from the void, standing right in front of the cell where Tannis was being held. Who are you? Tannis took a step back, her eyes widening at the sudden appearance. She deduced that the stranger was from some corporation, given his clothing. Maxwell Williams. Titan pilot in training, and mercenary in his spare time, Maxwell extends his hand into the cell, hoping for a handshake. It's a pleasure to meet the famous Dr. Tannis in person finally. I can't say the same. Tannis wasn't so easy to believe others. Many might underestimate her for being a woman and a researcher, but she had her share of experiences. Having survived so long in Pandora, even after Dahl's departure, served as irrefutable proof. Lowering his hand, Maxwell sighed. The woman was very self-centered and paranoid. Are you waiting for the Vault Hunters to rescue you? I wonder what makes you so confident that they wouldn't come here just for revenge. Maxwell crosses his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I know where Steele is going with the key. If you kill me now, you miss the last chance to get to the vault, Tannis retorted, crossing her arms as well. But internally she was alarmed. This person seemed to know about his involvement with the Vault Hunters. They could argue that you'd be ambushing them to finish the job, Maxwell argues back, amused by Tannis' stubbornness. Besides, what's to stop them from killing you once they've received the information they need? The Vault Hunters wouldn't do that, but Tannis didn't need to know this information. That's... Tannis' breath caught in her throat, the color draining from her face. Maxwell was right. After what she had done, it would be too innocent for the Vault Hunters to forgive her, let alone rescue her. Tannis wasn't afraid of dying. She was carrying a lot of trauma from the long time she had been exposed to Pandora, and death seemed more like a relief. But Tannis didn't want to die yet. She still had so much unfinished research, and she didn't want to die as soon as she was scraping the tip of the iceberg that was the Aridian race. She refused to leave for the afterlife after so many years of suffering on Pandora for her work. She had lost so many loved ones, and so many friends. What the hell do you want? I want you. Tannis froze as if lightning had struck her, her arms unconsciously protecting her breasts. Maxwell fumbles for a moment, rephrasing. I want your services as a researcher. I want you to work for me. It might seem an exaggeration for him to have done all this for just one researcher, but given the limited evidence and the great skepticism of even large corporations, professionals trained in Aridian technology were very rare. And if you're doubting my ability to protect you, I made my way here alone. Maxwell showed his data knife. There was a bit of blood on the blade. Do you think the Vault Hunters would do all this without alarming the entire base? The soldiers would silence you so as not to reveal the location of the vault when they discover that the fortress has been compromised. Tannis hesitated but could see no better alternative. Working for a lone mercenary seemed rather degrading for a prestigious researcher like herself, but there have been worse times. Okay, I'm in. I just hope I don't regret this choice. Tannis steps forward and extends her hand for a handshake. I'd do my best for you, don't. He raised his own hand, firm and secure, and shook it. His grip was strong, but controlled, as he had no intention of breaking the woman's hand candy. Letting go of Tannis' hand, he grabbed the iron bars of the cell with both hands and with a little effort bent the iron to make room for Tannis to get out. Brute, but I can't say I swim against efficiency. Tannis squeezed through the bars and followed Maxwell out of his cell. She was tidying up her crumpled clothes and messy brown hair. Perimeter clear, spyglass. Get in the truck and have the Marvins round up the bodies, Maxwell ordered through his communicator. Spyglass was waiting in a Samson with the Marvins a few kilometers away from Crimson Fastness. I'll be going after Steele before she opens the vault. Understood, sir. Stay here, Tannis. Maxwell turns to the woman, plugging in his comm to keep in touch. My robots are on their way. They'll stay with you here. Don't go up the mountain you under any circumstances. Tannis nods. She didn't suspect that the man was plotting something against her. Maxwell sighs with relief. He managed to convince Tannis not to call in the Vault Hunters. It might have been petty of him, but he didn't want the quartet to open the vault. That would destroy John's whole chain of plans and give him time to carry out his own. Maxwell had no idea how much information John had on the vault, but why would the man go after what, for many, was considered just a myth or a fairy tale? He deduced a few options. The first was simple. John manipulated the vault hunters into opening the vault with the help of his daughter, Angel. His intention was just to open the vault, hoping for the best, without knowing what was inside. Or he knew what was inside, and wanted to use the destroyer, either the creature itself or the remains. The latter was more valid, since that's exactly what he did, building a laser using the destroyer's eye as a focal lens. But there was the last assumption, the one that made Maxwell take action and interrupt the canonical events of the first game. Iridium. John wants to open the vault because Iridium could supposedly be acquired that way. He would bring the Helios station close to Pandora to mine Iridium, not only to get a lot of money but also to gain greater authority within Hyperion, to carry out his central plan. To conquer and civilize Pandora. John himself was a native of the planet and had a great resentment towards Stahl for having dumped its prisoners on the planet and worsening living conditions with the large influx of bandits that grew in subsequent years. So his biggest dream was to have the planet, his homeland, become a clean and safe place. Unfortunately for John, Maxwell wouldn't be letting things go so smoothly. He also wants a slice of that fortune with mining, and for that, he needs to get Angel out of EchoNet, who was reporting on everything that was happening in Pandora. If he opened the vault and started mining Iridium even though Angel was spying on him, everything would go down the drain if John discovered Iridium's presence. Maxwell wasn't prepared to face a corporation alone. He needed an army, capable people, technology, and heavy weaponry. Above all, he needed the Titans. Chapter 18, You're pretty good. Hey, wait. I haven't told you where the vault is yet. Tanis holds Maxwell's shoulder. You'll need to go to the top of the mountain and manually turn on the transmitter consoles in 3 separate buildings. Guardians are invading Crimson Enclave. Steel poked a hornet's nest with a popsicle stick. Maxwell strokes Tanis' hair, trying to calm the woman down. Just give me your echo, I'll transfer the data using my equipment. Tanis hands over her echo with an emotionless face but inwardly embarrassed by Maxwell's sudden action. He quickly uses his data knife to collect the vault's coordinates before leaving. Maxwell hears the muffled noise of a car arriving, going to where the Lancers were parked. He meets Spyglass. Great, you're already here. I need you to protect Tanis while retrieving the vault's key. Don't hesitate to use my P-2016. Maxwell orders. He hands over the weapons he collected from the soldiers to the Marvines. Although his combat intelligence was rather limited, it was still better than being unarmed. Are you going unarmed? Spyglass noticed that his superior was equipped only with bladed weapons. No. I bought a gun for the occasion. Punctuating his words, Maxwell pulls a sniper from his echo. The gun's barrel was stupidly long and there was a muzzle brake at the end of the barrel, along with a Picatinny rail for scopes. Not to mention its magazine, where the bullets were easily bigger than his finger. Weapons, Kraber AM Sniper. 57 calorie sniper rifle, bolt action, magazine capacity of 5 and 6x zoom scope as default weapon sight. A deadly sniper capable of killing any human with a single shot. $37C, credits, $179. He would be buying a new secondary weapon later, but for now Kraber would be more than enough. This thing was anti-material. It could cause serious damage to Titans when used in conjunction with Apt, a little monster that would later be nerfed in Titanfall 2 to 50 calories and a smaller magazine, so he preferred to use the version from the first game. After a quick check of his equipment, Maxwell took one of the Lancers parked at the base and headed for the coordinates of the vault. He vaguely remembered that the destroyer's vault was located in a very cold environment, and was also infested with Iridian Guardians, machines created by the Iridians to protect the vaults. Leaving the Lancer behind, Maxwell makes the rest of the way on foot. He met Atlas squadrons several times, and with his pilot's outfit being red in an all-white environment, Maxwell stood out like a sore thumb. Fortunately, he could turn invisible, which allowed him to pass through without any problems. The entrance was quiet, but as he reached the descent things became more chaotic. Atlas soldiers and Guardians were engaged in a savage confrontation all the way through the vault. Maxwell had to take a few breaks between his cloak's cooling time. He couldn't afford to waste time on these little squabbles, so he couldn't draw too much attention to himself. As he advanced, he saw a large stone monument in the distance, at the top of the mountain. It was the vault, or what was left of it, since it was in ruins. The prison of the creature that could swallow the entire universe and also the key to wealth was in a horrible condition, a little worrying, but the Iridians knew how to make things last for a long time. His eyes moved to the path, and see footprints left in the snow. Raising his Kraber, Maxwell sees through the scope a squadron marching towards the vault. He didn't care about the soldiers making their way to the vault, but focused on a beautiful white-haired woman, her blue tattoos giving away her identity. Commander Steel. A siren that even a fan of the franchise like Maxwell didn't know what her siren power was. She was one of the few figures explored given her untimely death. Too bad she was loyal to Atlas. 9 targets, minor infantry. 2 corporals and a lieutenant. Maxwell sighs, a little saddened by the woman's fate. It seemed that not even in this universe with a variable like him, Steely would still die. Anyway, he pulled the trigger. Bing, the Kraber's sound was so loud that even with his helmet's advanced sound suppression systems, Maxwell still felt his eardrums ring for a moment and a slight jerk. Fortunately, the muzzle brake made the recoil manageable at human levels, although his STR status of 50 also helped a lot. Kraber's bullet flies to its destination, falling a little due to its weight, but Maxwell had included the fall in his calculations and still hit the unsuspecting siren. Steel's shield is torn like paper before her body is thrown forward, falling face first into the snow. The surrounding soldiers panic at the sight of their commander lying in a huge pool of blood and pieces of what's left of her organs. Commander. Quick, protect the commander. Steely agonized for a few seconds before succumbing to her injuries, even though the squad medic had reacted quickly and dragged the woman to safety and stabbed his commander with a dozen metabolism syringes. Bang, we are under attack. Sniper. Cover fire. Find cover. The Atlas soldiers found themselves in a mess without their commander. They tried to eliminate the threat, but found themselves divided as they tried to find cover in the rocks of the mountain. None of them wanted to risk relying on their shields, Steel's lifeless body proving that shields were useless against the enemy's weaponry. Pulling the bolt, the bullet casing spat out of the Kraber, leaving the hot object to melt into the snow. Maxwell quickly repositioned the gun on his back and began to run. Moments later, a shower of bullets began to hit the spot where he was standing, cutting through the air and the ground. Fuck, he became invisible. Watch out, he must have stolen it from some Lancer assassin. The lieutenant shouts. He was the most experienced on the scene and could reason quickly. Look out for footprints in the SN. The lieutenant's eyes widened as he felt a pair of hands touch his neck, and before he could do anything about it, his world turned 180 degrees. Crack, Maxwell's invisibility is deactivated. His head turns towards the soldiers next to him, who feel their legs go limp as they feel Maxwell's focus on them. They thought that with the end of their enemy's concealment, things would go in their favor, but being face to face with Maxwell seemed much worse. What the hell? Don't get close. The soldiers raised their weapons, but in their moment of hesitation they didn't see 3 pointed objects flying towards them. There was a faint golden glow emanating from it. My eye. Fuck. The soldiers are stunned by the kunai, and before they can recover, Maxwell appears as a shadow in front of them, kicking the kunai stuck in the eye of one of the soldiers, plunging the blade into his brain, killing him instantly. The soldier next to him, seeing his partner die so violently, grits his teeth, pulls the kunai out of his leg and throws it at Maxwell to distract him, giving him enough time to fire his gun. He just didn't expect Maxwell to grab the kunai in midair with his hands and throw it back at him. His eyes widen as he feels his mouth fill with a strong taste of iron, and he drops his machine gun. He was ready to accept his fate when he saw someone appear behind his assailant and lock him in an arm lock, kicking the back of his leg and bringing Maxwell to his knees. A bloodthirsty desire came over the man. He wasn't going to waste the opportunity and stood up, pulling the revolver from his waist and pointing it at Maxwell, half kneeling. Maxwell's body language was calm, even with a revolver pointed at his head. Even with 2 strong arms locked around his throat, his lungs begging for some air, his face began to turn red. Say your last words, motherfucker. You're pretty good. STR, 50 greater than 65, and 50 greater than 65, Dex, 50 greater than 65, bang bang bang. Maxwell's head tilts to the side and his waist twists like a snake, preventing his vital points from being hit. The arms around his neck lose their strength, releasing their grip. Maxwell advances quickly, disarming the soldier and immobilizing him in time to use him as a meat shield against the rest of the Atlas soldiers. Seeing his cloak ready again on the HUD, Maxwell dropped the body of the now dead soldier and disappeared, alarming the other soldiers. Desperation began to take hold of the last soldiers. They didn't know what corporation this monster belonged to, but dodging bullets at point-blank range was ridiculous. Maxwell took a deep breath, his wide eyes moving quickly between the 5 remaining soldiers. One of them, hands trembling around his rifle, and it wasn't because of the cold environment, caught his eye, an easy target. Hearing the sound of snow being trampled underfoot, the soldier lost his posture and began firing around wildly. Maxwell appeared beside him like a materialized shadow, his kunai sliding across the man's neck. The rifle fell from his hands, the soldier writhing and spasming, his hands pressing down on his throat. Further ahead, a soldier with eyes wide with terror turned around and ran, the snow being kicked up in his desperate escape. Maxwell's brow furrowed, he couldn't let them call for reinforcements. Maxwell raised his Kraber calmly, Holding it in one hand and without using the scope, he pulled the trigger, hitting the fugitive in the back. The body was thrown forward, sliding through the snow, dead before it ever touched the ground. Meanwhile, the third soldier, more calculating, tried to rally his remaining comrades. He shouted orders, trying to get them to regroup behind a nearby rock, hoping to form a line of defense. Maxwell watched the attempt, his eyes fixed on the movement. Maxwell pulled a fragmentation grenade from one of his pockets and threw it with precision. The grenade spun in the air and fell between the soldiers, exploding in a shower of shrapnel that tore the man to pieces. The scream of pain was quickly swallowed up by the sound of the explosion. The last two soldiers, now cornered, decided that there was no alternative but to confront Maxwell directly. The Kraber had implanted a great fear in their hearts. Armed with knives, they advanced together, their heavy breaths mixing with the biting cold of the air. Maxwell was undeterred and picked up his data knife. They advanced in sync, their footsteps sinking into the snow, the blade glinting in the dim light of the icy environment. The first soldier attacked, the knife coming from above, fast and precise. Maxwell dodged nimbly, twisting his body to the side, but not quickly enough. The effects of the stim were wearing off. Fortunately, his shield protected him from the blow. Maxwell struck back, using the soldier's momentum against him. His free hand grabbed the attacker's wrist. He was about to twist it, but his partner didn't stand still and attacked to sever his hand. Maxwell let go of the wrist and retracted his hand as he felt the air from the blade pass close by. The first soldier recovered, saw the opening and took advantage, diving in with a direct attack on Maxwell's abdomen. His reflexes were quick, but not perfect. The blade penetrated shallowly into the side of his body, but the unsatisfied soldier tried to push deeper, but his enemy's flesh and muscles felt like iron, resisting. Maxwell grunted in pain and reacted by grabbing the soldier, who fell away. The second soldier, taking advantage of the gap, tried to advance to keep up the pressure. But Maxwell, tired and out of patience, reacted brutally. His fist met the soldier's face in a sequence of rapid blows, each punch harder than the last, until his opponent was stunned, staggering in the snow. Maxwell grabbed the man's face, pushing him hard towards his companion, whose legs were still wobbly from the fall. The two soldiers collided heavily, their heads meeting in a deafening thud. Without wasting any time, Maxwell pulled the Kraber from his back, adjusted the angle and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed through the icy mountains as the bullet passed through the heads of the two enemies, piercing the ground beneath them. The blood and gray stains splattered on the snow and on Maxwell, who raised his hand to wipe his visor. Maxwell exhaled slowly, his eyes lowering to the knife stuck in his body. With a grimace, he grabbed the handle of the knife and with a quick, painful pull, he pulled the blade out of his side, the blood spurting briefly before he pressed his hand over the wound. The battlefield fell silent, except for the muffled sound of his footsteps in the snow. The last vestige of resistance had disappeared into the freezing air, leaving only Maxwell, panting, amid the frozen chaos. With one last look at the lifeless bodies of the soldiers, Maxwell began to collect what he needed. He retrieved the weapons and echoes from the downed enemies, checking the models and ammunition before storing them in his echo. Each one of them could be useful later, and Maxwell knew better than anyone that you don't waste equipment on a battlefield. After collecting everything, his eyes turned to the final objective, Commander Steele's body. Kneeling beside the body, he ignored the throbbing pain in his side and began to search for the vault key. Maxwell then realized that Steele's tattoos had disappeared. Who would be the lucky winner? I hope it's like the game and end up with a little girl in Elvis. His fingers went through the pockets and compartments of the armor, taking the woman's echo. He quickly used his data knife and accessed the SD inventory. His eyes roamed over the stored items, finally finding what he was looking for, an alien metal artifact, with inscriptions that pulsed faintly with purple light. It was the vault key. Maxwell looked at it for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of what he was holding. The cold, gleaming metal vibrated with its energy, a sign that the key was charged and could be used at any moment. Satisfied, he communicated with Spyglass via the communicator. How are things out there? Everything under control, sir. Some Atlas soldiers fled the fight with the Guardians, but we intercepted them when they tried to enter Crimson Fastness. We had no casualties. Excellent. Have the Guardians left? Yes, sir. Then go with the Marvins and turn on the antennas, but don't forget to restart the server and look for any Hyperion hardware installed on the server. I'm heading back to Crimson Fastness. Noted, out. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the place, raising a thick curtain of snow that obscured everything for a moment. When the gale died down, Maxwell was no longer there. Chapter 19, Young girl Maxwell stood waiting for the large gate of Crimson Fastness to open, revealing the ready figure of Spyglass. Welcome back, sir, Spyglass greeted in its emotionless robotic voice. Its sensors immediately locked onto the bloodstain on Maxwell. I've detected an injury on your flank. This may compromise your combat effectiveness. Maxwell simply shook his head, downplaying the concern. It's nothing serious. The nanites have already closed the wound. It won't interfere. Sir, if I may ask, Spyglass tilted its head slightly, its glowing eyes flickering with curiosity. Which version of nanites are you using, sir? Maxwell shrugged. They're basic models, nothing too advanced. Spyglass's eyes flashed with a critical tone. I strongly recommend upgrading to a newer, or at least less outdated, version. Your repair and regeneration functions would be exponentially enhanced, along with eliminating the magnetic weakness. Maxwell gave a short, carefree smile as he took off his pilot helmet. Later. For now, how are things here? I have good and bad news, sir. Which would you like to hear first? Start with the good news, Spyglass. Maxwell stretched his body, the tension from the previous battle slowly fading away. The EchoNet has been fully formatted, and all databases were successfully preserved. We've accessed a vast amount of information on Atlas infrastructure and a complete map of Pandora. Maxwell nodded in satisfaction but raised an eyebrow. And the bad news? Spyglass hesitated for a moment, as if processing the best way to report the situation. One of the Marvines seems to have been possessed by an unknown entity while removing hardware belonging to Hyperion. It has requested to speak with the leader of the operation, which would be you. The Marvin has been contained in a secure cell, awaiting your assessment. Maxwell sighed heavily, massaging his temples. He already had a nagging suspicion about who might be behind this possession. Her, huh? It was only a matter of time, he muttered with his eyes closed. I just hope Angel doesn't have a daddy complex. I can't let her be used by Jack or I'm screwed. A large part of my systems are based on technology, not to mention my implants and the Titans in the future. Without opening his eyes, he asked, and Tanis? Dr. Tanis is at the Crimson Enclave, analyzing the bodies of the Guardians that fell in the previous battle. She's also conducting extensive tests on the technological remains of the Eridians. Maxwell nodded, still processing the information. Tell the Marvines to start dismantling the EchoNet servers and antennas. We're transporting them to Dead Island before Nox gets here. With Steel dead, they won't take long. Understood, sir. I'll relay the order immediately. As they walked through the corridors of Crimson Fastness toward the cell where Marvine was held, Maxwell changed the subject. I want to know how the Underdome is doing. Is the owner planning any events? Spyglass adjusted its posture, preparing to give a brief explanation. The Underdome is running its usual matches, where bandits, Pandora creatures, and mercenaries are pitted against each other in bloody combat. It's a chaotic place but quite popular. However, the only information I could gather is that the owner of the Underdome is looking for a husband. The proprietor is Mad Moxie, a well-known figure for her violence. And her attractive physique, sir. Maxwell scoffed. Moxie is a classic femme fatale, but she goes beyond that. She's a skilled mechanic. She could be useful in building more Marvines. After I regenerate, I'll look for her, maybe participate in the Underdome to catch her attention. Speaking of regeneration, I need some mental exercises. Any recommendations? Spyglass nodded. That's a pragmatic choice, sir. I recommend reaching out to her soon. As for mental exercises, chess is an excellent option. It develops complex strategies and sharpens reasoning skills. Maxwell gave a slight smile. I'll consider it, but see if you can find one for me. Let's see if your logic programming is any good at chess. Finally, they arrived at the cell where the possessed Marvine was detained. Maxwell looked at the machine, not noticing anything unusual at first glance. But as he approached, the Marvin turned its head, as if sensing the movement. A female voice came from inside the machine, soft but laden with authority. Maxwell Williams. Former pawn of Atlas. Now a deserter. Maxwell rolled his eyes. Trying to scare him? A good tactic if he didn't already know who it was and if he wasn't the living embodiment of the Reviat. Who are you? Identify yourself, or I'll destroy this tin can. Maxwell feigned ignorance. He didn't want to scare the girl. He needed to be seen as an ally. After all, it wouldn't be attractive for Angel to escape one dictator only to fall into the hands of another. The female voice, undisturbed by the threat, replied calmly. Interesting. I've never seen a robot like this before. Quite advanced by Pandora's standards. Okay, fuck the cautious approach. Maxwell only knew how to be diplomatic with his weapons, he urgently needed to hire someone to do it. That's what the money was for. Maxwell grabbed his Kraber from his back and aimed it at the Marvine. Can you see this thing? I killed a siren moments ago, I have no patience for games. I don't doubt anything, Maxwell, but I'm not your enemy. I'm here to help you. My name is Guardian Angel. The siren quickly explained, fearing he might pull the trigger. The Marvine was the only thing in Pandora left connected to her. She could feel various technologies in the man's body in front of her. He was like Wilhelm, a friend of her father who had an addiction to installing implants in his body. Although Wilhelm dreamed of becoming a complete cyborg, she didn't expect Maxwell to follow the same path. No one was as insane as Wilhelm. I don't see how a siren working with Hyperion could help me. Though he said that, Maxwell still holstered his Kraber. How cute, now I have a guardian angel. Can I call you Angel? It doesn't matter, I'll call you that whether you want it or not. You're mistaken, Mr. Maxwell. I'm just an artificial intelligence, and I wonder what makes you think I'm part of Hyperion. You can stop the act, Angel. I'm not a vault hunter who'll obey the first person who promises me a path to the vault. My robots removed hardware from Hyperion from the Echonet. There was no eye inside, which leaves only a siren. Maxwell chuckled in amusement. Get to the point, my time is valuable. Angel fell silent, alarmed at how easily her father's plans had been seen by a random man in Pandora. Upon realizing her identity had been compromised, she wanted to retreat, but Maxwell didn't seem like he would capture her and sell her to the highest bidder. She decided to follow the plan for now. It didn't help that she felt curious about how a figure had appeared out of nowhere on Pandora and was messing with everything, from Atlas's plans to Hyperion's. You're in danger. With Steel's death, yeah, I know. Look, Angel, I already knew the consequences of killing Steel. If you want to help me, just keep quiet about what I'm doing here on Pandora, lie to your superior, and I promise I'll free you. Deal? Angel stayed silent, her thoughts chaotic. He's guessing that I'm a slave to Hyperion and that I'm just helping him to be freed? Angel concluded that it made sense. Sirens had high bounties and would be used for experiments or have their powers exploited for some corporation's benefit. Angel felt momentarily scared, but she didn't have much time left and had to make her decision quickly. The mere thought of finally being free crossed her mind. It was quite tempting to finally live her life. But she knew her father well, and he wouldn't let her go easily. Angel was the reason for Jack's rise in Hyperion. Without her, he couldn't stay safe in such a predatory corporate environment. Deep down, she still loved her father and couldn't abandon him in such a hostile place. She was too good of a soul to do that. You seem conflicted, which is bad enough to make me reconsider my offer. But I have an Aridian guardian supposedly coming after my ass, and I need a siren on my side. So, let me rephrase. Be my double agent for now. Feed your superior with half-truths. Then we'll figure out your freedom problem, okay? The Marvin nodded, signaling that Angel agreed to his terms. Great, now do me a favor and create new passwords for these echoes. Maxwell opened the cell and handed the Marvin a dozen echoes. Angel tilted the Marvin's head in doubt but still obeyed Maxwell. A few hours later, in Jack's private office at Hyperion. Jack was leaning back in his chair, staring at the feed of a hologram, a frown on his angular face. His heterochromatic eyes quickly darted across the screen. Angel! Jack shouted, running his hand through his dark brown hair. He had been analyzing the latest news from Pandora for hours and was close to tearing his hair out. Yes, father? Angel's voice quickly responded. What the hell is happening on Pandora? Steel was killed, the vault key was lost, and where the hell are the vault hunters? Jack was doing his best not to explode with rage. This was his chance to boost his promotion, maybe even get the Hyperion president's chair. But that would only be possible with the discovery of the vault. A victory against the superpotency Atlas would give him a lot of reputation, not to mention put them on equal footing, with the help of Aridian technology, which was responsible for Atlas's current dominant status. Father, the Echonet servers were shut down on Steel's command, and shortly after, an unknown individual invaded Crimson Fastness and killed all the Atlas soldiers. Angel paused, preparing to do something she had never done before. This person formatted the Echonet system and removed my anchor from the server. I was forced to contact this person before I lost total connection with Pandora. In our conversation, I managed to deceive him with a false promise to help him retaliate against Atlas. You spoke directly to this person, ! Wait. Was it him who killed Steel? Jack's eyes were frantic, there was too much information to process. I'm not sure, father. He refused to give any information. Jack didn't care much. Someone had attacked an Atlas base and stolen the Echo server. Killing a high-ranking Atlas officer wouldn't be the last crime this person would commit before the sunset. And the vault, any information? Does this person intend to open it? Jack's only hope was that this person would open the vault and get killed by the monster inside. Nothing, he didn't mention the vault. He seems like any other Pandoran and is skeptical about the existence of any alien treasure. Good, but Atlas won't stay quiet knowing their commander was killed. There are too many soldiers on Pandora to be left to die. I expect another high-ranking officer to be sent soon. Jack turned his attention back to the hologram, focusing on taking advantage of the situation. Angel remained silent, feeling conflicted about her emotions. She felt guilty for lying to her only family and something that could only be described as apprehension. Nervousness with a dash of adrenaline? Angel, however, was no fool and wanted to closely analyze Maxwell's personality before deciding anything. She wasn't a vault hunter who would trust the first person to promise help. Chapter 20, Regeneration. Maxwell was seated at a steel table, facing Spyglass, focused on the chessboard between them. The metallic sound of Marvin's transporting heavy equipment echoed in the background, as the machines worked tirelessly, loading Maxwell's truck, Samson. Boxes filled with disassembled servers, communication antennas, and other vital devices were being carefully organized in the cargo compartment, ready for transport. It had been a week since the operation to dismantle the EchoNet servers had begun. The process was meticulous and controlled, as any mistake could compromise the vast database they were trying to protect. Time had passed almost imperceptibly for Maxwell, who engaged in tactical discussions, coordinating equipment movement, and taking a few rare but necessary breaks for rest. As Maxwell made his next move in the game, a smile formed on his face. "Checkmate," he said calmly, moving one of the pieces on the board and fixing his gaze on Spyglass. At that moment, a notification appeared in his interface. "INT, 49 greater than 50, Spyglass blinked its single eye, analyzing the result logically. "It was a good game, sir. That makes it 277 by 3. You're improving rapidly. Would you like a rematch?" "You don't need to remind me of that fact." A vein popped on Maxwell's forehead. Before Maxwell could answer the rematch, the door slid open smoothly, and one of the Marvins entered, possessed by Angel. She walked toward the table and unceremoniously placed several echoes on it. "I've created new passwords for the devices, as you requested," Angel said softly. There was a pause, and then she asked, with a curious tone, "Why exactly did you need these new passwords?" Maxwell picked up one of the echoes and twirled it between his fingers before responding, a nearly imperceptible smile forming on his face. "I just wanted to test the limits of my data knife," he said, his voice casual but hiding the real reason. It was a lie, of course. He had been doing this for days and had already hacked several echoes. Maxwell connected his data knife to the first echo, and the hacking process was almost instant, fluid, and without significant resistance. The screen in his interface flashed quickly, confirming the success of the operation. He picked up the next echo, repeating the process until his system screen flashed. New milestone reached, Technophobe, breach 25 out of 50 out of 100 technological devices, X, Double Agent, X, Echo Vision, X, Neuralink, Cogito Ergo Sum. I am, Hackathon, greater affinity with all existing programming languages, and a familiarity with hacking and breaking into security systems. Recon scan, you can now see the status of other beings, physical condition, skills, and weaknesses. A satisfied smile grew on Maxwell's face. It might look like cheating, but as people say, work smart, not hard. As Maxwell watched the screen, he felt a massive influx of information about technology, hacking, and system breaking, though at a basic level. At least now he wasn't so dependent on his data knife for tech tasks. His curiosity piqued about inspecting being statuses, and he turned his attention to Spyglass. On the recon scan display, Maxwell saw the following information about Spyglass: name, Spyglass, race, robot, age, 2W, 3D, STR, 10, and 190, Dex, 30, INT, 400, skills, data analysis, logistics coordination, tactical support, enhanced sensor range, weaknesses, corrosive electrical. Guess it was pretty dumb of me to expect a water weakness. Maxwell shrugged internally. At least now he understood why he had lost so many times at chess. If he wasn't mistaken, Neuralink was a passive from some Apex Legends champion. Though he was familiar with all the characters, he knew it belonged to a legend focused on hacking and espionage technology. Maxwell stood up from the table after finishing the hacking and turned to Spyglass. "I need a private place. I'll be spending some time alone, and I don't want to be disturbed." Spyglass nodded. "Of course, sir. One of the old lieutenant's rooms at Crimson Fastness should meet your needs. It's quiet and isolated." Maxwell was guided through cold, metallic corridors to the designated room. Upon entering, he noticed it was just a space with a table and chair. It seemed the Marvins had taken his order to clean the place seriously. They had even removed the lights from the room. Closing the door, ensuring he was completely alone, Maxwell muttered to himself, "This'll do," before sitting comfortably in the chair. He then focused and asked the system to begin installing the new implants he had acquired, Double Agent and Echo Vision. He didn't want to do this near Angel, as she might notice implants magically appearing in his body, given her technological affinity. He felt a slight pressure in his ears, a tingling sensation on his skin and throat as the system worked, integrating the new functions into his body and mind. The installation was a success. Augments, double agent, your papers appear to be in order. Capable of replicating the external appearance, voice, clothes, and equipment of any person. Does not grant the physical or psychic abilities of the mimicked individual, being only a visual and auditory illusion. Augments, echo vision, keep it. I have 20 out of 20 hearing. Drastically enhances the pilot's auditory capabilities, allowing them to perceive even the smallest noises in their environment. The implant features advanced function that converts sounds into visual data, creating a mark in the pilot's vision that reveals the exact position of enemies based on the sounds they produce, such as footsteps, heartbeats, and breathing. Ask them to nerf me, now I've got Wallach. Maxwell laughed as he used his new implant and saw Spyglass, Angel, and the Marvins through the walls. Tanis was still at Crimson Enclave, so she was too far to detect. Turning off Echo Vision, Maxwell opened his status screen. Name, Maxwell Williams, Regeneration, 0, plus, STR, 50, and, 50, Dex, 50, INT, 50, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.23, Blade Mastery LV.48, Mithridatism Constitution LV.12, Assassin's Instinct LV.60, Temporary, Skagtropy, Functions, Hanger, Quest Board, Most Wanted List, Credits, 179. Inspecting his stats, Maxwell mentally patted himself on the back. He had worked hard to reach this level. Although he knew he would start from scratch again, as a Titanfall veteran, he was confident he would rise quickly. The system was a faithful copy of the game he had mastered. He pressed the plus sign next to regeneration. A new warning screen appeared before him. Years of battle have taken their toll. We can regenerate you. At a cost, your body can be restored, but much of your muscle memory and attributes will be lost. You'll have to earn everything back in battle. Upon waking, you will respawn as a next-generation pilot. Would you like to proceed to the next generation? Y/N, Maxwell pressed yes without hesitation. Within seconds, a feeling of lethargy took over him. His muscles relaxed, and his eyes grew heavy as sleep quickly overtook his body. He tried to stay conscious, but the room around him darkened, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, Maxwell was greeted by a screen full of system notifications floating in his vision. His mind was still a bit foggy, processing the return to consciousness after the regeneration procedure. His body, though incredibly healthy, felt strange, as if it lacked all the agility and strength that had once come naturally. Regeneration complete, all attributes reset to 10, plus 100C, new skill acquired. Fast Learner LV.1, I'm built differently, transcendent, your body and mind are trained faster. Now you can surpass the human limit by 10 points. Prodigy, you master your skills faster and can now create your own skills. Cool, it's not like the game, but at least I can create my own skills now. Quick fingers and cooking, winning the hearts of maidens, here I come. New hanger tabs unlocked, weapons, gear, augments, robots, unlocked, medicine, unlocked, vehicles, unlocked, titans, locked, civilian, locked. What's the point of leaving civilians for last? Is the system afraid I'll go down a Sims route? Maxwell scoffed. At least it knows the endgame is building a galactic empire, hee. As a reward for your efforts, you can choose one item from each unlocked tab. Keep up the hard work, Maxwell rubbed his eyes. Now, that was news to him. Since when had his system become so generous? It was used for handing out mere crumbs of credit. Maxwell didn't say anything. He didn't want the system to change its mind and just expanded the hanger to choose the best items. Chapter 21, kept you waiting, huh? Maxwell decided to follow the order and expanded the robots tab. The blueprints were 50% cheaper compared to already built counterparts. Robots, MRVN/Marvines. MK. 3 Mobile Robotic Versatile Entity, also known simply as Marvines. 30C, Robots, Drones, Cloak Drone, Maintenance Drone, Plasma Drone, Search Drone. 10C, Cloak Drone, cloaking drones that provide tactical support, allowing users to become invisible for a short period. They are useful for avoiding enemy detection. Maintenance Drone, drones designed to perform repairs and maintenance on Titans and vehicles. They are essential for maintaining operational effectiveness in the field. Plasma Drone, equipped with plasma weapons, these drones can attack enemies while performing their support functions. Search Drone, reconnaissance drones that help locate enemies and provide real-time information about the battlefield. Robots, TIC, small explosive robots that can infiltrate enemy areas. They are designed to approach targets and detonate, causing significant damage. 25C, Robots, Spectre, autonomous combat robots that conduct patrols and support combat forces. They are capable of performing reconnaissance and combat tasks, making them effective in combat situations. 50C, robots, ALEO, automated law enforcement officer, robots designed for law enforcement, equipped with weapons and advanced technology. They can be used in security operations and crowd control. 55C, robots, spyglass. Spyglass units handle logistics, navigation, deployment, and communication. 70C, robots, stalker, combat robots that are more advanced than specters, with enhanced attack capabilities and tactical skills. Stalkers are much more resilient to damage and can pose a threat to inattentive pilots, especially in numbers. 100C, robots, Reaper. Reapers are heavy autonomous war machines, straddling the line between ultra-heavy specters and miniature titans. They are fully automated, agile, relentless, well-armored and deadly anti-Titan units armed with rapid-fire launchers implanted in their forearms that fire Reaper rockets. 300C, robots, simulacrum. No matter how advanced AI gets, it can never match creativity and decision-making of humans. So let's put the mind of a human into a robot. While they bear superficial resemblance to the commonly fielded BRDO-1 Spectre, simulacrum are instead human minds uploaded into robotic bodies. A simulacrum can be considered a form of transhumanism. 1500C, he considered it for a moment before a wicked smile grew on Maxwell's face. How much would someone pay for virtual immortality? Maxwell looked at all the options and chose the simulacrum blueprint. A new tab opened, revealing all the models. Of course, many civilians would hesitate to leave their flesh behind. But what about soldiers and mercenaries, constantly going in and out of firefights? Knowing there's a backup of your mind, even after your body is destroyed, would be a bargaining chip that could help Maxwell create a fearsome army unlike anything the Borderlands universe had ever seen. Simulacrum/male model, blueprint, deposited. Taking a quick look at the blueprint, Maxwell carefully stored it in his Echo, planning to send a copy to Spyglass for backup in the EchoNet servers and to research the materials needed to build simulacrums. Maxwell moved to the next tab. Medicine seemed less attractive, mostly featuring Silva Pharmaceuticals products like various stims. The main product was the classic stim, which boosted physical abilities, but there was also the legendary Fountain of Youth stim that Torres Silva used to appear young. Luckily, a few more scrolls down revealed more valuable items, devices for installing implants, the Advocate's regeneration technology, and not least, medicine, Voidwaker technology, device used to create the Voidwalker. Created by reverse engineering the fold weapon. 10,000C, medicine, Project Wraith, data and notes from the experiments, stimulations and triggers carried out on the test subject Wraith. 800C, medicine, Project Alter, data and notes from the experiments, stimulations and triggers carried out on the test subject Alter. 800C, medicine, Project Oracle, data and notes from the experiments, stimulations and triggers carried out on the test subject Oracle. 800C, Maxwell didn't think twice before making his choice. He hesitated for a moment, but realized the best option was to take the already built device. He only needed one and would never make more to avoid the risk of it being stolen. He planned to add a self-destruct mode in case it was ever taken. He wouldn't use it on his soldiers. Voidwalker wasn't something to give just anyone. It could potentially rival or surpass the Sirens in the Borderlands universe. Voidwalker technology deposited. The machine has a futuristic, sleek design, resembling a large medical pod. It stands about 2.5 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, with a smooth, oval-shaped exterior made from a dark, matte black alloy, giving it a cold, industrial appearance. I'll need to round up a few poor psychos as test subjects. Maxwell made a mental note to capture some psychos before heading to Dead Island. Finally moving to the last reward, the tab was quite large, and it would take time to decide what to choose. Ground Vehicles section, vehicles, zipline, fast transport from point A to point B. Commonly used to transport cargo or pilots. 15C, vehicles, tow, industrial truck, towing cars, small aircraft and titans. 40C, vehicles, forklift, industrial truck, lift truck. 20C, vehicles, trident, flying car, lightly armored troop transport vehicle. 30C, vehicles, gremlin, four-wheeled ground vehicle, lightly armored troop transport truck. 35C, vehicles, Samson, six-wheeled ground vehicle, heavily armored troop transport, assault truck. 55C, vehicles, gorilla tank, it's a walking tank, with heavy artillery. 85C, vehicles, IMC walker, it's a walking tank that can climb vertical and horizontal surfaces. Sword cannon. 60C, vehicles, paladin tank, heavy infantry vehicle, double-barrel main battle tanks. 99C, No affiliation aircraft section, vehicles, drop pod, orbital insertion pod. 10C, vehicles, Arcadia, carrier type, transporting delicate cargo. No offensive capabilities. 100C, vehicles, Widow, carrier type, used to retrieve Titans once they have been deployed and their battle has been fought. 90C, Frontier Militia Aircraft Section, vehicles, Crow, dropship and carrier type, a versatile dropship that can transport troops and equipment to the battlefield. Designed for quick insertion and extraction. 130C, vehicles, Hornet, starfighter type. Hornets are the ultimate small fighters for air and space superiority with their low production costs and great firepower. Hornets are both capable of regular flight in space and in atmosphere, and are also capable of hovering for a short amount of time. 300C, vehicles, Birmingham, starfighter type, attack frigate and massive space cannon ordnance. 560C, vehicles, MCS Carter Braxton, carrier and battleship type, heavy artillery, transportation of Titans and small aircraft. Hyperdrive for planetary travel. 1920C, vehicles, Annapolis, warship type, heavy artillery and nuclear weapons, hyperdrive for planetary travel. 12,260C, vehicles, Red-Eye, warship/mother base type, self-sustainable vehicular spacecraft. Transportation of Titans and aircraft, and modular factory. 18,310C, IMC aircraft section, vehicles, IMS Draconis, carrier type, armored ship for transporting delicate cargo with lightweight artillery. 180C, vehicles, Goblin, dropship and carrier type, a versatile dropship that can transport troops and equipment to the battlefield. Designed for quick insertion and extraction. 155C, vehicles, Phantom, starfighter type, equipped with plasma cannons, guided missiles and a temporary camouflage system. 750C, vehicles, Bomber, starfighter type, lightweight artillery with explosive ordnance for the destruction of buildings. 495C, vehicles, IMS Malta, carrier and battleship type, heavy artillery, transportation of Titans and small aircraft. Hyperdrive for planetary travel. 3190C, vehicles, IMS Colossus, warship type, heavy artillery and nuclear weapons, hyperdrive for planetary travel. 11,750C, vehicles, IMS Odyssey, warship/mother base, self-sustainable vehicular spacecraft, transportation of Titans and aircraft, and modular factory. 20,630C, holy fucking shit. Maxwell's eyes widened. Warships with nuclear weapons? This could wipe out Pandora in minutes. Maxwell's heart raced, but a little disappointed, he could only choose one item. Being broke sucks. Sighing, Maxwell shook his head and closed the screen. He wasn't crazy enough to choose a city-sized ship inside a tiny room. He straightened his uniform and gave the door a light push. As he stepped into the hallway, he spotted Spyglass, waiting for him, with no sign of Angel nearby. Spyglass, where's Angel? Maxwell asked, frowning at her absence. She said she needed to step away momentarily but will return shortly, sir, Spyglass clarified. However, I must say, you look considerably younger. Maxwell raised an eyebrow, confused. Younger? Without hesitation, he activated his pilot helmet's visor, which allowed a reflective view. When the visor flashed his reflection, his eyes widened slightly. His face was incredibly youthful, the battle scars and fatigue of time gone. His hair was thick and vibrant, his skin smooth, with none of the wrinkles or marks from before. He looked like he was back in his 20s. His fingers touched his face softly, as he finally grasped the meaning of a better body from the regeneration process. The vitality was undeniable. Maxwell couldn't help but smirk in surprise, but quickly composed himself. He had responsibilities, and Spyglass wouldn't handle everything alone. Without further ado, he pulled out the blueprint for the simulacrums from his Echo and handed it to Spyglass. I want you to make a copy of this and store it as a backup on the EchoNet servers. And another thing. Maxwell paused, his mind now focused on the next step of his plans. The Marvin should pick up the Void Tech technology that I acquired. We will take it to Dead Island. Make sure it is transported with total security. Spyglass nodded. It will be done, sir. I will arrange for the pickup immediately. Not wanting to remain idle, Maxwell checked his equipment. It was a deeply ingrained habit, especially for someone with his history of intense combat. It wouldn't be pleasant to draw his weapon only to find it empty. In the midst of his inspection, he noticed that his shield was broken due to the brutal confrontation with Steele's squad. Since then, he had been wandering without this crucial protection. I need to sort this out soon, he thought, knowing how vulnerable he was without a functional shield. A well-placed bullet to his skull would mean game over, with no restart. After a while, Spyglass returned, his presence marked by precise footsteps and his robotic voice sounding calm and firm. "Everything is ready, sir. We can depart." Maxwell nodded and headed for the Samson, the robust armored vehicle he would pilot. Spyglass and Dennis were already seated in the passenger seats, ready for the journey. The destination? T-Bone Junction. Although Crimson Fastness was their current base, it was clear that there was no fast travel system installed there, a security risk, and enemies would be instantly inside the base. As Maxwell drove the Samson, flanked by 5 other Lancer vehicles driven by the Marvines, the convoy of 6 trucks made its way toward the fast travel. The vehicles were impressive, imposing, and as they passed through the city, a wave of panic began to spread among the citizens. Many looked at the Lancers in terror, assuming it was an attack by the Atlas Corporation. However, upon realizing that the vehicles were moving with indifference, showing no signs of hostility, the people began to relax. Sighs of relief spread through the streets as the trucks finally disappeared into the characteristic particles of light of the fast travel, vanishing from the location and leaving the city at peace. Chapter 22, Outer Heaven. The sound of waves gently breaking on the sand echoed along the entire stretch of the beach. Maxwell, shirtless, ran across the soft sand. The salty wind tousled his hair as he accelerated, sweat dripping from his forehead. His physique was more robust, and he had grown taller. It had been 3 weeks since he arrived on the island, and he was conditioning his body. This time, he focused on gaining muscle mass, which resulted in each point gained in strength increasing by 6.75 kilograms. During his runs, he always took the opportunity to pass by the graves of his former squad. He wondered how Benjamin was doing and if he managed to get off Pandora. End. 42 greater than 43, new milestone reached, free bird, cover 250 out of 520 out of 975 kilometers running 1, adrenaline transfusion 2? 3? Augments, adrenaline transfusion, pilot is permanently stimmed, allowing for quicker movement speed, longer jumps, and faster regeneration. On the other hand, there is a higher risk of addiction, loss of sensitivity and health problems. Damn, these stims are dangerous. Maxwell had chosen not to install the implant. He already had one that could be activated and deactivated at any time, even though it was a weaker version. Feeling that his gains were good enough, Maxwell veered off onto a trail that led to the heart of the island. An old road now turned into a natural path, where the leafy tops of palm trees cast a pleasant shade against the island's harsh, hot sun. After a few minutes of running, he finally arrived at the provisional settlement, the old apartment complex where the lumberjacks lived while working for Jacobs. Spyglass was standing at the entrance, waiting for him with a towel folded in one metallic hand and a bottle of water in the other. Maxwell stopped in front of Spyglass, panting but with a slight smile on his face. He grabbed the towel, wiping the sweat from his forehead before taking a long sip of water. "Report," Maxwell said as he checked his status. Name, Maxwell Williams, Regeneration, 1, STR, 17, and 43, Dex, 29, INT, 21, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.23, Blade Mastery LV. 49, Mithridatism Constitution LV.12, Assassin's Instinct LV.60, Fast Learner LV.1, Neurolink LV.4, Functions, Hangar, Quest Board, Most Wanted List, Credits, 279. It seems regeneration purged the scag disease from my body. That was one less concern, and although he wouldn't tell anyone, the craving for human flesh had disappeared along with the disease. Spyglass responded while displaying a map of the island. The Marvines have completed the installation of the EchoNet server. All communication vehicles on the planet are stable. We've received some calls, which were promptly declined, and we've blocked distress signals sent by the Atlas troops to HQ on Promedia. As for the corpses, all have been incinerated as requested. Spyglass continued, with a slight change in tone. Dr. Dennis, however, wasn't pleased with your decision to prevent the collection of a corpse for study. She expressed her dissatisfaction rather emphatically. She locked herself in the room where Void Tech is? Maxwell chuckled softly, picturing the eccentric scientist grumbling somewhere. He tried to keep regular conversations with her, but she preferred staying alone, recording logs on her Echo. Affirmative. She'll get over it, Maxwell said mockingly. Our priority now is stabilizing this place and ensuring we have a safe haven on this abandoned planet. Soon I'll head to Badlands and bring back a few subjects for testing. Additionally, Spyglass continued, shifting topics, the water purification process has been successfully completed. The Marvin team managed to isolate and eliminate all the pathogens found in the island's aquifers with Dr. Tannis' help. The water is now safe for consumption and has been properly distributed throughout the base. We've also implemented a continuous filtration system to ensure no future contamination. Clean water had been one of the main concerns since their arrival on Dead Island, now named Outer Heaven, as it was a paradise compared to the rest of Pandora. Although the island looked like a paradise, its water system had been compromised by the remnants of the undead that had infiltrated nearly every aspect of the environment. Food wasn't a problem, since only he and Tanis were human on the island, so consumption was minimal, but the creation of crops had already been planned. Good work, Maxwell nodded, satisfied. For now, I'll prepare for my little incursion. Keep the base running in my absence. As you command. Maxwell left Spyglass to continue managing the base and headed to his room. The space was simple, a bed in the corner, a wardrobe, and a small desk. Just the essentials, but luxurious considering they were all made of wood, a rare resource on Pandora. Before putting on his pilot suit, Maxwell decided to take care of something he'd been postponing. The rudimentary nanites still circulating in his body. Maxwell had delayed replacing them, but he could no longer ignore the vulnerability they pose to magnetism. The longer he kept them, the more he was gambling his life with the death, and as always, the house would eventually win. Gear, nanites MK7, small robots that help heal wounds quickly, can also recover severed limbs, as long as they are not already decomposing. Keep the host's body in shape even without exercising, by making small daily stimulations to the muscles. 120C, minus 120C, 159C, Maxwell grabbed the syringe and injected it into his exposed forearm. For a moment, the veins in Maxwell's arm turned black as the nanites coursed through his body like snakes. He took a deep breath as a slight tingling sensation spread through his muscles, replacing the old nanites with the new ones. With the process complete, Maxwell turned toward the wardrobe. Without rushing, he began to dress, pulling on the combat suit and adjusting each part for a comfortable fit. Putting on his helmet, his eyes focused on the data feed visible on the visor. Max, Angel's voice chimed in his head with a slightly curious tone. What are you doing in the Badlands? Seems a bit overkill to gear up this much just to catch a few psychos. Angel and Maxwell had grown more familiar over the past weeks, exchanging lighter comments. But Angel always felt that Maxwell was still full of secrets, especially after that unsettling encounter with a teenage version of Maxwell following his conversation with her father. Of course, she didn't bring up the elephant in the room, since Maxwell had never pressured her to reveal her own secrets. So she didn't feel it was right to question him directly. Finding no anomalies in his body or implants, Maxwell finished adjusting his helmet, the visor illuminating his face for a moment. Of course, I'm doing more than just catching a few psychos. I was thinking of stopping by the Underdome. Grab a few drinks, have some fun, and see if Moxxie is as beautiful as people say. He replied mentally. There was a brief silence on the other side of the communication, followed by a low, slightly irritated murmur. Pervert, degenerate, shameless. Maxwell chuckled as he stored some ammunition boxes in his Echo. He couldn't resist teasing her. You know, Angel, I'm not a cold block of stone, he laughed, grabbing the Kraber and slinging it over his back. But are you jealous? No need to worry, there's always room for more in my heart. Angel audibly huffed, clearly embarrassed by how open Maxwell was about a subject that made her blush like a tomato. Anyway. I've finished the modifications to the island's fast travel system. Angel quickly changed the subject. It's now a ghost device. You can use it to access any other fast travel point on the network, but no one can access this one. It's invisible to the rest of the system. Maxwell raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Invisible, huh? And what's the catch? The catch, Angel continued, is that it's a one-way trip. If you leave using it, you'll have to find another way to get back to the island. The fast travel here will be locked until you manually return. Maxwell nodded. Got it. Thanks, Angel. Always looking out for me. Try not to overdo it. More than usual, at least, she retorted with a slight hint of concern. I'll try, but I think Moxxie has enough experience to deal with my roughness. I'm not talking about that, damn it. Angel shouted before the mental link abruptly cut off. Maxwell burst out laughing. It was nice to see the shy girl opening up, but soon he refocused on the system screen. He knew it wouldn't be wise to do this alone. Some reinforcements would come in handy to assist him. Robots, Spectre, autonomous combat robots that conduct patrols and support combat forces. They are capable of performing reconnaissance and combat tasks, making them effective in combat situations. 50C, minus 100C, 59C, the Spectres took position in front of him and saluted with a military gesture. Unfortunately, they came with no equipment. Knowing this, Maxwell needed something reliable, without any excess. He scrolled through the list of weapons until he stopped at the R201 carbine, a well-balanced assault rifle. It didn't have any standout strengths, but also no weaknesses. Weapons, R201 carbine, a fully automatic gun, its magazine can hold 24 bullets and 30 with the extended magazine. an improved iron dot reticule and an upgraded internal CPU core that regulates barrel temperature, weapon malfunctions and ballistics. 23C, minus 46C, 13C, handing a weapon to each Spectre, they were finally ready to go. Maxwell wondered what was the best way to earn credits. He believed it was through system missions, but they were quite rare, and regeneration took too long. However, there was something he had forgotten, given that he had only used it once. Due to the fact that there was only one criminal on Dead Island. Most wanted list, this function granted him rewards if he, or one of his allies, killed a figure with a criminal profile. The issue was that only now did Maxwell understand the implications of this function. After escaping Dead Island for the first time, he had received a colossal number of criminal profiles, including even the Vault Hunters. He hadn't told anyone, but the main reason for his return to the Badlands was for just one reason. Bang plus 19C, the sharp crack of the Kraber roared like thunder, and the bolt was pulled back quickly. The bullet casing spun through the air, softly landing on the ground, while Maxwell watched his target fall dead on the horizon. He adjusted the angle and aimed at the next one, ignoring the distant screams and gunfire sounds echoing from the Psycho camp, 3.5 kilometers away. Bang plus 4C, he preferred to be cautious as he had no shield and let the Spectres enter CQC while he stayed well away. Bang plus 1C, Maxwell kept shooting until a robotic voice contacted him through the echo communication. Sir, all possible threats have been eliminated. We've captured some psychos and the clan leader of these savages, awaiting orders. I'm not taking prisoners, just execute them, understood, plus 2C, plus 8C, plus 4C, plus 18C, plus 50C, plus EVA 8 shotgun. I guess Jack better hurry, or there won't be any bandits left on Pandora by the time he gets here. Hey, Maxwell gave orders to the Spectres. Before you return, take a vehicle from the camp. We're moving. Maxwell looked up at the orange sky. It was almost dusk. He had decided to leave his Samson behind on this mission, a strategic choice. Many people had already seen the vehicle alongside his Lancer forces, and Maxwell preferred to keep a lower profile this time. Noted, we're on the way, replied the robotic voice. Chapter 23, Want to hear a joke? Maxwell was sitting in the passenger seat of a car that had clearly seen better days. The vehicle was a bandit technical, patched together and riddled with bullet holes in the doors. It was a miracle it could still run. The Spectre at the wheel kept his focus on the road. On top, another Spectre sat in the mounted machine gun seat, its ocular lenses scanning for any suspicious movement. Maxwell, however, was relaxed. With his face resting on his hand, he gazed up at the night sky. The stars shone brightly against Pandora's vast desert, creating a hypnotic contrast, but that wasn't what he was focusing on. Driving LV.3 greater than Sunday driver, has a basic understanding of operating land and air vehicles. Improving gear shifting and vehicle handling. I hope this works on Titans, although I think it'll be a while before the next regeneration. The cold, sandy wind hit his face, causing slight discomfort. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling each grain of sand, but it didn't bother him. Strangely, it gave him a sense of peace, reminding him he was no longer on Earth. Pandora's days were long and scorching, easily surpassing 104 degrees Fahrenheit, while its nights were freezing. No wonder in the game, you'd jump from a snowy area to a desert in an instant. From time to time, the car would bounce due to the rough terrain, making his body sway in the seat. Despite that, his eyelids began to grow heavy. Maxwell allowed sleep to overtake him, deciding to take a nap during the trip. Sometime later, he felt a metallic hand lightly press his shoulder. Opening his eyes, Maxwell blinked a few times, adjusting to the dim light. They had arrived at their destination. Well, we're here. Moxxie's red light. Maxwell stretched slightly and nodded, hopping out of the car. As he stepped down, he adjusted the pilot helmet on his head. The red light bar was nearby, but the car would have to be left behind. The street leading to the location was littered with obstacles, fallen walls, metal crates, and barrels blocking the way for any larger vehicle. With a sigh, he signaled for the Spectres to follow him on foot. Upon reaching the entrance, Maxwell was greeted by an immense, muscular man, clearly the bouncer. The guy looked him up and down before raising his hand. "Hold up, son," said the man, nodding toward the sign at the entrance. "House rules. Weapons aren't allowed outside of the Echo storage deck." Maxwell narrowed his eyes for a moment. Not wanting to cause trouble, he stored his Kraber and EVA 8, along with the Spectre's weapons. As they entered the bar, Maxwell murmured under his breath. "I feel kinda naked without my weapons, but if everyone's at the same disadvantage, the chances of something bad happening are slim." The bouncer gave a small nod, allowing Maxwell inside. As he crossed the doorway, he was immediately enveloped by the red light's atmosphere. The bar was dark and moderately large. Dim lights flickered on the walls, while soft music played in the background. A few young women, dressed in short, provocative outfits, served the mercenaries and bandits crowding the tables. The air was thick with the smell of cheap alcohol and cigarettes, mixed with occasional murmurs and laughter. Maxwell's eyes scanned the place, his system displaying every dirty crime they had committed. After some quick calculations, there was a total of 1,438 credits in that bar. Fortunately for them, Maxwell wouldn't be killing them inside the bar. He'd be killing them outside of it, of course. Maxwell took a seat at the counter, his two specters standing motionless behind him. As he settled in, the woman he was looking for finally approached. Maxwell's eyes locked onto her hips swaying side to side, like a snake smoothly undulating across the floor. His gaze slowly traveled upward, drawn to the two bouncing personalities as she walked. At moments like this, he thanked his helmet for hiding the trajectory of his eyes. "Oh my, looks like Pandora's got a new face. What should I call you?" Moxie asked, leaning casually and putting more weight on her left leg. Maybe she was trying to emphasize her hips, or maybe it was just a bad habit. Maxwell wasn't sure, but both scenarios seemed possible. "Maxwell Williams, but you can call me Max, Miss Moxie." He calmly removed his helmet, placing it on the counter beside him. His deep navy blue eyes met Moxie's bright blue ones, her long lashes fluttering for a second. She stared at him for a moment, and although her white makeup made her look like she'd just been crying, a faint trace of surprise was visible. However, Moxie quickly regained her characteristic smile. "What brings you to my humble establishment, sugar?" Moxie propped her elbows on the counter while resting her chin on her hands. Bringing her face dangerously close to Maxwell's, letting him catch a whiff of her sweet, enchanting perfume. "I came to check out the Underdome when I heard about the prize. And a date with the owner of the Underdome. But now that I'm here, I realize the date's the real deal." Maxwell leaned in a little more, a mischievous grin growing on his face as he winked at her. "Oh, and to try some drinks too." If not for the makeup, a slight blush might have appeared on Moxie's face. Sensually licking her red lips, she turned and bent over to grab a bottle from the shelf, her hips swaying softly. "Well, Max, then I suppose I should satisfy you with my best." Maxwell watched the curve of her back for a moment. She had a naturally guitar-shaped figure, almost hypnotic. But resisting the temptation, he shifted his gaze to a drawer on the counter, containing only a few crumpled bills. "Mundo Black Label, this beauty here is exclusive to Premedia." She began, sliding a glass in front of Maxwell before filling it with the dark, thick liquid. "So, Max, think you can handle it? With a lovely lady serving me? All night long?" said Maxwell, tilting the glass and letting the dark liquid slide down his throat. The first sip surprised him with its robust malt flavor and spicy notes, followed by a sophisticated bitterness and a warm sensation in his chest. Thought Pandora's finest would be a bit better than skag piss. "A pleasant surprise, though," Maxwell commented, licking his lips and savoring the aftertaste. "But I reckon this stuff costs a fortune? I'd say Mundo Black Label isn't for just anyone, sugar. But you seem to be handling it just fine." Moxie smiled with satisfaction, leaning forward, letting her cleavage spill slightly over the counter, giving a clear view of her heart-shaped tattoo. Moxie looked at Maxwell for a moment, her blue eyes sparkling with a mix of amusement. "I'd love to stay longer, sugar, but I've got to go start the Underdome for tonight. One of my girls will take care of you while I'm gone." She gave him a teasing smile, nodding toward one of the young waitresses. "Many competitors tonight?" Maxwell, not wanting to let her go that easily, crossed his arms and threw her a playful look. "I've heard rumors you've already slept with nearly everyone on Pandora." Moxie paused mid-step, her eyebrow twitching for a moment, but she quickly recovered, her usual smile returning. She walked back and grabbed another beer, filling Maxwell's glass before leaning in close again. "Want to hear a joke, Max?" she asked casually but didn't wait for a response before starting. "See this bar?" She made a sweeping gesture, referring to the establishment. "I built this bar myself. Gathered the stones, the best stones from the Badlands, brought them here, set everything up, made it look as beautiful as it is." She paused, looking Maxwell straight in the eyes. "But do you think people call me Mad Moxie, the bar builder?" "No." She shook her head slowly, a sarcastic smile on her lips. Moxie then pointed to the window, at the Outrunner outside with its shiny paint and sleek design. "See that Outrunner out there? I designed and built that car. Researched the best engines, picked the right tires, the chassis. Assembled it, piece by piece. But do you think people call me Mad Moxie, the car builder? No, they don't." Another slow shake of the head, her tone a bit more bitter this time. Maxwell stayed quiet, his smile slowly fading. He began to wonder if he'd crossed a line. Moxie then pointed toward the large entrance leading to the underground Underdome. Ever seen the Underdome? She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. I built that too. Stone by stone, cement, steel, everything assembled and structured. I gave more love to building that Colosseum than I gave to raising my own children. She stepped closer, now just inches from Maxwell. But do you think people call me Mad Moxie, the Colosseum builder? Maxwell remained silent, watching as she shook her head for the third time. No, they don't. Suddenly, she leaned in even closer, her lips just a breath away from Maxwell's ear, and whispered with gritted teeth. But you are fucked by one psycho. Moxie pulled away abruptly, the heels of her boots echoing loudly through the bar. Her cold gaze pierced him for a brief moment before she finally turned her back and walked out. One of the young staff quickly came over to serve him, smiling sympathetically. Maxwell glanced at his glass, and suddenly, the beer that had once tasted so pleasant now seemed strangely bitter. Max. You're an asshole. A female voice echoes in Maxwell's mind. You are listening. No wait. Where did you learn that word, girl? Maxwell exclaims mentally. Side chapter 24, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Moxie's heels echoed through the narrow halls of the red light as she stormed away from the bar. Each step felt heavier, with a growing anger tightening her chest. She was supposed to be up in the penalty tower, where she would be hosting and commentating, especially since the amount of explosions and gunfire often made it hard to tell what was happening. But first, she needed to calm down. Arrogant little brat. Bam. Moxie slammed her fist against the wall, frustrated. Before that stupid provocation, the conversation had been interesting. Even fun. But teasing men was second nature to Moxie. She loved to seduce and flirt, but that didn't mean she was easy, far from it. Given her looks, which caught the attention of both genders, she endured many slanders. But hearing that from a boy young enough to be her son hit a nerve. What did he know about her to say something so absurd? Knock knock knock. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. One of her girls entered, carrying a heavy tip jar filled with bills. The clinking sound of the coins and notes inside immediately caught Moxie's attention. Moxie, the Underdome's ready for tonight, the young woman began, placing the jar on the table with a soft smile. And here are the tips. He filled it up himself. Moxie raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. He? That handsome young man, replied the girl cautiously, silently hoping Moxie had calmed down. The one with the two robots. Intrigued, Moxie frowned. Her slender fingers slipped into the jar, pulling out the crumpled note between the money. She motioned for the girl to leave, turning her attention back to the paper. She resisted the urge to rip the paper right there, but curiosity had won. Moxie slowly unfolded it, her eyes scanning the words with disinterest. Miss Moxie, if you haven't torn this paper already, I appreciate it. I believe I went a bit too far and might have hurt you. Just a bit? Give me a break, kid. Moxie scoffed but kept reading. About your joke, I have to be honest, a stand-up comedy career would be a failure. Not funny at all. But that's not the case when it comes to your ingenuity in creating various projects on your own. Moxie scoffed again. Still trying to be cheeky? After hearing what I believe was a small part of your life, I tried to think of a good apology or something inspiring to write. But instead, I decided to leave a genuine comment. Moxie paused for a moment, reading the 3 words slowly. You worked hard. Moxie froze at those last words. The paper trembled slightly in her hands. Those 3 words echoed in her mind, like a trigger unleashing a flood of painful memories buried beneath her tough exterior and all that makeup. Men crawling back to her, begging for forgiveness, wasn't uncommon. But they always came with empty words, telling her how much they loved her, how beautiful she was, and how they would treat her better in the future. But something about the simplicity of this message, something that, for the first time in a long while, acknowledged the effort and pain she had hidden behind her provocative smiles and jokes with innuendo. She remembered the years she fought as just a simple Hadong clan woman, treated like an object, thin and frail, but with a spirit that refused to be broken. The image of her daughter being forced to marry her own father came to mind, a moment that marked her deeply and pushed her to flee the clan. A desperate escape that led her into the unforgiving desert of the Badlands, with 2 young children and another still in her belly. Moxie felt the weight of that past fall upon her once again. She had endured hunger and thirst, using her body as currency to protect her children, wandering through a world where even the sky seemed intent on devouring her alive. Until she inevitably fell into Shaik's hands, suffering the horror of losing the baby she was carrying after being abused by one of Shaik's psychos. The shock of a miscarriage changes a woman entirely if she's unlucky enough to survive it. It was at that moment that Moxie died, and Mad Moxie rose from the ashes of that poor car mechanic. Tears began to roll silently down her face, tracing small paths through her makeup. Her hand trembled as it touched the place where Maxwell had written those words. No one had ever said that to her. No one had ever acknowledged how much she fought to survive, to keep her children alive, even though in the end, they had left her when they grew up, perhaps ashamed of what she had done. The nights she lay alone, with no one to comfort her, her silent tears falling on the pillow, had been forgotten by everyone. You worked hard, she whispered to herself, almost as if to allow herself to believe it. Still holding the note in her hands, Moxie stepped away from the table and looked out the window, where the lights of the red light illuminated the Colosseum, spectators finding their seats, waiting for tonight's event to begin. Did he say he was here for the Underdome? Moxie's hands unconsciously embraced the note. Finally giving up on testing how far the nanites would protect against alcohol, Maxwell paid the bill and was guided by one of the girls to the Underdome. He was currently beneath the arena, the muffled sound of the crowd echoing through the metal walls around him. He could feel the vibrations on the ground, the cheers and applause sounding like the distant roar of a stormy sea. He checked his gear one more time. Maxwell had bought a new shield at the underground bank. He was equipped with a Kraber sniper rifle and an EVA 8 shotgun. It's better to have a secondary weapon. Maxwell frowned and opened the hanger. Weapons: B3 Wingman, a high-caliber double-action revolver, capable of dealing massive damage with each shot. With a 6-bullet clip, it compensates for its low fire rate with high accuracy and long range, able to take down enemies with 2 body shots or 1 to the head. 15C, Maxwell could describe the revolver as having a robust and intimidating design, with white metal parts, a Picatinny reel on top, and a wooden ergonomic grip that helps control recoil. Quite impressive for the price. Maxwell holstered the revolver where his P2016 used to be. With a jolt, the elevator began to rise, lifting him towards the arena. As it ascended, he could see the crowd more clearly, the stands packed with eager faces, all protected by a large shield that allowed them to feel safe. The arena was a chaotic urban landscape, with crumbling concrete structures and metal walkways connecting different levels. Narrow alleys and confined spaces provided the perfect terrain for ambushes and frantic skirmishes. When the elevator reached the surface, the light hit Maxwell's face directly. His pilot helmet's visor quickly adjusted the brightness, allowing him to see clearly. Glancing around, he saw he wasn't the only one. A quick scan estimated there were around 100 competitors. Quest: prove yourself, beat Helberbia, be the first in kill counts, don't get hurt rewards, 50C, plus? Looks like someone showed up. A pleasant surprise, Maxwell quickly accepted the mission, turning his attention back to the arena. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and Maxwell looked up at the tower in the center of the dome. At the highest point, there she was, the queen of the Underdome, Moxie. Tonight's match will take place in Helberbia. With graceful and sensual movements, she twirled as she held onto the central pole of the tower. No surrendering, friendly fire is allowed, and to qualify for the next arena, you must, of course, be alive and have eliminated at least 10 enemies. Begin. Chapter 25, Who is ready for tomorrow? Maxwell's visor flickered as he activated Deco Vision, quickly mapping all enemies in red and competitors in yellow. A circular minimap of the arena scanned into place, settling in the top left corner of his display. It's like a game, handy, though it seems to have a range limit. Maxwell focused his attention on the northern section, where the cells had opened. A total of 35 enemies. Maxwell pulled Eva from his back, a weapon with fragmenting projectiles, perfect for dealing with multiple foes in a confined space. A heavy scent of blood began to emanate from Maxwell, causing the nearby competitors to falter. His posture, with a nearly predatory focus on his prey, made the others instinctively step back. A small circle of space formed around him, nervous glances shared among those closest. Oh, don't be shy, my loves. He doesn't bite. Well, not too hard. Moxie teased the remaining competitors. She was always on the lookout for a champion, and cowards had no place in her world. It seemed to work. Some competitors gritted their teeth and advanced, even though being close to Maxwell made their bladders threaten to betray them. Maxwell scoffed, wasting no time. He activated his jump kit, the boosters on his back propelling him forward. He ran along the crumbling walls of the buildings, leaping from one to the other as the clash below him began between the two factions. As the chaos unfolded, Moxie watched from her tower, narrowing her eyes with growing interest. Oh, he's got special toys, huh? But he doesn't seem to belong to any corporation around here. Could he be from another galaxy? Maxwell let himself drop near a group of enemies, using the remaining momentum to slide across the ground. Bang 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 bang. Eva spat lead, tearing and mutilating the bodies of the foes in his path. 6 kills. Not letting his momentum fade, Maxwell activated his jump kit again, launching himself back onto the walls, ready for the next set of targets. His clothes rippled in the wind, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted suspicious movement. His eyes darted to see a psycho tossing a grenade his way. The audacity of this idiot. Maxwell twisted midair, the grenade grazing past him. As he completed his spin, he pulled out his Kraber and fired before the grenade could explode behind him. Bang boom, cockling the Kraber, Maxwell used the explosion's force to propel himself in another direction. His shield had protected him from the shrapnel. Well. Crap. Unfortunately, his bad luck had him landing right in front of a group of armed psychos. I'll wear your skin as pajamas. Maxwell's hand moved swiftly to his waist. Bang bang bang, trigger discipline LV.24 greater than 25, plus 9C, 7. Maxwell murmured before vanishing, causing some in the crowd to gasp in surprise. Reappearing behind the group, Maxwell kicked up dirt, sending dust into one of the psychos' faces before using his grappler to yank the furthest one toward him. He wrapped the cord around the psycho's neck, who thrashed desperately for his life, but eventually succumbed to lack of air. Plus 6C, 8. Omoxxi's thighs squeezed together at the sight. The boy knows how to handle ropes. I wonder if he's as good with those toys outside the arena? The audience roared with laughter and cheers, well accustomed to the Queen of the Underdome's teasing innuendos. Plus 2C, 9. Maxwell counted as he snapped the neck of the last one, twisting it 180 degrees as the psycho was still trying to clear the dirt from his eyes. Maxwell then turned his gaze to the tower, a muffled chuckle coming from his helmet. Damn, that woman's such a flirt. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Looks like the letter worked. I almost lost a great engineer. Maxwell quickly refocused when a red dot appeared behind him. He stabbed backward just in time, skewering a sneaky midget psycho who had tried a surprise attack. 10. Better save the flirting for later. Regeneration left my body less prepared than usual. I can't afford to let my guard down. Although he had reached the required number of kills to advance to the next arena, Maxwell still had a mission from the system. But he could feel his body slowing down, making the task of avoiding injury even more challenging, and more thrilling. Cleaning his data knife, Maxwell jumped to a nearby building, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. The other competitors, unlike Maxwell, were struggling to deal with the psychos and bandits. The most terrifying thing about psychos wasn't just their madness, it was their visceral ferocity that even the wildest beasts lacked. Maxwell pondered for a moment that the rise of psychos on Pandora might be due to long exposure to prisoners mining near the vault, which caused such frenzy and obsession with the Eridian treasure. It was just a fleeting thought as he decided to head for the highest point in the arena, considering that using his Kraber from a distance would be the best option while keeping his kill count steady. With his earlier performance, no one dared think Maxwell was being a coward. In fact, his distance caused some relief in the Underdome, for both competitors and bandits. Although the Kraber's roar made it clear Maxwell had no intention of stopping his one-sided massacre. Within minutes, the first wave was over, but the subsequent waves took longer due to the deaths of some competitors. One thing worth noting was that once inside the arena, there were only 2 ways out: survive all 5 waves or have your corpse carried out. Maxwell, like the crowd, was growing bored with the monotony. Moxie noticed and didn't waste time. She signaled one of the staff below, who understood and ran to open a single cell. Roars and guttural growls echoed from afar, with the thick iron bars trembling under the weight of the beast imprisoned within. The iron bars began to rise slowly, creaking as if resisting the sheer force of the creature inside. Deep, guttural growls reverberated through the arena as the massive shadow of a psycho emerged from the cell. The spectators, who had been laughing and cheering, fell into a tense silence. Holy hell, a badass. Maxwell muttered, not in fear but with a strange sense of nostalgia as he watched the psycho. He was much larger than a common psycho's, with sickly pale skin. His right arm was disproportionately massive, while the left, shriveled and atrophied, hung limply at his side. It would have been a comical sight if he weren't wielding a buzz-axe big enough to cleave a man in 2 with a single swing. Maxwell's emotions settled as the novelty wore off. He aimed the scope at the badass's forehead, his Kraber glowing faintly in gold. Moxie noticed his movements and, being well versed in weapons, knew the badass wouldn't survive the shot. Not wanting the fight to end prematurely, an idea popped into her head. I've got an offer for you, darlings. Moxie announced with a mischievous smile. I promise a special reward to whoever defeats the badass psycho without using firearms. Their eyes locked for a moment. Maxwell knew she wanted to entertain the crowd more than she wanted to test his offensive capabilities. Woman. Maxwell sighed, the offer too tempting to simply finish the badass with a headshot. Slowly lowering the Kraber, he slung it over his back. The badass psycho let out a frenzied roar, swinging his massive axe toward Maxwell. The pilot activated his stim, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline flood his veins, heightening his speed and reflexes. The axe sliced through the air, but Maxwell was already gone. Using the jump kit, he launched himself to the side, twisting midair and landing gracefully behind the psycho. Maxwell extended his hand and activated the grappler, the cord latching onto the badass's oversized arm. He pulled with all his strength, trying to unbalance the beast. The psycho roared in anger and, with a brutal show of force, yanked the cord back, dragging Maxwell along with it. Unable to resist, Maxwell was flung toward the monster. Instinctively, he retracted the cord to avoid being crushed, but the momentum hurled him through the air, out of control. As he sailed through the air, Maxwell saw the badass psycho raise his axe and, with a vicious swing, hurl it toward him. Unable to dodge, Maxwell knew his shield wouldn't withstand the hit. In a split-second decision, Maxwell fired his grappler, aiming at one of the nearby competitors. The hook latched around the man's waist, and with a fierce pull, the competitor was dragged directly in front of Maxwell. No, wait. The man screamed in panic, trying to break free. But it was too late. Crack splash, the impact was brutal, silencing his scream in an instant. Maxwell dropped the competitor's split body, deciding to end the fight quickly. His chances of getting injured or worse, killed, were too high. Maxwell raised his data knife and, taking advantage of the remaining stim, charged forward. The badass psycho roared, lifting his massive arm to crush him in one blow. But just as the strike came down, Maxwell vanished, activating his cloak at the last second, leaving the monster confused. Maxwell reappeared near the psycho's leg, and with strikes so fast that only a golden blur could be seen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A sequence of stabs was delivered mercilessly, each strike slicing through flesh and tendons. Starting from the knee and working upward to the torso, until Maxwell plunged the data knife into the neck, pulling the blade with a final cut. A spray of blood erupted, creating a sinister mist in the air. The giant fell to its knees, low painful grunts escaping its mouth, still fighting to stay alive, unable to accept its impending death. BAM plus 33C. The badass psycho finally collapsed forward, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud, and with that, the night in the Underdome came to an end. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then erupted in deafening applause, roaring with excitement at the brutal spectacle. Maxwell stepped back, wiping the blood from his knife with a swift motion. Ladies and gentlemen, recovering from her stupor, Moxxie's sultry voice echoed through the speakers. What a splendid finale to our night. The remaining competitors began to be escorted out, and Maxwell, now free from the spotlight, followed the flow. As he walked, he could still feel the eyes of the crowd on him, but there was something else waiting for him. Upon leaving the arena, he found Moxxie, leaning against one of the corridor columns, a provocative smile on her lips. You surprised me, kid, she said, walking away with her hips swaying seductively. Follow me. We have a few things to discuss. Can't I clean up first? Maxwell muttered to himself but still followed behind. Chapter 26, Just the two of us. Maxwell followed Moxxie until they reached a lounge, a fairly cold room bathed in a red neon glow. A large heart-shaped bed lay behind a desk cluttered with paperwork and cigarette butts. Vintage weapons hung on the walls, and rows of liquor bottles lined what seemed to be a small private bar, leaving no doubt that this was Moxxie's private sanctuary. Maxwell couldn't resist whistling in admiration. Damn, now this was a VIP room. He almost forgot he was on Pandora and not back on Premedia. Don't mind the mess, I don't usually have guests. She turned to him, pointing her thin finger at one of the plush couches. Take a seat, sugar. Would you like a drink? Do you have any juice? I'm kind of tired of alcohol. Maxwell asked as he settled in, placing his pilot helmet on a nearby table. It's a bit expensive, but I've got some. The soil in Pandora is pretty depleted, so it's more common to have an excess of alcoholic drinks than fruit. Moxxie poured 2 glasses of lemon juice with ice cubes, swirling the liquid before handing one to him and taking one herself. Thanks. Since I left Premedia, I haven't had much of a balanced diet. Maxwell downed the glass, resisting the urge to make a face at the sour taste. Premedia. What crime did you commit to end up in this hole? I don't see anyone coming to Pandora willingly. Besides being criminally irresistible and handsome, I haven't done anything illegal in the eyes of planetary law. Maxwell winked innocently at Moxxie, holding his glass out for a refill. I came because I saw an opportunity. Opportunity, you say? Moxxie encouraged him to continue, refilling his glass. Nothing too exaggerated. I just want to establish my own corporation. I wanted to start with a few business operations, buy some stocks, and build a private army. Maxwell summarized his plan, omitting several details to keep Moxxie from discovering his undertakings. I was making some quick money to hire a few employees and... Forgive me for bringing this up, but it caught my attention. Maxwell paused, looking at Moxie for a response. Moxie nodded, sipping her juice silently. She knew exactly what topic he was referring to. The topic was the joke Moxie had made earlier. Maxwell understood it to be an alternate version of the McGregor joke, where Moxie took the man's place. In the joke, a man built bars, churches, and walls, but was never recognized for it, until the day he slept with a goat, and everyone in town called him McGregor, the goat fucker. You know, I couldn't help but remember that you mentioned designing and building the Outrunner. I'd like to know if you're some kind of mechanic. For a brief moment, Moxie froze. She was brought back to herself when she felt the cold liquid trickle down her collarbone. She realized she'd spilled the proverbial Danzō or lemon. It wasn't common for anyone to associate her with something beyond her reputation as the Underdome Queen and a cheap bitch. She sighed resignedly, wiping away the juice that had dripped on her. You're right. I'm a general engineer. I enjoy tinkering with all sorts of technology. Sometimes, I even prefer a good project over a crowded party. Maxwell raised an eyebrow, finishing his juice and setting the glass down on the table, satisfied. I didn't think the Queen of the Underdome was also an engineer who gets her hands dirty. Oh, honey, I'm many things. And if what you saw out there caught your eye, know that I can do much more. She paused, setting the jar aside. So, let's stop beating around the bush and get to the main point. Now that you've won the challenge and have a right to whatever you want, are you interested in my services? I can create, modify, upgrade. Whatever you need, just ask. I won't lie, I'd love for you to work for me. Maxwell shook his head, a light smile appearing on his lips. But above all, I value the trust of those around me. He was speaking to the woman who had sabotaged a planetary weapon simply because she'd been betrayed by Jack. He knew he'd have to take more drastic measures to bring her over to his side. I won't waste my wish on something as trivial as forcing someone to work for me. His eyes swept over Moxie from head to toe. I have a better idea in mind. Moxie felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. The light in her eyes dimmed for a moment, and she sighed internally. Just when she thought Maxwell was different from the others, he seemed inclined to have the same intentions as those who had hurt her. Not that she could blame him. With her frivolous attitude, provocative clothes, and a body designed to arouse any man's desire, it would almost be strange if he didn't want to take a bite out of the juicy and ripe Moxie. Without hesitation, her hands went to her back, ready to undo her bra. She wasn't one to go back on her promises. But before she could complete the gesture, Maxwell spoke, his voice low but clear, stopping her in her tracks. My request is simple. I want to see the real Moxie, the woman behind this makeup and fake accent. If we're going to work together, it's only fair I know who I'm dealing with. The words were like an electric shock, and Moxie's fingers froze on her bra strap. For a moment, time seemed to freeze around her, her mind spinning as she processed what he had just said. There was something in his expression, a sincerity she rarely saw in a man's eyes. Moxie thought she'd misheard, maybe she'd had too much to drink. After all, it was normal for people to mishear after 2 glasses of lemon juice. Sorry. Can you repeat what you said? She asked with a poker face. Maxwell didn't mind and repeated himself, more clearly and loudly. I want to see you when the red light doors are closed, when the Underdome lights are off. Don't tell me that Mad Moxie is just a character to protect yourself from this wasteland. That would be quite sad. Moxie said nothing, turning her back on him, her shoulders trembling slightly. Maxwell immediately wondered if he had overstepped his bounds, asking for something so personal from someone he'd only known for a day, though her faint sniff told a different story. Am I asking too much? Sorry, I think I'm being unreasonable. Maxwell scratched his neck, feeling the heavy silence transform the room into something uncomfortable. Moxie stayed still for a moment longer, then responded with a voice that revealed no emotion, give me a minute. Without looking back, she walked away and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. After more than a minute, the bathroom door opened, emitting a slight creak that broke the silence. Maxwell, who had gotten up and was admiring the weapons hanging on the wall, turned at the sound. His eyes fixed on the feminine figure emerging, and his breath caught. There stood Moxie, without her heavy makeup and without the provocative, flamboyant clothes that made her the seductive queen of the Underdome. Her eyes were a little red, but Maxwell valued his life enough not to mention it. She wore a pink nightgown, fairly large and made of a light fabric that fell to her knees, yet it couldn't hide her body's curvaceous figure. Moxie walked to the couch and sat down, her hands resting on her thighs. This allowed Maxwell to finally notice the white stockings she was wearing. Ahem, satisfied with what you see? Shaking himself from his stupor, Maxwell wiped a bit of drool from the corner of his mouth. You look beautiful. If I didn't know any better, I'd mistake you for a young woman of 20. Oh? Well, sugar, how old do you think I am, then? Moxie smiled at the compliment, her her beauty mark highlighted. Maxwell scratched his beard in deep thought, but ended up checking Moxxie's status. Name, Molly Hodunk, Mad Moxxie, age, 46 years 4 meters, STR, 12, and 26, Dex, 31, INT, 43, Skills, Trigger Discipline LV.15, Engineering LV.93, Piloting LV.35, Horsemanship LV.69, Economist LV.56, Cooking LV.12, Weaknesses, Chronic stress, insomnia, lung disease, myopia. Horsemanship? Maxwell paused in confusion for a moment before continuing to analyze Moxxie's stats. Overall, her status was decent, though she had some fairly problematic health issues, nothing out of the ordinary in Pandora, where being alive wasn't much better than being dead. In any case, he had better say something, or Moxxie would find his silence strange. 35? Close, but mighty modest. Moxxie crossed her legs slowly, giving him a brief glimpse of what lay beneath. Blue, huh? Maxwell shrugged. You really take good care of yourself. Relying only on genetics on Pandora doesn't end well. Maxwell sat back down, interlacing his fingers. I guess we can get back to business now. Sure, but first, can you tell me how you knew my accent was fake? I trained hard enough that I even forget my natural accent is that of a fat old countryman. Your son, by the way. I can't believe he's under 30. The son on Pandora is truly unkind. Scooter's a good-looking boy, it's just the oil and smoke on his face that hide it. But enough of that, we're getting off topic. Moxxie leaned forward, allowing a clear view of her big personalities. Now tell me, Sugar, what sort of opportunity did you see in Pandora that brought you all the way out here? Mining. Moxxie raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. There's a rare mineral in Pandora that starts emerging on the surface after a while following the vault's opening. Wait a minute. So that's why Doll was forced to leave Pandora by Atlas. Those bastards, I knew something was fishy with his sudden interest in Pandora. Moxxie almost jumped with the realization. Forced? I thought Doll abandoned the digs after realizing it wasn't profitable. Moxxie shook her head. The first corporate war started because Doll took over Pandora for itself. I thought you were from this galaxy, don't you know about the corporate wars? Corporate wars? Maxwell tilted his head. This was new to him. Moxxie sighed, wondering if Maxwell's plan would actually work. Briefly, back then, the central government didn't allow any corporation to own entire planets, they could only lease large parcels of land. The point is that Doll came to the Borderlands because it's a galaxy right on the edge of the universe, far enough away that communications take months to reach other galaxies. Maxwell nodded eagerly, thrilled to learn something not detailed in the game. Now that this was his real life, the universe was clearly more expansive than just a handful of planets. Atlas was, and still is a superpower, and they moved at light speed as soon as they heard a corporation was digging without a contract from the central government. But it was only a few years ago that they sent in small excavation groups. So Doll was forced to leave with its tail between its legs, leaving behind cheap labor in Pandora as they fled the planet. Moxxie stopped and turned her attention back to Maxwell. So now I ask you, Sugar, how do you think you're going to mine a grain of sand on this planet without drawing Atlas's attention? And I'm not even talking about finding the vault key. A smug grin started to form on Maxwell's face as Moxxie finished speaking. He took out his echo device and pulled the vault key from it, placing it on the table. Moxxie felt a strange premonition, alternating her gaze between Maxwell and the key. Sugar, don't tell me that's the vault key, yes. Maxwell chuckled, putting the key back in his pocket. I have the echo servers in my possession, my team's been intercepting distress signals from Atlas soldiers. That's why you hadn't heard until now that Steele's dead. Steele is what? Moxxie's hair stood on end. She was speaking to the person responsible for a high-ranking officer's death. You know that won't last, right? Atlas will send troops as soon as they detect inactivity in that division. Intercepting communications is just delaying the inevitable. I know, that's why I need your help building my corporation. I have big projects in mind that'll give us a military edge. Fine, but how will we get cheap labor that'll keep quiet? Moxxie rubbed her temples, but she held on to the hope that Maxwell had an idea. He'd planned everything so far, and he didn't seem to have overlooked this detail. This is where you shine. Maxwell picked up the echo again and handed it to Moxxie, who accepted it and looked at the screen, her eyes gradually widening as she understood what he was showing her. MRVN? Moxxie murmured to herself, her eyes shining. She tossed the echo onto the table, scooted closer to Maxwell, and sat in his lap. Maxwell was taken by surprise, but before he could ask what she was doing, he felt a soft pair of lips pressing against his. Maxwell moaned as he felt a small tongue enter his mouth. The apex predator on the battlefield had no choice but to declare defeat. Moxxie's experience made her an easy victor. Maxwell's hands instinctively wrapped around Moxxie's waist, feeling the softness and the heavy scent of her femininity overwhelm his senses. Pulling away, a playful line of saliva still connected their lips after the sloppy kiss. "Max, you crafty bastard, this is incredible!" Moxxie cried in excitement, ignoring the hard object pressing into her ass. "With this, our odds are looking really good." "Of course, but can you do that again?" Maxwell asks with a pained face. His hands squeezing Moxxie's fat ass. "Smack later, sugar." Moxxie gave his hands a light slap, slipping out of his grasp. "But it's been a long day, and it's getting dark. One of my girls will show you to a room." Maxwell sighed, a bit disappointed, and Moxxie had to stifle a laugh as she noted the look of resignation on his face. She could have sworn she saw the imaginary ears of a sad puppy as he tried to mask his disappointment. With one last gentle kiss on his cheek, Moxxie pushed him out of the room, closing the door right afterward. When silence enveloped the room, Moxxie leaned her back against the door, letting out a long sigh. Holding Maxwell's echo in her hands, she slowly slid down to the floor, hugging the device to her chest. "I'm a lovesick bitch with no salvation." At least she'd hit the jackpot this time. Chapter 27, Old Yellow Bricks. Maxwell was in the middle of a set of push-ups, feeling each muscle as he focused on his breathing. 105, 106, hiss 107, huff 108. STR, 17 greater than 18, STR, 18 greater than 19, sweat dripped from his forehead, hitting the floor. The quiet morning atmosphere was broken by an unexpected voice in his mind. "Max?" A disembodied voice echoed in his head, sounding somewhat annoyed. "Where is your echo? You know I'm completely blind without it." Maxwell paused, propping himself up as he recognized the voice instantly. "Good morning, Angel. How's it going?" He smiled faintly before getting back into position and continuing his push-ups. "I think I left the echo with my sweet wife." STR, 18 greater than 19, I can't believe you two are a thing, Angel sighed softly. "I mean, you met one day and already kissed. Wasn't that a bit fast?" STR, 19 greater than 20, no, Maxwell answered curtly, keeping count mentally so he wouldn't lose his rhythm. "Why?" Unsatisfied, Angel pressed, finding the whole situation absurd. "Because, from the start, she was open about looking for a partner, and I had only two goals, to find an engineer and, if possible, get a date with Moxxie." Maxwell paused in his push-ups, wanting to convey his thoughts accurately. "She's a mature woman who knows what she wants, and I'm no different. She found what she wanted, and so did I." Maxwell closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing. "Back in my time, serious relationships among young people took years because neither side knew if they'd found the right partner, or whether they should focus on a career or a romance. There were so many factors. You sound like an old man now, and that's still a bit confusing to me. You don't need to understand it all now, you're young. Relationships get put on a pedestal, but life is much more than, baby making." "Max." Her voice returned, but this time it seemed different, a bit shaky. I've been thinking about something, but it's kind of silly." He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Angel never sounded like this. "Go ahead, Angel," he replied, encouraging her to continue. "You can ask anything. Except my bank pin or a browser history. The latter I'd keep secret even at gunpoint." Chow, sigh. "How does a kiss feel?" The question came out with hesitation and innocent curiosity, so different from the usual apathetic Angel projected. "I mean, how would you describe it? This girl, is she jealous, or am I going senile?" Maxwell chuckled softly, surprised and a little amused by her unexpected question. Rubbing the back of his neck, he searched for the right words. "Well, it's warm," he began, recalling the intensity of his last kiss. "Warm and kind of wet. Like an electric current running through you, making everything else disappear until only that moment remains. It's one of those things that's hard to explain without experiencing it firsthand," he admitted, a sly smile forming afterward. "When the day comes when you're free, I'll show you in person. You'll feel it for yourself." "Okay," Angel murmured in the back of Maxwell's mind. That wasn't quite the reaction he'd expected, but it seemed she was starting to get used to his teasing. Knock knock knock. A soft knock on the door interrupted their telepathic conversation, and before Maxwell could respond, Moxxie entered. She looked visibly tired, with oil stains on her arms and dark bags under her eyes, yet her face lit up with a contented smile. She paused when she saw him, his body sweaty and muscles defined from the push-ups. Moxxie's eyes gleamed slightly, and, unconsciously, she ran her tongue over her lips before regaining her focus. "Have you eaten anything, Max?" she asked casually, though her gaze lingered on him for just a few seconds longer. Not yet. Maxwell shook his head, wiping his forehead with a towel. Great, I made breakfast, so come with me. I want to show you something. He followed her, noticing the contained excitement in her step. Moxie led him to her room, where one of the walls was slightly ajar, revealing something unexpected. What once looked like a simple weapons rack was actually a secret passageway. They descended the stairs into a dark room. With a touch on the panel, Moxie turned on fluorescent lights that buzzed softly, illuminating the metallic figure of a fully assembled MRVN, unpainted. The robot stood in the center of the workshop, surrounded by scattered components and tools. She looked at Maxwell hopefully. So, what do you think? Moxie. This is impressive. Maxwell was genuinely amazed, studying every detail of the build. Moxie grinned, her dimples showing. It took me longer than I expected, but there he is, a brand new MRVN. He still needs some tweaks and a paint job, but it's a start. All that's left is to program the eye, Moxie said, removing an oil-stained glove and leaving it on a nearby table. Maxwell smiled, shaking his head confidently. That won't be an issue, I know someone who can handle that part. He examined the MRVN closely, assessing its potential. What about the cost, Moxie? Do you think mass production is viable? Moxie sighed and sat down on a nearby chair. The materials to build MRVNs are cheap and easy to find. They just need visual sensors and nothing too complex beyond that. She yawned, covering her mouth with her hand before pointing to a corner of the workshop. But the simulacrum? That's a different story. They have much more advanced components, some I've never even heard of. We'd need a specialized factory to make those. Maxwell frowned slightly but found it within expectations. Maybe with a mothership, we could manufacture those components, he murmured, already thinking of solutions. HMNG Moxie stretched, her joints making soft cracking sounds. Now, you should go clean up and get some sleep. Moxie didn't disagree, nodding lazily. She pointed to a table nearby. I made you a meal. Coffee and some sandwiches. Thank you, Moxie. Maxwell went to the table, letting the aroma of fresh coffee wrap around him. Blowing on the steam, he took a sip. Meanwhile, Moxie left to take a shower. After a while, Moxie returned, wrapped in a purple towel, her hair still damp. Maxwell finished his coffee and, with the last sip, asked as he saw her approaching, is the next Underdome challenge ready? I cancelled the Underdome. She hummed. Well, the Underdome is yours to do with as you wish, but I thought it was your main source of money. Maxwell wasn't shocked by the news, knowing that the whole event was created to find a husband. The Underdome was just to raise enough money to invest in something more stable. Too many people die or get maimed and come back seeking revenge. Moxie sat close to Maxwell, pulling a large blueprint from her echo. I've had a dream since I was a young, innocent girl with the hodunks. Moxie laid the blueprint on the table. Unrolling the paper, she allowed Maxwell to get a good look at its contents. A casino. In space? Maxwell's mind raced, memories flashing to a certain DLC in Borderlands 3. Moxie's heist of the Hansa jackpot. In summary, Moxie had hired vault hunters to rob Jack's casino. In one dialogue, she'd said that the casino's design was hers before Jack stole it. She'd probably shared the plans with him while they were dating, right after she'd broken up with Mordecai, the winner of the Underdome. Maxwell couldn't resist a soft snicker. The reason for their split had been Mordecai was more interested in plucking his bird's feathers than plucking Mai. Maxwell could only wonder how he managed to ignore Moxie. Was it your love for Bloodwing or alcohol, or both? After Mordecai, Moxie had met Jack, who'd seemed like a decent guy at the time. Confident in him, she'd shared her casino designs, but they'd somehow ended up at odds, leading to the bitter rivalry in Borderlands, the pre-sequel. But none of that had happened in this timeline. Mordecai hadn't won the Underdome. Hell, Maxwell had taken the vault key with Dennis, delaying the vault hunters from the first game. They were probably still hunting down Tanis or had fled Pandora, thinking Steel had already opened the vault. Returning to the present, Maxwell tore his eyes from the blueprint, realizing this wasn't something to take lightly. He needed to show support and encouragement. It seemed Moxie was opening up to him, and he couldn't waste this chance to deepen the trust and affection between them. Maxwell nodded fiercely, he had to make this work. Turning to Moxie, Maxwell was ready to shower her with praise, but the words caught in his throat. Moxie had her head resting on her folded arms on the table, and a soft snore could be heard. Never mind. She must be exhausted. Carefully, he lifted her in a princess carry, surprising her slightly. Moxie awoke with a start but, upon seeing it was Maxwell, she relaxed, resting her head against his chest with a sleepy smile. You need to get some rest, he said softly, carefully climbing the stairs to her room. Once he laid her down, he adjusted her to ensure she was comfortable. "Get some sleep," Maxwell responded, covering her with a blanket. "I have some things to take care of, but I'll be back soon." "Don't forget to close out the workshop, Max," Moxie murmured, curling up like a cat. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Leaning down, Maxwell placed a soft kiss on her forehead, watching a slight smile appear on the sleeping woman's lips. Slowly closing the door, Maxwell stepped out of the room after closing the Moxie workshop. Leaving the bar, his specters were still patrolling near his Samson. "Let's go. I want to find a secluded place." Maxwell quickly climbed into the car, slipping on his pilot's suit. The specters followed orders, driving away and disappearing into the Badlands desert. "Where are you going?" Angel asked, not understanding his sudden need for privacy. Maxwell replied, propping his legs up on the dashboard. "To pick up my spaceship." Chapter 28, I Don't Like Sand. Maxwell walked slowly through the desert, each step raising small clouds of dust that quickly disappeared in the dry wind. The heat was oppressive, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the intense sunlight. Removing his pilot helmet to ease the stifling sensation, he found that the pilot suit only made the heat feel even more unbearable. "I should have installed a cooling system in this damn suit," he muttered to himself, pulling a water bottle from his echo storage. He had left the specters in the Samson, as Angel could use the visors to see, which would save him the headache of explaining how a spaceship the size of a city had appeared out of nowhere. Pouring the refreshing liquid into his mouth, a few drops trickled down his chin before he capped the bottle and put it away. He looked around, searching for any kind of shelter, but the horizon stretched on endlessly, devoid of shade or reprieve. "Angel, about the corporate wars," Maxwell began, trying to distract himself from the heat and discomfort. "I've heard a few versions, but I want the real facts, no narratives or half-truths. Also, what year is it exactly?" "The first corporate war began between Atlas and All in the year 2681. Currently, it's the year 2713. Angel's voice resonated in his mind, her tone laced with concern for Maxwell's condition. "Haven't you found your ship yet? Is it cloaked? You're going to die of dehydration at this rate. 32 years since the war, huh?" Maxwell shrugged, ignoring her scolding as he trudged toward a cluster of rocks that offered a bit of shade. "Tell me more about this first war." "Sigh, you're so stubborn." Angel paused as if organizing her thoughts. "It all began in 2648. The Atlas Corporation was funded by the central government to consolidate control over the 6 galaxies. They were essentially an extension of governmental power. But in 2671, a major financial recession weakened the central government. With resources depleted, Atlas stepped up, assuming the role of maintaining security and order across many systems." Maxwell nodded, murmuring, "Of course, when governments crumble, corporations become the new feudal lords." "Not exactly. The central government still exists today but has no influence over Premedia. Instead, they serve as a private judicial system." Angel continued, briefly addressing his comment. Dahl saw this as an opportunity. In 2674, they launched Mercenary Day, offering free mercenary services for a day in exchange for future contracts. It was a brilliant strategic move. By the end of that year, Dahl had taken control of several planets, offering protection and services at reduced costs. People, exhausted by insecurity, accepted. Maxwell reached the rocks and leaned against them, pulling at his suit collar to release some of the heat. "And Atlas just let that happen?" "Not exactly. In 2675, under political pressure, the Planetary Sovereignty Act was passed, prohibiting corporations from directly controlling planets. But tensions continued to escalate. By 2681, things hit a breaking point. Dahl was expanding aggressively, occupying and oppressing planets with brutal policies. Resistance arose, starting with a man named Vladif. Maxwell raised an eyebrow. "Vladif? I didn't think that corporation was formidable enough to stand up to 2 giants." Vladif wasn't just strong because of his intelligence. His ideology resonated with the oppressed, forming one of the largest armies in terms of sheer numbers. He began by leading a rebellion against Dahl on a planet called Northern Siberian Bear Star. Through guerrilla tactics, he drove Dahl out, inspiring resistance on other planets and giving birth to the Vladif Corporation we know today. Maxwell took a deep breath, pondering how a single individual could alter the course of a war. Dahl could have potentially bested Atlas with its underhanded tactics. If Vladif had achieved so much as a mere man, what could Maxwell accomplish with Titans at his side? So, Dahl was dealing with both Vladif and Atlas at the same time. That explains why they didn't dominate completely. Exactly. Dahl was aggressive, but Vladif's resistance wore them down. Meanwhile, Atlas, desperate, turned its attention to the ruins of Premedia. There, they hired Typhon de Leon, who became the first Vault Hunter. He discovered the Eridian Vault and brought advanced technology to Atlas. That completely shifted the tide of the war. Maxwell rolled his eyes. Eridian technology, aliens are always the miraculous answer, aren't they? Even in Titanfall, it was the same. The IMC had discovered alien tech and developed weapons like the fold weapon and phase shift gloves. Angel agreed. With this new technology, Atlas managed to tip the scales in their favor. However, in 2689, the war ended in a ceasefire. Atlas, Dal, and Vladif reached a stalemate, officially ending the conflict. But the scars remain. Dal and Vladif are now in an arms race, hunting for vaults, while Atlas doesn't seem satisfied with just one vault, leading to their expeditions here on Pandora. A never-ending cycle. War, rebuilding, and more war. Maxwell looked at the sky, a hint of emotion flickering across his face. The year is 2713. Did I really reincarnate into another universe? Or am I still in the same one, just sent into the future? Does Earth even exist here? Shaking his head, Maxwell opened his hangar menu, scanning his options for a vehicle. Vehicles, IMS Odyssey, Warship/Mother Base, Self-Sustainable Vehicular Spacecraft, Transportation for Titans and Aircraft, Modular Factory. 20,630C, without hesitation, he selected the Odyssey. Its modular factory could produce nearly any Titanfall technology, provided he had the blueprints. There were larger, more war-oriented ships available, but without a crew, operating one was impossible. Attention, the selected ship bears another faction's logo. Would you like to change the corporation branding? Slightly surprised, Maxwell scrolled through the options, erasing the IMC logo and replacing it with a black snake in the shape of an infinity symbol devouring itself, with the name Ouroboros below. Once finalized, the Odyssey materialized as if emerging from the void, creating a massive cloud of dust in an instant. Cough cough, damn it, I should have kept my helmet on. Maxwell could swear he swallowed a bit of sand. Max, what happened? I suddenly felt a massive energy signature. Why haven't you hooked up your echo? I want to see this ship, damn it. Angel complained, her excitement palpable even through telepathy. When the dust settled, the majestic form of the Odyssey stood revealed to the world. Oh. Maxwell's eyes sparkled with delight as he ran eagerly toward the ship's entrance. Holy shit, it's so big up close. That's what she said. What did you say, young lady? A vein bulged on Maxwell's forehead. Where did you learn to spout such nonsense? From you. Now connect me to the ship already, I want to see too. A laugh, like the sound of a bell, echoed in Maxwell's mind, bringing a smile to his face as he watched the girl brimming with joy. Call the specters here. You can see through their lenses and connect via one of them. Okay, but how am I supposed to do that without the coordinates? Right, I forgot. Maxwell almost smacked his own forehead, realizing he was in the middle of nowhere. I'll use the ship's systems, then. Maxwell turned his attention to the Odyssey. Taking a few steps forward, he heard a notification in his helmet. Upon putting it on, he noticed an administrator request. It seemed the system had already granted him permission. With a voice command, the ship's doors opened, and a staircase descended to ground level, granting him access to the vessel. Maxwell ascended the stairs with wide strides, like a child exploring a new amusement park. The moment he stepped inside the Odyssey, the internal lights turned on automatically, illuminating a perfectly polished metallic corridor. The sound of his footsteps echoed lightly through the empty space, making the ship feel even larger inside. Smells like something brand new. Maxwell took a deep breath. You're acting weird, Max. Let me have my moment, woman. Walking through the entry corridor, he reached a metallic door that appeared to lead to the center of the ship. Welcome aboard, Administrator, a calm and professional artificial female voice said. No way. Does the ship come with its own eye? What a bargain. No, it's just me. Angel mocked. Maxwell mumbled something inaudible. Placing his hand on the panel, the door slid open, revealing the lobby of the Odyssey. It resembled a reception area, with cozy sofas and a low table, like a lounge. It's like a luxury hotel mixed with a military base, Maxwell commented, impressed. Yes, I literally just saw that, Angel replied sarcastically. The floor was made of polished metal, subtly reflecting the overhead lights but not to the point of being slippery or excessive. Subtle blue lead lines ran along the walls and floor, creating a futuristic yet functional aesthetic. Moving forward, he passed through another door that led to a corridor lined with several doors. Each was marked with holograms indicating their functions, dormitories, a mess hall, a gym, and even a simulation room. Intrigued, he entered the simulation room, which strongly reminded him of the opening of Titanfall 2, where Cooper trained with Lastimosa. A quick count revealed exactly 94 simulation pods, ready to train promising soldiers to become Titan pilots. These machines could simulate shooting drills, Parker with jump kits, piloting, and even team deathmatch scenarios. The possibilities were endless. Honestly, this is an amazing ship, judging by your reaction. If you don't wreck everything before figuring out how it works, this could be a game changer. Don't underestimate me. Now let's head to the command bridge. I want to see what this beauty can do. Leaving the simulation room, Maxwell decided to make his way to the command bridge. There was still much of the ship to explore, but he was eager to get the ship to Outer Haven as soon as possible. Taking an elevator, Maxwell was carried to the ship's 5th floor, where the high-ranking officers' quarters and the command center were located. After passing through numerous security doors, each equipped with turrets ready to shred any intruder like paper, Maxwell finally entered the command center. The room was cold and comfortable, a stark contrast to the ship's exterior. At the center of the room was an oval-shaped holographic table, glowing softly. Its display showed various data, star maps, system diagnostics, and the ship's overall status. Around the table were ergonomic chairs, indicating that the space could double as a strategic meeting room while managing the ship's operations. The walls were made of reinforced glass, allowing a real-time view of the space outside. Maxwell was excited to see how it would look in orbit, as his previous space travels hadn't allowed him to appreciate the cosmos properly. Heading to the far end of the command center, Maxwell found the Odyssey's main control station. It was a spacious, well-designed area with sophisticated consoles and interactive panels arranged in an arc around the main command space. Each console seemed dedicated to a specific function: navigation, defense systems, environmental monitoring, and energy management. At the heart of the piloting area stood an elevated chair that was unmistakably the captain's seat. It resembled a throne, with plush cushioning and an array of controls built into the armrests. Holographic screens floated nearby, ready to be manipulated with simple gestures. Maxwell couldn't suppress a grin. He was living the dream of countless men. "Well, Angel, what do you think? Do you think we can get this thing off the ground?" Maxwell asked, settling comfortably into his throne. "If you don't mess everything up, yes. Everything seems operational. But I still need to connect to the ship." Resisting the urge to play with the holograms, Maxwell used the communications system to send the ship's coordinates to the Spectres. Minutes later, the Odyssey's cameras captured a dust cloud in the distance. The Samson, piloted by the 2 Spectres, approached rapidly. The ship detected the vehicle and activated guide lights in the hangar to facilitate entry. Maxwell accessed the hangar controls, opening the ship's large lower bay doors. The ramp descended smoothly, providing a direct path into the vast hangar interior. Once everything was ready, Angel used one of the Spectres to connect to the ship, enabling her to understand and manage its systems. Her siren abilities were impressive but came with heavy limitations, something Maxwell understood well. In a universe rich with technology, what couldn't Angel control? "Ready for the engines?" Maxwell asked, his enthusiasm evident. "Almost. I'm just monitoring the nuclear reactor's temperature," Angel replied calmly. Controlling a ship this massive would have fried anyone's brain, but Angel was already used to pushing her limits. Angel fine-tuned the main controls and activated the propulsion systems. A faint hum reverberated through the ship, growing into a controlled roar as the engines roared to life. "Next stop, Outer Haven," Maxwell said, a smile breaking across his face. "But first, let's swing by the red light. I want to see how Moxie reacts to having a warship over her bar." "You're going to scare the woman to death, Max. This is overkill. Just a little prank." Maxwell leaned forward, resting his arms on the chair as he monitored every panel closely. The Odyssey began to rise slowly from the ground. Desert dust billowed into a colossal cloud as the ship's thrusters stabilized its ascent. Maxwell's heart raced. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Standing from the throne, Maxwell walked to the front viewport, watching the ground grow distant. Then, he paused in silence. It was happening. Everything was falling into place. He was mere steps away from initiating the next phase of his plan. Yet, a weight lingered in the back of Maxwell's mind. "Angel," he said quietly, "do you think this will ever change? Or are we trapped in this cycle?" "What exactly are you talking about?" Angel asked, surprised by the question. "War," Maxwell clarified. "I'm talking about war." Angel hesitated, her voice softer now. "I don't know, Max. But maybe you're here to be part of the change. Don't you want to create a corporation?" "Ouroboros, my corporation," Maxwell whispered. Looking at the horizon, distorted by heat, he fell into deep thought. "Have you thought of a name?" Angel asked. She hadn't seen the logo since her siren abilities only allowed telepathic perception. "Yes. Do you know the Ouroboros symbol? The snake is eating its own tail." Maxwell crossed his arms behind his back, gazing at the vast expanse of sand. Stretching his hands as if to grasp it all, he continued, All the people on planets under my domain will have only 3 rights. Angel's stomach sank at Maxwell's words. She was about to witness the birth of either a great leader or a great dictator. The first is the right to freedom. The second is the right to private property. And the third is the right to life. Our motto will be, "Don't tread on me." Chapter 29. Please don't slow me down if I'm going too fast. Knock knock knock. The muffled sound of hurried knocking at the door made Moxie stir, her half-open eyes searching for any hint of light in the dark room. She reached out for the empty glass by her bedside, lamenting that the whiskey bottle was just out of reach. "If it's not important, you'd better be ready to face my wrath before breakfast." Her husky voice echoed as she slipped a hand under the pillow, feeling the cold metal beneath her fingers. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a young assistant, visibly nervous, sweat dripping from her forehead. "Miss Moxie, sorry to interrupt, but there's something you need to see immediately." Moxie sighed, sitting up and grabbing the red silk robe lying nearby. "Can it wait until I'm dressed? Or is it some sore loser mad about the end of the Underdome?" The girl swallowed hard, fumbling with her hands nervously. "It's not that. No one would dare. It's just that there's a warship hovering outside the bar." The glass slipped from Moxie's hand, landing on the carpet. She froze for a moment before slowly turning to face the assistant. "A warship? What do you mean, a warship?" "Just massive. The logo isn't from any known corporation." Moxie stood up straight, tying the robe tightly around her waist to cover her assets. Grabbing her Jacob's revolver from under the pillow, she opened her bedroom door and strode toward the bar entrance, the assistant scurrying behind her. Opening the doors to the outside, Moxie paused for a moment, raising a hand to shield her eyes, waiting for them to adjust to the natural light. When her vision cleared, she could see the blurry, nebulous outline of the ship in the distance. "I really need to get glasses," she muttered in frustration. Unable to see far, she decided to move closer. A crowd had gathered outside the red light, with civilians, mercenaries, and onlookers vying for a better view of the colossal object hovering in the sky. "Is it an attack?" someone shouted. "Doesn't look like it. Must be Doll or Hyperion. Maybe it's aliens." Pushing her way through the crowd, Moxie used her elbows, dodged flailing arms, and ignored the protests. As she squeezed through, Moxie frowned deeply when she felt a hand brush against her backside. "Son of a..." A cruel smile curled on her lips. "You're gonna dance for me now." With a quick motion, she drew her revolver, aiming at the ground between the man's feet and firing repeatedly, ending with a shot to his head. The thud of the now headless body and the gunfire silenced everyone nearby, forming a circle around her and the unfortunate man. Blowing the smoke from the barrel, Moxie spun the gun before holstering it on her hip. Crossing her arms, she looked up, narrowing her eyes. Well. Who decided to park a floating fortress at my doorstep?" Hovering majestically over the desert was the Odyssey. Its imposing silhouette blocked out most of the visible sky, its engines glowing with a pulsating blue light that slowly dimmed as the ship hovered just meters above the ground. Now close enough, Moxie could make out the warship's logo. "Ouroboros," she murmured, tilting her head. "Now, that's new to me." The assistant stepped forward, her voice still trembling. "What should we do, ma'am? Should we evacuate?" Moxie let out a low, humorless laugh. "Evacuate? Darling, this is my bar. You can run off with your tail between your legs if you're scared." Though her exterior remained calm and frivolous, internally, Moxie was nervous. "Damn it, Max. What kind of mess have you gotten into now?" She cursed him silently for not taking his echo communicator, leaving her to deal with this alone. A booming sound from amplified speakers echoed, forcing everyone to cover their ears. "Attention, consumers of illicit goods at the establishment known as the Red Light. This is the captain of the Odyssey speaking. We are here for one purpose only. Hand over Moxie immediately, or prepare to face the consequences. You have 5 minutes." A bead of sweat rolled down Moxie's temple as she immediately recognized the voice. She understood Maxwell liked to be dramatic, but this was absurd, even for him. Her assistant, a short-haired young woman with frightened eyes, turned pale as a ghost beside her. What? They're demanding. Why you?" The assistant stammered, tears threatening to spill. People backed away from Moxie as if she were a ticking bomb, creating a wide circle around her, leaving only her and the assistant in the center. Despite the rising tension, Moxie fought back a laugh. Outwardly, however, she wore the opposite expression. She let her face adopt a look of helplessness, her lips trembling slightly, her eyes downcast as if she were completely defeated. "Stay here," she told her assistant, who looked on the verge of collapsing. "Take care of my bar in my absence." What's your name again?" "It's Jeanette, ma'am." "Great, I'm counting on you, Jeanette." Without another word, Moxie stepped forward. Is she really surrendering? So that's how it ends for the Queen of the Red Light. TSK, I didn't even get to sample her. Pathetic. Maybe she thinks she can seduce their commander. Moxie finally reached the base of the ship, and the Odyssey seemed to react to her presence. A metallic ladder descended slowly, touching the ground with a soft thud that kicked up a small cloud of dust. At the top of the ladder stood a single figure. Maxwell, of course, arms crossed, wearing a smug smile. His helmet was off, his face visible to everyone. She paused for a moment, looking at the ladder as if it led to her inevitable doom. Then, with an audible sigh, she began climbing the steps slowly. Her flowing robe made her look like a desolate rose, helpless as she walked into the predator's lair. Reaching the top, near Maxwell, Moxie raised her hands dramatically, crossing her wrists as if ready to be bound. Do it already, she said, her voice low and melancholic, looking at him with false sorrow in her eyes. Do it already? I give the orders here, ma'am, Maxwell said, tilting his head, his grin widening. You're my prisoner now, you'll do everything I demand. Maxwell's hands pulled her by the waist, the thin fabric of her robe letting him feel her body press against his. Kaya. Moxie let out a playful squeal as Maxwell buried his face in her neck, planting a firm kiss on the spot. I was starting to miss you, Maxwell whispered into her ear, his breath warm before pulling away with a teasing bite on her earlobe. I missed you too, Moxie replied, giving him a brief kiss and wrapping her arms around his neck. Max, you're so mean, scaring me like this first thing in the morning. I couldn't resist, Maxwell said, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear gently. Let me make it up to you with a tour of the Odyssey. Well, that sounds reasonable. Moxie tapped a finger to her lips, pouting slightly. But I look terrible, you scoundrel. My clothes are all back at the bar. I have some outfits that might fit you. Besides, we can shop later. I still need to make a few stops before heading to my island. Island? She exclaimed, grabbing Maxwell's hands excitedly and dragging him inside. The Odyssey's doors closed automatically behind them. The crowd outside, now in complete silence, stood confused, unsure of what had just transpired. Did Moxie have a lover with so much wealth? Looks like the bitch finally found a fool to retire with. Damn, those hodunks are screwed. With its goal achieved, the Odyssey began to rise slowly, moving at a steady pace. Maxwell had shown almost the entire ship to Moxie, which had taken nearly an hour. They were currently in the high-ranking officers' quarters. How do I look? Moxie asked, spinning to show off the female pilot uniform, a pulse blade model, that she was now wearing. Beautiful and irresistible, Maxwell replied with a satisfied nod, looking around the quarters filled with closets housing various pilot suits, all standard IMC models, though the system had kept the classic colors intact. Moxie just laughed at the compliment, feeling like a teenager again. Taking off her helmet, she let her short hair fall freely and sat down on Maxwell's lap. So, what's the plan now? What stage of your scheme are we in? Sighing as he felt the light, soft weight of the succubus on his lap, Maxwell summoned every ounce of his fragile willpower not to tear off Moxie's clothes and give in to temptation right then and there. Well, my current plans are pretty simple, he began. Conquer Sanctuary and capture some prisoners. I want some MRVNs created to operate Sanctuary by the time we get there. Maxwell paused for a moment, remembering something important. Oh, and I need to find 4 vault hunters to open the vault for me. If you need me to create more MRVNs, I'm always available, Moxie replied, processing the information. But why do you want Sanctuary? That place is crawling with psychos and bandits. Sanctuary is a giant mining machine. Da used it to extract golden crystals from underground creatures. I intend to use it to mine iridium. Alright, but what about the vault? Why can't we open it ourselves? Moxie asked, confused by Maxwell's decision to let others handle the treasure. Because there's nothing in there worth risking our lives for. The vaults were built by the Iridians more as prisons for monsters than as treasure chests, Maxwell explained, attempting to get up as Moxie's body heat became increasingly unbearable. That's valuable information, Moxie responded, now understanding. So you want to hire vault hunters to do the heavy lifting, while the real treasure is the mineral that appears after the vault is opened. She shifted her weight further on to Maxwell, pinning him in place. Moving even closer, Moxie slid her fingers across Maxwell's chest, her lips dangerously close to his ear. Her voice became a sultry whisper, sending shivers down Maxwell's spine. At this speed, it'll take hours to reach Sanctuary, and we still have unfinished business. Or is the great Maxwell afraid of a small, fragile woman? Maxwell closed his eyes for a moment, trying to control his breathing, which was becoming increasingly short and heated. His hands fidgeted, wanting to touch her but hesitating. I just don't want to rush things with you, he murmured, his voice rough. "I don't want to hurt you." A satisfied smile lit up Moxxie's lips, soft yet predatory. She had expected no less from Maxwell, but still, hearing those words made her heart race. Pressing her hand against his chest, Moxxie gave a firm push, making him fall back onto the bed. Propped up on his elbows, Maxwell could only watch as Moxxie adjusted herself over him, her eyes burning with a mix of amusement, desire, and love. She leaned in, capturing his lips in a deep, fiery kiss. Between kisses, a low chuckle escaped her throat, a sound that made every fiber of Maxwell's being ignite. Moxxie let out a soft moan, her voice controlled, which only served to excite Maxwell even more. She murmured again, their breaths mingling, warm and uneven, "Be rough. Gentle. Harsh or tender. It doesn't matter. I've already decided." She held his face in her hands, her thumb softly caressing his cheeks as their eyes met, burning with mutual longing. "I'm yours. Take me." Chapter 30, Making Love, Not War. Pulling away after a sloppy kiss, a shy line of saliva connected their mouths. The pair gasped as he pulled away, Maxwell's hand gripping and squeezing Moxxie's bubbly ass tightly. Meanwhile, Moxxie had begun to undress him, her hands roaming over his bare chest, feeling his firm abdomen, glistening with sweat. Licking his lower lip, Moxxie's slender fingers moved to the zipper of her pilot's uniform, opening it slowly, and revealing her creamy skin. The poor uniform can't stand it any longer and her breasts spill out to the delight of Maxwell, who feels his mouth go dry, his pupils swallow visibly when a primitive instinct makes him roll the woman over on the bed, inverting their position. Maxwell calms down when he sees Moxxie's frightened eyes, caressing his cheek with one hand, he slowly lowers his head, sucking tenderly on the pink nipples, which begin to harden with the stimulation of his tongue. Moxxie let out a sweet moan as she felt Maxwell nibble, tease, and play all sorts of tricks with her breasts. Even Maxwell's large hands couldn't cover her enormous breasts, making her bite his index finger in excitement. Feeling that he couldn't stand his painful erection any longer, Maxwell unbuckled his belt, slid off his pants, and took off his boots. Moxxie's naughty hands grip the erection and give it gentle strokes, feeling the heat and the occasional pulse, getting wet as she imagines being impaled by his cock. My. I thought we were going to have sex. What are you going to do with a dick like that? Try to find oil inside me? Moxxie holds his cock with both hands, but there's still a large part of it uncovered. She couldn't tell if it was her hands that were too small, or him that was too big. Damn. A sharp sigh comes out of Maxwell at the feel of Moxxie's cold little hands. He stops for a moment in a trance, only to return more anxiously. Maxwell's hands try unsuccessfully to pull down Moxxie's tight pants, but she helps him by lifting her hips up, allowing him to remove her pants and blue panties without difficulty. Finally, when they were both naked, Maxwell took his time to contemplate the body of the succubus beneath him. Moxxie's whole being screamed out a high sexual call. Even though she was a middle-aged mother of two, Moxxie maintained a youthful, slim figure. Her breasts are full, her ass is thick, and her thighs are meat. A body like that couldn't be maintained by genetics alone, but by physical exercise and a good diet, the latter being very difficult to achieve on a planet like Pandora. Focusing on her plump pussy, Maxwell realized that it looked freshly trimmed, the lips glistening with the luscious liquid that was so inviting to taste. Moxxie closes her eyes, preparing for penetration, but when she feels a warm breath near her womanhood, her eyes open wide. No. Wait, Moxxie's head drops, her eyes rolling deep into her skull as she feels Maxwell's tongue lick her vaginal walls, sending an electric current through her body. A loud moan echoed from Moxxie's throat, her hands unconsciously grabbing handfuls of Maxwell's hair, her hips thrusting further into his face. Maxwell smiles and grabs Moxxie's ass. Moxxie bit her lips as she felt his tongue explore her insides. Caught off guard, she felt like she was going to come at any moment with the stimulation. Her hips began to rock frantically, shuddering every time her clitoris was touched. Coming. Unable to stand it any longer, her abdomen relaxed, bringing on the sweet release. Huff Moxxie's chest heaved, up and down, trying to catch his breath. She seemed dazed, staring at the ceiling of the room. Can you let my hair down? You know, it's starting to hurt. Maxwell licked his lips, feeling the wetness of his hair clinging to his face. Moxxie snaps out of her reverie and turns her focus to Maxwell, the latter freezing at her crying face, wondering internally if he had done something wrong. Are you okay? Moxxie shook her head slightly, letting go of his hair and wiping away the tears. She was happy just to have a partner for the emotional value, but she saw no trace of disgust on Maxwell's face as he tasted every corner of her body. With her troubled youth, being abused by everyone, seen as a mere shrew, an inferiority complex had grown inside her. Moxxie never really knew what it was like to be loved, and always thought the concept was a bit silly, Coming from fairy tales, in real life, only men's desires and women's needs existed, coexisting for mutual gain. Shaking her head, Moxie snapped out of her thoughts, feeling that she would break the mood if she continued to be too emotional. Holding Maxwell's face, she brought him in for a kiss, which seemed to want to convey more emotion than just saliva. One of Moxie's hands grabs Maxwell's cock, lining it up in the pink slit. Maxwell closes his eyes, concentrating totally on the sensation of his cock being slowly swallowed up in Moxie's depths. Yee's Moxie moans in pain and pleasure. It's been years since she's had sex with anyone, her pussy being stretched again, accommodating Maxwell. Her legs wrapped around Maxwell's waist, the angle allowing him to go even deeper, stopping only when he finally reached the base. Maxwell slowly pulled his waist back. He grunted as he felt Moxie's pussy tighten in a vice, creating a suction that made it difficult to get out of her. Forced his way through, leaving only the glands inside her, and slid all the way back with a strong thrust, producing a clapping sound. Pa Maxwell kept up the pace, kissing the tears from Moxie, who moaned with every thrust. At one point she joined in the rhythm, pushing her crotch hard against Maxwell's cock. I won't last much longer. Maxwell confessed. Alright, baby. Finish inside me, fill my naughty pussy. I need your sweet cum inside me. Moxie whispered in Maxwell's ear, blowing his hot breath. What a tease. Now you're playing a dangerous game, young lady. Maxwell screamed internally, he almost exploded right there. He felt torn, wanting to come, but he never wanted to stop fucking Moxie's incredible pussy. In and out, savoring every moment. He starts to speed up as he feels pressure slowly build up inside him. He clenches his abdomen to delay his ejaculation, wanting to pleasure himself even more in Moxie's hot, wet slit. However, he couldn't hold on forever, feeling the breaking point was too unbearable. With one final thrust, Maxwell drove his cock deep inside Moxie, his body shuddering with each load of thick cum. Moxie's body stiffened, biting Maxwell's neck to smother a cry, her red nails scratching Maxwell's back with the intense climax. The sound of clapping ceases, leaving only the sound of both of them panting. Moxie covered her face with one arm, leaving only a satisfied smile on display as she felt the cum slowly ooze out of her slit, and could only imagine the mess Maxwell had made. It was incredible, darling. Moxie kissed Maxwell on the cheek several times. She wanted to give the man some time to recover, knowing that men couldn't come so many times in such a short space of time. Maxwell, however, shattered Moxie's beliefs. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. What are you talking about, darling? We're just getting started. Maxwell turns Moxie's limp body, slapping her ass, making small waves with the impact, and leaving a palm print on her cake. Piercing her from behind, Moxie could only moan in confusion as she felt herself being pierced by the still hard and hot rod. Better positioning, the extra inches working a miracle. The pleasure was intense, but it was the visual effect of being able to see his cock being swallowed by her pussy. Each time he reached the base, her ass collided with his thighs. When they did, it rippled like ocean waves, making Maxwell gasp. Oh fuck, Mox. I could fuck you forever. She seemed so small, so slender, that she was like a toy in his hands. A sexy doll that he could play with as much as he wanted. Moxie bit into the bed sheets, the sounds of beating flesh like music to her ears, making her incredibly tight. She starts to wiggle her ass in counterpoint, but Maxwell pushes her head down onto the bed, leaving her totally submissive. She can only moan as Maxwell drives her crazy for several minutes. Grunting through clenched teeth, Maxwell unloaded inside her again, pumping until he was dry. He looked down, noticing Moxie's whole body shaking. It felt like she had come with him. Moxie falls flaccid on the bed as the tremors cease, panting and sweating, feeling Maxwell slowly come out of her. Maxwell grabs Moxie's ass, causing her pussy to stretch to the side, allowing him to see the cum leaking out. He wanted more, but seeing Moxie's tired state, he decided to go and join Moxie in dreamland. Falling on Moxie's side, he grabs the woman and hugs her tightly, feeling the softness and warmth of her small body, close his eyes at peace as he listened to her breathing slowly calm down. The next morning, Maxwell moans as he feels the sun hit his face through the reinforced glass window of his bedroom. But there was something else, a warm, wet sensation around his cock. Looking at the cause of such pleasure, he finds Moxie lying down, her breasts around the base of his cock and her mouth sliding up and down it, her tongue running over the protruding vein. Good morning. Her voice comes out muffled morning. Maxwell reaches out, combing her short black hair. Moxie smiles, then lowers her head completely, making Maxwell's eyes widen. Disappeared, she had simply swallowed his entire cock, right down to the base. Maxwell let out a sharp sigh as he felt his glands being enveloped in her throat. Maxwell lets his head fall back on the pillow, feeling that the morning couldn't get any better. Moxie smiled, happy to know that Maxwell was drowning in pleasure. She sticks out her tongue, reaching for his balls. Unable to stand it for long, he explodes in her throat, sending a heavy load of cum down her throat. Moxie swallows it all down, tears collecting in the corner of her eyes. Making his way out, Moxie sucks on the glands, before pulling out with a loud pop. Nice, Maxwell murmured, such an erotic scene, almost launching him into another fuck session. Unfortunately, when he looks at Echo, he sees the time and realizes that they were almost at their destination. Would you like to shower with me? Maxwell turned to Moxie, a quickie wouldn't disrupt their schedule. Chapter 31, The Joy of the Wicked is short-lived. Maxwell was fully dressed in his pilot suit, lying on the bed in a relaxed posture, feeling rejuvenated after fooling around with Moxie in the shower. Taking advantage of the time until Moxie finished dressing and left the bathroom, Maxwell opened the system panel, finally noticing the notification he had forgotten for a long time. Quest, prove yourself. Complete 100%, X, beat Helberbia, X, be the first in kill counts, X, don't get hurt, depositing rewards, 50C, X 1.5 equals 75C, plus 75C, credits, 138. Wait a minute, can you put my rewards in my Echo? Maxwell asked the system. It would be more convenient to take his things out of the Echo, avoiding any suspicions about objects materializing out of thin air without Digistruck. Analyzing free space on the SD, calculating the space occupied by rewards, enough space. Depositing rewards in the Echo storage unit, X1 Smart Pistol MK6, Blueprint, X10 Battery X1 Watson. Close. OK, I got some good stuff. Maxwell took the blueprint out of the Echo, flipping through the blue pages, each page detailing every part of the gun. I just hope the ammunition isn't too hard to manufacture. It would be a good idea to start accumulating batteries before making Titans. I'll need to give some to Tennis for reverse engineering, or I'll end up buying a blueprint. I think Angel would look good in Watson's clothes, muttered Maxwell. Were you saying something, dear? Moxie stepped out of the bathroom, her hair still damp as she casually dried it with a towel. Just thinking out loud. Maxwell replied with a short smile as he got up from the bed. He adjusted his pilot suit and walked out of the room, feeling he'd left Angel alone for too long. Don't you want to share? Moxie asked, tossing the towel onto the bed and hurrying to catch up with him. Naturally, she grabbed one of Maxwell's arms, nestling it against her body. The intentional contact caused her chest to press lightly against him, a provocation she knew was impossible to ignore. Just some projects. Maxwell let out a low sigh, the corner of his mouth curving into a resigned smile. No woman would like to know that her man was thinking about another girl right after they had sex. He paused for a moment and, without saying anything else, handed his Echo to her. It was easier to let Moxie see for herself than to waste time explaining. As Moxie examined the storage deck, her expression shifted from curiosity to visible astonishment when she found something specific. Well, what do we have here? She murmured, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she pulled out the smart pistol blueprint. Maxwell, noticing the change on her face, stopped and turned to face her. Did you find something useful? Useful? Darling, this is more than useful. It's a gold mine. She said, tilting her head at him with a mischievous smile. Imagine civilians buying into the promise of aiming like a seasoned soldier. How much do you think they'd pay for such a product? Maxwell shrugged. It's not a weapon for civilian use. Even though it requires a pilot's helmet to operate, it could still fall into the hands of other corporations if sold to civilians. They could easily reverse engineer it. It'll only be given to my trained pilots. Maxwell already knew that the technology wouldn't be groundbreaking in a decade's time, but that was in a timeline where he didn't exist. With his plans to buy Atlas, Reese wouldn't be acquiring the company and introducing lock-on technology. Our Bros would be the only corporation with such technology unless other corporations found a vault with something similar. But he had many cards up his sleeve, so smart aim would only be a minimal loss. He stepped forward, extending his hand to retrieve the Echo. But Moxie quickly hid the device behind her, sticking out her tongue. You and your pilots. You still haven't told me what makes someone a true pilot. Why all the mystery? It's a surprise. You'll love it. Maxwell approached and hugged Moxie, but his hands moved downward. Moxie smiled, moving the Echo further away, but gasped in surprise when Maxwell grabbed her backside firmly, making her rise onto her toes. She noticed his obsession with her ass and realized she might need to plan on buying lubricants. She sighed but couldn't hide a small smile. Come on, just give me a hint. No. Moxie groaned in frustration while Maxwell seized the moment to take the Echo back. Just one unit wouldn't be so bad. I'll even put a tracker on the weapon. Moxie refused to admit defeat, pouting and crossing her arms. Maxwell raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. Do you know how to handle weapons, or is this just curiosity? I've always loved disassembling and reassembling weapons in my teenage years, even if it annoyed the clan members, she huffed, recalling the Hodunks. I guess they never liked me anyway. Who names their daughter with a name often used for cows? And what the hell is a cow? Puff. Maxwell tried to suppress a laugh, nearly choking in the process. Moxie stared at him, narrowing her eyes. What's so funny, dear? You seem to know what a cow is. No, I don't know anything, honey. I just remembered a joke. Has anyone ever told you that you're terrible at lying? You won't hit me if I say? Maybe not. Moxie responded with a smile that was anything but reassuring. Maxwell closed his eyes, entering deep thought. Well, cows are large animals, they eat grass, produce lots of milk, go moo, and, Moxie interrupted. Wait. So my name is literally something that goes moo. Fantastic. Now I have a valid reason to destroy the Hodunks. Is that what stopped you from destroying them before? Moxie paused, caught off guard by the question. The Hodunks had done so many terrible things to her, so much deprivation she endured, so many sleepless nights. Why had she never sought revenge? It's complicated. Moxie lowered her head, recalling her children running and playing carefree, oblivious to the sinister customs and traditions of the Hodunks. Two large arms wrapped around her, and feeling comforted, she rested her forehead against Maxwell's chest. Have you ever created a weapon? Maxwell changed the subject, sensing that everything related to the clan and her children left her in a spiral of thoughts. Almost, she replied, lifting her head with a confident air, though her slightly red eyes betrayed her inner state. One of my masterpieces was a mellow revolver called Ruby. It was a common piece before I got my hands on it. I turned that weapon into something as lethal as it was beautiful. Can I see it? Ruby had been one of his favorite weapons when he played Borderlands 2, though he didn't expect the weapon to have something like life steal. Moxie squirmed in Maxwell's arms. I lost it. Oh. Maxwell wanted to slap his forehead. He had forgotten that Mordecai had found a weapon. He needed to have a conversation with the skinny sniper. Rumble. Moxie's face turned as red as a tomato, trying to escape Maxwell's embrace. I think you should eat something before making any big moves. Yes, she replied, trying to hide her embarrassment. The next few hours passed at a relaxed pace as Moxie took on the task of preparing something to eat. Luckily for them, some of the Odyssey's rooms had their own kitchens, even if they were barren. This place looks more deserted than a ghost town at high noon, Moxie remarked, opening and closing cabinets to find nothing but kitchen utensils. I have some supplies with me, Maxwell replied, pulling a large box from the Hueco. Some fresh food, canned goods, and boxes of MREs. Moxie rolled her eyes at the last part. Military rations? Darling, do you think I'm going to serve something that feels like rubber and tastes like cardboard? Maxwell shrugged, placing the box on the counter. I'm not very picky. I ate a lot of those with a friend of mine, so I guess I got used to it. If you want a decent meal, stay out of the kitchen until I'm done. Moxie rolled up her sleeves, washing her hands at the sink before unpacking everything from Maxwell's Hueco. Understood, chef, Maxwell replied, stepping back to let Moxie work. As she rummaged through the ingredients, Moxie shrugged and started improvising. She decided to make soup. It was simple but nutritious. Using the meat from the MREs as a base, she chopped up some fresh vegetables Maxwell had brought, seasoning with basic spices she found. Grabbing a pot from the cabinets, she filled it with tap water, turned on the stove, and waited for the water to boil before tossing in the ingredients one by one. Maxwell relaxed in a nearby chair, glancing at her between tabs on his system. The vegetables were from outer heaven, and Tanis had verified there were no traces of the zombie virus, making them safe to eat. After some time, the aroma of something delicious began to fill the room. Moxie served 2 steaming bowls and sat at the table, watching Maxwell take the first spoonful after blowing on it. He paused, eyes widening for a moment, then nodded. You should open a restaurant, Maxwell joked, pointing at her with his spoon. You want me to hang up my heels and stay stuck in the kitchen? Moxie raised an eyebrow. As Maxwell and Moxie were finishing their meal, Angel's angelic voice echoed through the ship's speakers. We've arrived at the destination. Odyssey is hovering a few meters above Sanctuary. Some idiots are shooting at us, the shields are already up, and the artillery is ready as a countermeasure. Moxie looked up, curious, before turning to Maxwell. Is that the eye of the Odyssey? It sounds almost human. Maxwell shook his head, setting his spoon aside and tilting the bowl to drink the broth. No, that's not the ship's eye. It's Angel. She's a siren I met some time ago, and she's part of the crew now. Moxie blinked, surprised. A siren? And she works with you? Not exactly works for me, Maxwell replied, his voice taking a more serious tone. She's been through a lot. I intend to help her gain freedom and live a normal life. And kiss me when he finds me, Angel said, her voice soft and almost angelic. Maxwell's face turned stiffly toward Moxie, sweat forming on his forehead. Moxie propped her chin on her hand, a teasing smile on her face. Ho ho. So, darling, she began, her voice sickly sweet and dangerous, are you handing out kisses while saying you're helping sirens gain freedom? Maxwell opened his mouth to respond, just to close it. He scratched the back of his neck, inwardly swearing to spank Angel's butt when he found her. It's not like that. Not like that? Moxie repeated, raising an eyebrow and tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Maxwell's shoulders slumped. This was the downside of having a harem. It was time to deploy some talk no jutsu, though he didn't have time to say a single word before feeling a familiar weight. Sitting on Maxwell's lap and leaning close to his ear, Moxie whispered in a low voice. What are your intentions with the two of us? Moxie purred, her nails lightly grazing the skin of his neck. Maxwell looked deeply into Moxie's eyes, speaking with conviction. Make you two the happiest women in 6 galaxies, have beautiful children, and a threesome every night. So you've chosen death. Moxie placed her hands on Maxwell's waist and started tickling him, catching the poor apex predator off guard. Ha 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 no. Mercy. Ah ha ha Maxwell squirmed in the chair, trying to escape Moxie's grasp. Ha ha please stop ha 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 I give up. Maxwell fell to the floor with Moxie, even in such torture taking care not to hurt her. Angel, utterly baffled while still monitoring the conversation, intervened before Maxwell could pass out. Maxwell is being sincere, Moxie. I'm sure his intentions are true, Angel said urgently, seeing Maxwell losing his breath. It's my fault for trying to mess up your relationship. Don't be mad at him. Don't try to save this scoundrel, or you'll be next, sweetheart. Moxie got up, allowing Maxwell to finally breathe. I'm not mad. He's too honest and silly for me to stay mad. That's not what you said when I smash you from behind. Maxwell would go down firing, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Moxie's face turned toward Maxwell, lying on the floor. The man raised his hands in surrender. How old is she? Moxie sighed, extending a hand to help Maxwell up. I don't know, maybe under 20. I'll be 17 at the end of this year. You're going to jail. But I am the police. Do you like roleplay and have handcuffs? No, but I'm not against trying something new. Sexual noises. Angel was horrified to see the couple whispering obscenities. In several places she was mentioned too. She was about to escape one layer of hell to enter another. An imposing ship landed smoothly on the orbital platform of Promethea, its metallic sheen reflecting the vibrant lights of the Star City below, revealing the ship's logo, Atlas Corporation. The hum of the engines dissipated as a man descended the ramp, the firm sound of his boots echoing. He appeared to be in his 50s, with short graying hair and an eye patch over his left eye, marked with the symbol of a red lance. With a cigar between his teeth, he exhaled a dense cloud of smoke before tossing it to the ground and crushing it under his boot. Commander Knox, it's good to see you in good health. A young Atlas officer, standing stiffly at attention, greeted him before turning to a soldier next to Knox. What's the status of the Hyperion station? Any suspicious activity in the last few days? The soldier saluted. Nothing, sir. The Hyperion station continues to operate within normal parameters, with no signs of unusual activity. It seems to be entering its final stages. The officer fell silent for a moment, analyzing the report while adjusting his reading glasses. And what about Elpis? How did the incursion go? We found no excavation activity. The officer scoffed, his expression hardening. No excavation or resource extraction activity from Dahl? Did our patrols fail their assignments? That seems to be the case, sir. We found no signs of clandestine operations or excavation. Just debris and parts of the destroyed fleet. Nothing has changed since the Krakening event. No additional movement. What are the Lance assassins doing here? Knox interrupted, spotting a group of women in black and red uniforms, each with red blades strapped to their waists. He furrowed his brow, watching the Lance assassin stand motionless in front of his ship. Both men turned to Knox. No one dared to reprimand him for the interruption. Orders from the higher-ups, sir. The officer's back began to sweat, quietly cursing his misfortune at being the one to deliver the news. Orders from whom? Admiral Mikey, sir. What are the orders? You and your division are being sent to Pandora due to Steele's recent inaction. And they decided to send the Lance assassins along? Knox ran a hand over his face. He didn't care which planet he was deployed to, he'd been through worse. But sending specialized soldiers trained for capture, espionage, and assassination to an arid desert was peak idiocy. They concluded that anyone having dealt with steel had to be treated with extreme caution. Elite forces would be the best choice. Then send a sight trip to Pandora. Don't they see that Atlas has more urgent matters to handle than babysitting a siren? Nox began to feel irritated, pulling another cigar from his pocket and lighting it. Weren't those old farts kissing Steele's ass about her siren powers and how much potential she had? The officer swallowed hard but maintained his composure. We already sent one after Steele stopped sending reports for 48 hours, but the squad we deployed also stopped responding. It's been almost a month since we've had any updates on Pandora. Nox tried to take another drag, but realized that it had started to rain. Throwing his cigar aside, he began to walk away, looking for answers and leaving the agent to talk to himself. I hate nepotism. Chapter 32, Way to Fall. After finishing their meal, Maxwell and Moxie headed to the Odyssey's upper deck, where the fighters and jets landed on the runway. The strong wind ruffled their clothes and hair. Even from up here, Sanctuary looks massive. I really can't rely entirely on my knowledge, Maxwell commented, his eyes fixed on the city below. Well, you can't expect less from a corporation. Anyway, I'll start working on the Marvines. Moxie kissed Maxwell on the cheek before stepping away. Have fun down there, but try not to get yourself killed. Maxwell touched the spot where she kissed him, feeling lucky that Moxie was as perverted as he was and grateful for Angel's innocence in tolerating sharing the same man. The world of Borderlands wasn't a Xianxia or a setting where polygamy was common, so he felt reassured about the chances of dating the female characters he admired. Shaking his head, Maxwell stopped daydreaming and turned his attention to Sanctuary, his mood souring quickly as he observed the place infested with a clan of criminals. Sanctuary's bandits relentlessly fired at the Odyssey. Bullets, rockets, and grenades exploded against the ship's shields, causing no significant damage. But even an ant's fight could irritate, and Maxwell's patience was running thin. Angel, Maxwell murmured, his jaw clenched. Enough playing around with them. Use the light artillery. Fire without worrying about the buildings. I don't need all of Sanctuary, just the excavator machine underneath the city. 2 rotary cannons emerged from the sides of the ship, their multiple barrels spinning with a threatening hum. Within seconds, they reached maximum speed and unleashed a storm of fire and metal. Brrr! The barrage of bullets rained down on the bandits below, the deafening sound echoing across the area. The weapons adjusted their angles automatically, relentlessly tracking targets and turning any threat into dust and debris. Holy crap, that's light artillery? Maxwell could only imagine the devastation the heavier cannons would cause. According to the ship's database, it's light artillery, Avenger 20mm Vulcan cannons used against aircraft and armored vehicles. The smaller aircraft handle minor targets. Goodness, Angel, 20mm rounds are the size of my hand. A bead of sweat formed on Maxwell's forehead. Seeing that enough damage had been done to the enemy ranks, Maxwell wanted to take advantage of the chaos and dust that had been stirred up. Cease fire. Max, there are still bandits down there. Angel couldn't understand why Maxwell wanted to stop. They just needed to keep firing for a few more minutes, and she was sure she could wipe them all out. This kind of ammunition isn't cheap, girl. I'll handle the rest. Maxwell walked to the edge of the Odyssey's upper deck, the strong wind blowing his hair back as he surveyed the chaos below. Black smoke rose from flaming debris, and the screams of injured bandits still echoed through the ruins. Donning his helmet, Maxwell stepped forward, gravity doing the rest. I think you're turning into an adrenaline junkie. Angel mentally rolled her eyes. They had dropships on the Odyssey. The wind roared around him as he fell, but Maxwell was calm. He began laughing before spinning in the air. He performed a sideways pirouette followed by a perfect backflip, each move synchronized with the wind's roar. The jump kit mounted on his back and waist activated at the exact moment, the thrusters emitting a bluish glow as they stabilized his descent. What should have been a deadly impact turned into a smooth landing, with Maxwell rolling to dissipate the remaining momentum. The bandits were stunned. Some froze mid-action, staring at Maxwell as if he were a supernatural entity, a chill running down their spines. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but they swore they saw Maxwell's eyes glowing red. He drew his wingman from his waist, spinning it stylishly before pulling the trigger, sending the hammer crashing down on the primer and propelling deadly metal slugs. Each shot was a perfect hit, skulls exploding, bodies collapsing, blood and gunpowder filling the air. Rah-hh-hh. A psycho emerged from the wreckage, leaping with his saw blade axe raised high above his head for a fatal strike. Maxwell snorted before vanishing. Huh? He disappeared. A chill ran across the psycho's neck. The sharp pain made him aware of the jet of blood flowing from the wound. He clutched the cut with both hands, the blood filling his mouth and choking him. Maxwell blew the smoke from the wingman's barrel before holstering it. The dust was still thick, but his minimap detected no hostile movement. Angel, Maxwell called, his tone devoid of any joy from the massacre. The area is secure. Lower the ship. I'll look for the entrance in the meantime. A few hours later, a line of Marvines, perfectly aligned service robots, marched out of the Odyssey. Their mechanical footsteps beat steadily as the sun gleamed off their freshly polished frames. You know, this is pretty impressive, though I think they'd look better in red, Moxxie began, breaking the silence. Anyway, how exactly do you plan to mine without the vault open? You said the vault needs to be open for this iridium to surface. We still need resources for construction and repair. Maxwell crossed his arms. I also plan to start manufacturing ammunition to save money in the long run. How are our reserves? It's true, Moxxie sighed, adjusting her helmet. Considerably reduced. It's not like we have an infinite stock of rare materials around here. And these toys don't come cheap, Max. Maxwell shrugged, shaking his head as he watched the Marvins disappear toward the excavator. They'll be worth every gram of resource invested. These guys will handle the heavy lifting while we focus on other matters. Speaking of which, Maxwell continued, turning his attention to Moxxie, how's the programming on the Marvins? Everything working as planned? Angel's a genius when it comes to programming and technology. I didn't even need to get my hands dirty this time. She practically did everything herself, and I just watched. Honestly, I don't know what we'd do without her. Moxxie chuckled softly, placing a hand on her hip. Really? Huh, glad to hear you two are getting along. Maxwell smiled, even though Moxxie couldn't see it through his helmet. He turned, heading into the Odyssey. Follow me. I think it's time to show you the Titans. I don't have the blueprints yet, but I've got the simulator ready. Moxxie raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile forming on her painted red lips. Oh, so we're finally getting to see these Titans. You sure know how to keep a girl curious, Max. Let's see what you've got. Maxwell led Moxxie to the training hangar, instructing her to enter one of the simulators. The simulator's doors closed as she pulled the lever. Bright white lights appeared, and Moxxie looked curiously at one of them. The light seemed to notice her gaze, blinking before disappearing. Before we start, we need to calibrate the machine so you'll be comfortable. Look at all the lights, using only your head movements. Understanding the task, Moxxie looked at one of the lights until they all turned off. How are you feeling? Maxwell's voice echoed in Moxxie's helmet. I'm okay, you can continue. Alright. Initializing neural link. It won't be the same as with a Titan, but it'll be a good start for both of us. Buzz buzz buzz. Moxxie squinted as two green lights scanned her body before aiming directly at her eyes. She felt her body gradually go numb until she lost all sensation, and her vision turned completely white. UGH. Moxxie blinked, her vision adapting to the new environment. She was in a roofless room, the sun providing pleasant warmth while the surrounding cherry trees cast cool shadows. Some leaves fell into a small stream to her left, lazily carried by the current. This is incredible, isn't it? If I didn't know it was a simulation, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference from real life. Lowering her gaze, she saw Maxwell sitting on a long orange beam that stretched across both walls. What she didn't expect to see was a girl with long black hair wearing a flowing white dress sitting a bit farther away, dipping her feet into the water. She looked like a delicate creature. Small and slender, with big, innocent blue eyes. Yes, it's a beautiful place. I thought the simulations would take place in a more military-like setting. Moxxie approached, sitting between the two. I feel better here, my back pain is gone, and I can breathe more easily. Well, these aren't our real bodies, so we don't have any disabilities or illnesses, Maxwell said, blowing a few cherry blossoms off his shoulder, a sense of guilt growing in his chest. I'll arrange for your regeneration as soon as possible, but I'll provide the best nanites I can get for you after we're done here. I'm practically a grandma, I can wait. Moxxie waved her hand dismissively, though she couldn't fully grasp everything he was saying. She knew it was something valuable. Turning, she looked at the girl, knowing it could only be one person. Angel? I didn't expect to see you here. Moxxie leaned over Angel. Now I understand why Maxwell wants to save you. Such a beautiful and innocent girl, I want to hug you tightly. Same here. I had to use all my willpower not to kiss those adorable lips. Pleased to meet you, Moxxie, Angel stammered, feeling shy under Moxxie's sincere gaze and Maxwell's affectionate one. It was the first time her true form had been seen. I was thinking. Angel's eyes widened as she felt a pair of arms wrap around her head, smothering her against Moxxie's ample chest. So cute. You're young enough to be my daughter. Maxwell is an unforgivable pervert, corrupting such an innocent girl. Maxwell rolled his eyes, feeling a twinge of jealousy toward Angel. Now, this place is called the Pilot's Gauntlet. It's where pilots take their first steps toward becoming capable of piloting a Titan. I would like to know if you want to take this path. All pilots must go through the training, right? So I want to see how the best soldiers of our corporation will be made. Angel takes advantage of the distraction and silently disappears, not wanting to call out to Moxie. At your command, ma'am. Putting on his helmet, Maxwell gets up and begins jogging lightly. He could have used teleportation, but he preferred to serve as a reference for Moxie. Moxie followed behind. Normally, running at this pace would have exhausted her, but her body felt unusually vigorous. Excited, she ran faster to catch up with Maxwell, who looked like a monkey running along the walls and sliding across the floor. Moxie finally catches up to Maxwell, who has stopped. Approaching him, she noticed part of the path was missing, leaving only a vertical wall connecting the way. The strangest thing was a stream-defying gravity, continuing its flow up the wall. I guess I'll need to try that wall-running thing, Moxie murmured. She had seen Maxwell running on walls in the Underdome, something even she thought was really cool. Don't worry about falling. You'll automatically respawn here. Good luck. Maxwell jumps onto the wall, his jump kit leaving a trail along the way. He crosses effortlessly, waving at Moxie from the other side. Okay, I can do this. Moxie takes a deep breath and runs to gain momentum. Jumping onto the wall, she recalls Maxwell's movements, trying to replicate them exactly. Her jump kit activates the instant her feet touch the wall. Her heart races, she's doing it. Stumble Moxie's feet get tangled, breaking her momentum. Gravity, unforgiving, pulls her down. Kaya. Moxie feels her vision shift, she was back at the starting point. Old dogs can't learn new tricks, Moxie muttered, feeling a bit dejected. But seeing Maxwell wave from the other side renewed her determination. She tries again. After a few failures, she finally manages her first successful wall run. Clap 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 clap, congratulations. Using the jump kit can be tricky at first, but you did a great job. Maxwell applauds enthusiastically. Moxie was grateful the helmet hid her blush. She tapped Maxwell and took off running. Tag. You're it. Wait, I didn't know we were playing tag. E-dust. Ha ha ha. The picturesque scene of the pair chasing each other, running along concrete walls, continued until they stopped in a large open room without a roof. At its center was a garden with a large sword embedded in the ground. Suddenly, several weapon racks fell from the sky. Angel appeared again, her feet stepping on the grass, fingers curling at the funny sensation. Are these all our bros' weapons? Moxie hurried to the racks, her eyes sparkling. Each weapon looked more interesting than the last. They seem inspired by Dahl and Vladif. Pick one. We're about to go through the pilot evaluation, Maxwell said, grabbing a car. He didn't need to take Moxie to a firing range, she was as accurate with a gun as he was. Moxie appeared after a few minutes, holding an X-55 Devotion with an RE-45 Auto as her secondary weapon. How does this pilot evaluation work? You have 2 minutes to complete the run. There will be some enemies you need to eliminate along the way. See you on the other side. Maxwell punctuated his words before running off, his body disappearing as he entered. I've been through some clan wars. This shouldn't be too hard. A few minutes later, Moxie emerged on the other side, looking worn out. During the run, she realized pilots didn't have one particular item that made a huge difference in a firefight. A shield. She had been hit multiple times by the enemies, shocking her even more with how realistic the pain felt. 1 minute and 12 seconds, not bad. Maxwell commented, seeing Moxie's name appear on the board. Since they were the only two who had entered the pilot's gauntlet, there were only 2 names listed. Moxie raised her head, noticing she was in second place on the board. Her eyes moved higher, seeing Maxwell's name in the first place. What she hadn't expected was his time, 10 seconds and 30 milliseconds. You've got to be kidding me, Moxie muttered, doubting they had run the same course. If it's in the game, you use it, Maxwell shrugged. Octane used a grenade to win a race and lost his legs, why wouldn't he use that tactic in a simulation? Well, we've had our fun. Now let's get to the real deal. Angel. We need space. Alright, Moxie's vision turned wide again. She recovered faster this time. Looking around, she realized they had been transported to a plane. Grass and trees swayed in the breeze, with a few floating rocks scattered around. A hand touched Moxie's shoulder, and a soft whisper echoed in her ear. Do you see the interface for a large robot in the lower left corner of your visor? Activate it to call your first Titan. Moxie did exactly as Maxwell instructed. A blue marker appeared on the grass, and a timer popped up slightly above the marked area. Stand by for Titanfall. Maxwell couldn't resist. 7.006.545.493.812.691.060.00 swoosh, a sound of something slicing through the wind echoed. Moxie looked up just in time to see a fiery object hurtling toward the designated spot. A huge dust cloud rose as the object struck the ground. Boom! Slowly, the dust settled, revealing the monstrous colossus, the steel stallion, the harbinger of war. The Titan.